Ready. Play.
Hello, everybody. I shall be here just for the first few minutes. We've got Nick and Ashley. You can unmute yourselves now because we are live. Let's go to you, Ashley. You are in the US. Just quickly, did you manage to see any of the Paris-Bercy final today, Ashley?
I did. I woke up. It was like the middle part of the second set. I woke up at like 9 o'clock in the morning, which is pretty late for me, not gonna lie. But I woke up and saw the last set and a half. So I think I picked a good time to decide to wake up and get out
You
of bed.
did. The first two games of the second set was a really, looking back now, it was a really interesting moment because Rune was love 40 down on his serve, manages to win 5 points in a row, goes on to hold serve, and then obviously break Novak in the next game. Nick, do you have any thoughts on the final? Did you manage to catch any of it?
I actually caught the marathon final game.
Did you? The 20-minute game.
Entertaining. I really thought, yeah. So I really thought Djokovic was going to get it, and he was playing, but he just seemed to miss at critical points, which felt so un-Djokovic-like, and it was odd. Nothing against Rune. Rune played really well and handled it all really well, and I think he's definitely a star of the future. I think we're seeing his name at the big finals for a long time to come. But yeah, it was really surprising because I really thought, like, my expectation of Djokovic is he would get that break and get it to a tie break and win a match. Full to Rune for winning it and taking control, but I was surprised how Djokovic was lacking in some of the big points.
Yeah, me too. I was a bit surprised by that. Listen, I've already done plenty on today. I mean, we did a really good show. I had Shrihari on board a few times today as well in terms of production, but also giving his analysis. So we've done plenty of that. So I've already sent. I think I've sent the link, by the way, to Miles, so he should be fine with the latest link to come on. So he'll be joining us very shortly. But listen, let's get to these WTA semi-finals. I'm going to be leaving in about 5 minutes. So there could be a case of high-fiving Miles as he enters the room and I leave. Ashley, what have you thought of the tournament so far in Texas?
Yeah, so the little bit that I've been able to catch, because of like class and whatnot, I've enjoyed the matches so far. They've been pretty competitive outside of the, a couple that, Iga was in. And I think it's been really entertaining tennis that's been shown. I wish there were more people to see the tennis, but of course there's always the case of like wanting more people to see it. But I really enjoyed the Jessica Pegula Maria Sakkari match. I think I commentated on that one. Can't remember. It's been a long week.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
It's been a long week. I enjoyed that match. I enjoyed the Ons and Sabalenka match. When I went back to watch it or like watch highlights of it, that was a pretty fun one. I wish I had stayed up. But yeah, there have been some fun matches this past week. I'm hoping to see more today with the semifinal lineup.
Yeah, right. I mean, listen, you and I did a show on Coco Gauff a few weeks ago, and I think we were fairly positive about her year. In fact, we were very positive about her year and also positive about her upcoming year as well. But what have you made of her results in Texas? They've not been too great.
Yeah, I just think she's played a lot of matches. This past year, I think over 100 across singles and doubles. So it could just be fatigue catching up to her. She's young, but of course, fatigue catches up with everybody. It doesn't matter what age you are. So I think it's fatigue, and I also think she still has a lot. Still has a lot to improve in order to compete with top players. In the top 10 in the WTA. Forehand, especially, is like the big thing that sticks out to me. And then just the intangibles, keeping your head and stuff like that. I think she's a pretty even kill player, but there are times where she kind of just loses her nerve when something breaks down. But I think it was fatigue catching up to her. I think, this tournament also showed a lot of glaring holes that she still has, even though she's been successful. And I think a lot of Coco fans kind of expected, maybe not her going 0-3, maybe picking up a win this tournament. But when we saw the group, I think a lot of Coco fans were like, "Oh, this could be a little bit of trouble for her." But I don't think this result kind of diminishes the year that she's had.
Yeah, right. What about some of the other people who've already fallen? I mean, Ons Jabeur is out. What do we think of Ons Jabeur's year? It's been mostly good, I guess, but 2 slam final defeats and now crashing out in the group stage as well. Does that affect the way we see her year?
Me personally, no. I think she still had a pretty solid year. I mean, I think she made 2 slam finals, as you mentioned, lost in both of them. I wish she had gotten to Wimbledon one, and of course she ran into Iga Swiatek in the U.S. Open final. I do wish she had gotten at least one of those finals, but I do think this is still a good year for her. As far as results wise, and she didn't look bad in the group stage. She just, the rules are the rules, and she didn't do enough to qualify. I think she had a chance there, but
Yeah, she won one match, and of course, as I was putting up on the screen, she did make history in doing that. In doing so, being the first Tunisian to win a WTA Finals match. So I guess there is some positivity to clutch at. And unlike Coco, she didn't lose every match. She actually did win one of them. So that's something. Who else have we had crashing out in the first round? Jessica Pegula as well, of course, is out. Any thoughts on that?
Jessica's a little surprising to me just because I think she was doing well during the back half of the season, and for her not to at least pick up a win was a little surprising to me because her game has been pretty consistent, and she's typically one that does pretty well in like early stages of tournaments kind of like this. So I don't know if the pressure of this being her first WTA final got to her, or fatigue got to her, because like I said, she also, like with Coco, she also played a lot of doubles with Coco and a lot of singles and doubles, so maybe it was fatigue, and then also the nerves catching up to her of it being her first WTA finals. Jessica not making it past the round robin was a little surprising to me, but I think it just shows just how tough this tournament is, especially if you played a lot and you're maybe not in your best physical form.
Yeah, and of course the other person to not make it through is Kasatkina. And of course Kasatkina, though, did go to a final set tiebreak before losing in the end to Caroline Garcia, who's now, of course, made it through to the semi-finals. Any thoughts on Kasatkina's year and her WTA? She was probably the biggest of the outsiders going into the tournament.
Yeah, I think Kasatkina's had a pretty decent year. I got to look at her results. I'm not entirely too sure, but I think she's had a pretty decent year so far, or decent year to end the year, and making WTA finals. Of course, she had to have a decent year. She pushed Caroline to a third set. I think her results kind of surprised me a lot too. It's like winning against Coco and then pushing Caroline to a third set. I think she played a lot. She was a lot more competitive than a lot of people expected going into this tournament. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the competitive nature that she brought into the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, to you both, I'm going to be leaving you now. I'm sure Miles will be joining us very soon as well. I know we're going to have Vanch hopefully put in an appearance later as well. So Nick and Ashley, you can see us through, and I'll be speaking to you both very soon.
See ya. Well.
Thanks, John. John will be leaving us, so he's now handing control of the plane to me, which, hey, it's like going from I'm not going to even bother with an analogy. So my internet went down, unfortunately, so I didn't quite catch what you were talking about. What were you guys talking about before I rejoined?
Yeah, so we were just kind of going over some of the players that lost in a round robin and didn't make it to the semifinals. So that was Coco, Kasatkina, Ons, and Jessica Pegula. So that's just kind of who we talked about, and just talked about their seasons and if their results at the WTA finals was disappointing or like maybe a negative reflection on the season. So yeah, we were just kind of talking about that, recapping their seasons pretty briefly in their run at the WTA Finals in Texas. And then I also talked about, catching a couple of the matches being in the U.S., even though I haven't watched too many because, school has your girl busy.
Yeah, no, of course, and I have been too. Hence why I only caught the end of the Djokovic match. I thought this is the first time that I have seen. I'm going to be commentating on an Iga match, which is a big thing for me. I think I never hasten to say that I'm a big Iga Swiatek fan, so I'm going to try and be neutral in that match when she plays Sabalenka later. But I think that she's been super impressive this week. Almost like she's been revitalized since that sort of loss in Ostrava. So that's been really exciting. Got Coco Gauff on the screen. I've been a little bit disappointed with her. I mean, not too much. I mean, she was trying to play singles and doubles. It's a big undertaking. Maybe she got a win against Kasatkina. Maybe Kasatkina has been playing very well this week. Did you watch Kasatkina's match against Garcia last night? Because that was a cracker. Especially, the third set was.
Yeah, I did not actually. I think I was mourning the fact that my Philadelphia Phillies lost in the World Series, and then I just went to bed. So I think I missed that. Oh, it was a sad day for me. It was a very, very sad day. So I did unfortunately miss that match, and I woke up to, the craziness that was that third set. I wish I had stayed up, but, when the body is tired, the body is tired. So I just went to sleep. But I think as far as Coco, the result of there was always a potential that Coco could go 0-3. This is a very tough group outside of Kasatkina. Kasatkina has been playing very well. And, this was a very tough group for Coco. So I'm not disappointed nor shocked that she went 0-3 in the group stages. I think this tournament was going to expose some of the holes and some of the places that she still has to improve on, and top players are going to expose those holes. The forehand being one in particular, and I also think she played a lot of matches. She's played a lot of matches this year, and fatigue might have caught up to her. It catches up to everybody, even if you are 18 years old. So I think it was just a lot of factors that went into Coco not maybe performing as well as maybe some people expected or maybe thought. I do wish she probably had gotten a win against Kasatkina, but like you said, Kasatkina was playing really well, and Coco just did not have her best tennis this week.
Yeah, I mean, would there have been an ideal group for Coco, do you think? If you could construct the dream group for Coco out of the finalists, who would it have been?
I don't think there would have been a dream group for Coco because I think she has a losing record against the top 10 this year. I don't think there would have really been a dream group for Coco. Maybe a group not with Iga in it, so that's not one automatic loss. But I don't think there would have been an ideal group for Coco, simply because all of these players can expose the weaknesses that Coco still has. So it's just the luck of the draw. She got a little bit of a tougher group simply because she was drawn in the group that Iga was in. But yeah, I don't think there's really an ideal group for Coco in this tournament. Yeah.
Fair. And we got a tweet from Caroline Garcia saying that she gave it all. I'm assuming this is after the match with Kasatkina. She did really give it all. that sweat set really swung one way or the other. It was definitely the high point of the singles tournament so far. Just wonderful contrasted styles of Kasatkina, actually hitting the ball unusually hard for her, but also mixing up the pace as she does, counter punching as she does. And what I also found is that, but Garcia was obviously being aggressive, smoothly aggressive, is how I would describe it. But yeah, absolutely brilliant, brilliant lineup from. It was a brilliant battle from those players, and I think that Garcia is probably feeling pretty confident ahead of Sakkari tonight, but then Sakkari's got reason to be confident as well. Have you already given your predictions to John, Ashley, of how you think this is going to go?
I don't think so. I think both Caroline and Maria are feeling a lot of momentum right now. And Maria went undefeated in her round robin. And Caroline Garcia went 2-1, of course. I think both of them play better when they have a little bit of momentum. There's also the looming factor of this being a semifinal, this being a big match to move on to the finals of the WTA final event. But
sorry.
No, you're fine.
Sorry.
So it's totally up in the air for me. I think I'm leaning Maria Sakkari because I think she's played better tennis this past week. So I think I'm leaning Maria, although I looked at the head-to-head, and it's I think it's 2-0 Caroline, and they're both on hard. So we'll see how that works out. I do think Maria has brought her best, and I just hope she can keep her nerves together. And yeah. Oh, I think I lost Nick. It's just me. But yeah. That's kind of my prediction for the Caroline and Maria match. I don't know if we want to discuss that. But yeah, I think it's head-to-head is 2-0 Caroline. I think both on hard courts, but I do think those were kind of I think Sakkari can win the whole thing. Maybe. She's been playing decent form. I think the form has been there. I think her biggest issue is the mental. There's something about the mental block of getting into a big match, a semifinal or a final match, where she just kind of doesn't bring her best tennis and she kind of gets in her own way. So I think if she keeps her head and she keeps focused, even when things aren't going her way, she still finds ways to win. Her plan B works, her plan C works. I think she has the chance of winning the whole thing. But there is the point of, potentially facing Iga, who has been on a heater ever since Barty has retired early this year. So I think Sakkari can win the whole thing if she brings her best tennis. But the big thing I'm worried about with her is the mental side of things, staying focused. Aggressive return position. Caroline's always been a person to be aggressive on the return. I personally like it. It kind of puts a lot of pressure on the server, and it creates some interesting rallies or creates some interesting opportunities for her to play first strike tennis as a returner. And I do think it creates opportunities for her to just take hold of the match early. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, because you get servers that can hit a lot of kick, a la Maria Sakkari, that can kind of maybe push her back or kind of maybe force an error on the return. So I personally like it. I like how aggressive she is on the return. I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great thing for tennis. I think it's really worked for her. Second semifinal. So that one's an interesting one, because although Iga is leading the head-to-head 4-1, the lone victory that Sabalenka has is at last year's WTA Finals. So I'm wondering if that's kind of in the back of Iga's head. Sabalenka's beat her at a top event like this, at literally a year ago. And Sabalenka is also in pretty decent form. I think she's managed kind of the serve issues a lot better than I kind of expected her to do. She went 2-0 in the round robin. Iga, of course, went 3-0. A lot of us expected her to go 3-0 in the round robin. But yeah, this matchup, this head-to-head is one-sided, of course. But the lone victory that Sabalenka has is at the WTA Finals last year. So I'm interested to see how she handles that. I watched that. Yeah, I did. I watched the semifinal in New York. I think that's a different Sabalenka than we are seeing during this week. I think that Sabalenka still, I think she managed to get to the semifinals despite her errors, and she made a lot of errors throughout that tournament in New York. I think the errors have cut down just a smidget over this past week. So I do think that Sabalenka can bring a better form that she brought to New York. We'll see, though. It depends on what Sabalenka shows up and if she can control her nerve. That's another player that, when things are not really going her way, she can kind of lose sight of the match and kind of let the match leave her hands and give it to her opponent simply because something is not working.
Yeah, I completely agree. The Sabalenka-Swiatek matchup is interesting because in the past you would have thought it was a nightmare matchup for Iga, but she's solidified so much this year and being just so consistent and peak performing every time that now it's sort of switched definitely over the course of the year. I think Sabalenka can trouble her. We saw that in the US Open semi-final. They've had some really good battles. Maybe it's a chance to turn the tables, who knows? But I do think Iga's the slight favourite going into that, as she has to be. But I wouldn't count Sabalenka out, especially if she has got her mojo back. So we'll have to see what happens with that. Thanks for bearing with me through these technical difficulties, by the way. Who will be in the final for these two semis and why? Well, would love to say the obvious answer of Sakkari and Swiatek because they're undefeated so far. So you would, by logic, think that it would be those guys. I do just continuing those runs. I do think it will be Swiatek coming through Sabalenka later, but I'm kind of biased on that. With the others, with the other match that we're about to watch, I think it's a bit closer. Sakkari and Garcia, because Garcia had a real bit of a battle, and Sakkari's been playing at her best level. But I also think that Garcia is probably fired up from that match against Kasatkina, and I think that's going to give her fuel. So I'm going to get back Garcia for that one. So yeah, I'm going to go for Garcia-Swiatek final. Ashley, what do you think?
I think I'm sticking with Maria and Iga in the final. Maria has been pushed this tournament, but the push was a straight sets 2 tiebreak win over Jessica Pegula. So I think her tennis is there. I think everything is working for her at the moment. Caroline Garcia, like you said, she had a tough battle with Kasatkina. So we got to see how she can if she can come back down from that emotional high. And then Iga, I think Iga is just in top form right now. And unless Sabalenka brings her absolute best tennis, which she's brought good tennis this week, not her absolute best though, it's going to be hard for Sabalenka to make a push to kind of win. So I think I'm going Iga, Swiatek, and Maria Sakkari for the final.
Yeah, and that's what I was almost going to until I took myself out of it.
Never talk yourself out of it. Don't do that. Never talk.
And also, let's face it, it's boring if everyone says the same answer. It's a bit like the other day when I said Tommy switched and said Tommy Paul would beat Rafa on the stream. What I was going to ask was actually, and I appreciate my question is, when was the last time Sabalenka played at her best? Because you might not have necessarily seen that. But when was the last time that you saw Sabalenka at her best?
I think it might have been Wimbledon last year in 2021.
Okay.
I think last year's Wimbledon. I can't remember how far she got in that tournament off the top of my head, but I do remember her playing semifinals. Okay, yeah. So I do remember her playing some really, really good tennis last year at Wimbledon. And I think ever since it's kind of been up and down where she's played good and then she hasn't played good. And then it's like, she's playing really good and then it drops again. So I can't think it's been fluctuating. So I don't think it's been that long. I think if she can tap into whatever she was doing that week when she had those 2 weeks when she had that semifinal run, at Wimbledon last year, I think she can get that. I think we've seen moments of peak Sabalenka, but it hasn't been consistent form over the past year. Like I said, it's been up and then down and then up and then down, especially if she's not hitting her serve well. That seems to be that seems to be the catalyst of her not playing her best, is that serve breaking down on her.
Yeah. I agree with New York. And actually, I was when you said 2021 Wimbledon. So do you think that she was playing better in Wimbledon 21 than she was in the US Open of 21 when she got to the semifinals then as well? She got the Fernandez.
I think they're both. I think she was playing pretty well in both tournaments. I think Wimbledon just was like the first thing that popped into my mind. I think she played pretty well in both of those tournaments last year. I think 2021 was a very good year for Sabalenka, actually. Pretty decent year for her. So like I said, I think since the 2021, it's kind of been like up and down for her, where at times we can see peak Sabalenka when she's hitting her serve, she's hitting the groundies, she's making everybody's life a living hell because she's punishing on the ground strokes. We've seen that at times this year, but it hasn't been as consistent maybe as it was last year. And I kind of hope that she kind of gets back to that. I'm not the biggest Sabalenka fan, but I do enjoy when she's punishing the ground strokes. I do like that. I do appreciate someone that can just absolutely obliterate the ball.
Sorry, I need to switch. I raised my camera, was the wrong way around. Tennis is better off with her playing well, as it is, like as many people playing well as possible. So yeah, I think I agree with you. I'd like to see her sort of back, and she has shown flashes of brilliance in New York. She was pretty strong. I guess we'll just have to sort of see how it all develops going to 2023. But I think she should be feeling pretty good about herself going into that.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to find a way of sorting this out. So I think we kind of both predicted kind of different outcomes from the Sakkari Garcia match, which should be out soon because Barbora Krejcikova and Katerina Siniakova have continued to establish themselves as the best doubles team in the world, and have just beaten Yelena Ostapenko and Kitchenok, I'm not sure what the first name is, in straight sets. I wouldn't be surprised if they went on to win the title. I don't know who else they've got to play, but they're all pretty good. As we now appear to be welcoming the one and only Miles David. Miles, how you doing?
I didn't know that you guys could see me for a second. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Hi, guys.
How are you? How's Atlanta?
Atlanta is cool. The weather's been great. I spent some quality time with a friend of mine's puppy this afternoon, and now I'm ready to watch some tennis and talk about it with you guys.
Yes, I'm ready for some tennis.
That's what we're here for. So we've been talking about our predictions for this Sakkari match. Sakkari got. Hello, Miles?
I couldn't hear you for a second. I was trying to keep my best game face on. If everything you just said, I couldn't quite hear. It's like I could tell you were talking, but I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase that. How do you see this Sakkari Garcia match going? Sakkari's undefeated. Garcia's got a confidence boost from beating Kasatkina in that epic yesterday. How do you see this going?
I think it'll be nervy, just because they both tend to, at least their track record to me shows that when the pressure's on and when they have really big opportunities to kind of add some real weight to their resumes, in a sense, they can both show amazing tennis and nervous tennis. I want to believe that Sakkari is going to edge it out, just because from the matches I've watched of hers this week, I think she just likes the court and the arena, and not that Caroline Garcia doesn't, but something about Sakkari seems to have clicked. But I feel like I've also said that before in other tournaments. So I want to believe that Sakkari is going to take the W, but I'd say it's like a 70-30, maybe closer to 60-40. 60% of me believes Sakkari is going to get the W, and 40% of me believes Garcia is going to get the W. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm in a similar position of I think it's going to be close in my assessment. I'm going with Garcia because I think I value I think she's got a little bit more momentum because of that win. But we'll have to see how that goes. Ashley's going with Sakkari, which probably like yourself. So, like I said, I think it's interesting if we go with different outcomes rather than just all picking the same person, right? So it gives that little bit of element of intrigue. So if we're 60-40 on how it's going to go, how likely are we looking at a deciding set then? Is this going to go 3?
The last time they played each other, which was a couple of months ago in Cincinnati, did you guys already talk about their head-to-head?
I briefly did.
Did you mention their match in Cincinnati? Because I don't remember it, but now that I'm looking at it on paper, it was very tight for 2 sets. So
I think I briefly mentioned it, but yeah, it was definitely a very tight match for them. But I don't think I like talked about it too long, but it was definitely a tight match.
What was your original question, Nick? Sorry, I was perplexed at their 2 tiebreak sets. Oh, did you ask if it was going to go 3? Right, that was the question.
Yeah, that's right.
It very well could go 3. If it goes 3, I'd give it more of an edge to Sakkari, just because Caroline was just on the court 12 hours ago, maybe. And it's the end of a season. A lot of her wins this season have come in the last 6 months, so I wouldn't be surprised if she shows a little bit of fatigue, or she could keep riding the confidence that has gotten her to the semifinals. And I'm wondering, correct me if I'm wrong, Caroline has gotten to the WTA Finals semifinals before in 2017, right?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. She's definitely been in the WTA Finals before.
Yes, and I think she played a really, really good match against Venus and lost in the semifinal. Did Sakkari make the semifinals last year in Guadalajara at the year-end finals?
I think she did, actually, yes.
Interesting setup, because whoever wins this match is going to be in the finals of the biggest tournament of their career so far. So it'll definitely be some intangibles and nerves at play for sure. Not just who plays the best tennis. It's about who handles the moment, I think.
Yeah, where do you rate the WTA Finals, actually? Because I know some people don't necessarily think they have a lot of value. Obviously, they've got a lot of ranking value. But do you think that some people think, oh, they're very tired. It's the end of the season. It's indoors. It's not a slam. They play a few matches. I personally think it's one of the biggest titles you can win because you have to beat the best players in the world to do it. So And I'm obviously always behind the hype of the event. I love the theory of like a Masters event, a true Masters event, not what they call the second level below, the level below Grand Slam in the men's. Yeah, that's kind of my perspective on it. What about you?
I agree for the most part. I do think it is this, as far as tiers of tournaments you can win on the tennis circuit, it's right up there, kind of like a fifth Grand Slam, simply because you know you're playing that season's cream of the crop. I know there's been like some conversation, especially this year, about lack of star power and lack of intrigue and popularity amongst this year's rendition. But historically, the players that win this event have really, really solid and decorated careers. So I believe that it is important. And if you win it, you definitely look at yourself, or you should look at yourself as somebody that can bring home even bigger trophies, aka Grand Slams or majors. So yeah, I think it's important. And it's big in anybody's career. Somebody like Caroline Wozniacki, going back to 2017 very briefly, she had won Masters 1000 titles, she had won Indian Wells and other huge titles, but the way she reacted to winning the WTA Finals was even a bigger celebration at that time, because she knew it meant a lot. I mean, it means a lot financially, it means a lot for your confidence, it means a lot for your ranking points. It kind of does a lot of hard work for the rest of the season after that, because you get so many ranking points, especially if you work your way to the finals. So it matters a lot, I think.
Yeah, and I would agree. And I think in recent years, most of the time, it's been won by major champions, either people who had won a major already or went on to win a major. So Caroline Wozniacki won it the year before she went the Australian Open a few months later. I think the only champion in sort of the last 5 years that has fallen that category is Aryna Sabalenka. But obviously she's someone who has that little bit more of that kind of reputation of someone who could have done it but never really grabbed the opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Ashley, what do you think, if you've been able to keep up with the conversation? I know lost you for a moment there.
I haven't. I like the audio keeps cutting in and out for me. So could you repeat the question, and I can just kind of go from there.
Where do you rank the WTA Finals in terms of value as a tournament in comparison to others?
Yeah, this is a very important tournament. You're playing the best 8 players in the world are playing. I think it's a slight step up from like a Masters 1000. Just because it's such an exclusive field, and you kind of have to, like, your results from over the past year play into whether or not you get into this exclusive field. I do think it's a very important tournament. I think a lot of players that have been the best player at the beginning of the year win the tournament. It just shows a lot of, like, it really shows just the level of competition that is at the top. So I think it's a pretty important tournament. I think it's just a slight step up from a Masters 1000. I know that's maybe not a popular take, but that's my take. So
it's my take too. Popular or not, and I think this tournament deserves a lot of respect. In fact, I'd probably rank it about as valuable as an Olympic gold medal.
I would say it's a little, maybe it's just me, and I put a lot of stock. I put a lot of stock in the Olympic medal. I think an Olympic medal is just a step up for me. Not too much of a step, but a slight step up for me. As far as
I know what you mean, because you have to win more matches to win Olympic gold. You have to win 6 matches. WTA, I mean, in theory, you can only win 3, but you have to win about between 3 and 5 to win the WTA Finals. But they were all against the best players in the world. Whereas to win a 1000 event, somewhere like Indian Wells, you have to win 6 matches. But everywhere else is you win 5, especially if you get a bye as a seed. Unless you're Caroline Garcia and you go through qualifying and win 8 matches, which is more than you need to win a slam.
I think it's like kind of in that sweet spot of like being just above of WTA 1000 event because of how exclusive the field is, and then slightly below an Olympic gold medal because simply because of the fact that you have to win more matches to win an Olympic gold medal, and quite frankly, like there's a different pressure that comes from WTA finals and Olympic finals. So I think I put it slightly above that, or slightly below Olympics.
I could go with that. I think one of the things that actually really annoys me on the Olympics question is it looks like they're getting ready for the players to walk out on court. Is actually, it really annoys me the Olympic event no longer counts toward world rankings. It did for like a hot couple of years, but it doesn't anymore. That's really frustrating. Yeah, in men's or women's. Yeah, so Belinda Bencic didn't get any points from her gold medal in 2021. Miles is not sure about this. Miles, talk to us. Talk us through your feels. Don't just emote with your face. We're on a talking tennis here. Not.
I'm picking up with Miles is putting down his facial expressions. Me and Miles are on the same page.
I cannot say that I am thoroughly disappointed by Belinda Bencic not receiving points for that. I cannot say that I am heartbroken, but I do think there maybe should be a happy medium because it is an important event. It's an historically important event, but yeah, I think if you ask 100 people, you might get 50-50 on whether or not like if one should have points, and then two, which of these tournaments is more impactful or means more or is harder to win. All of those under all of those different categories, either WTA Finals or Olympics. But both are important milestones in anybody's career if they win them. So I don't think anybody that's ever won the WTA Finals, whether they went on to win a major or not, feels like, oh, whatever. It's just, it's just Istanbul or something. Oh, I shouldn't say that because Istanbul has held the WTA Finals before. Sorry, Istanbul.
It's just Istanbul.
Since you bring up the topic of venues, as Sakkari and Garcia are having their photos taken with the mascots. Obviously, there's been some discussion around whether Fort Worth was the best place to hold it or not. I think we talked a little bit about that last time we'd streamed together. I don't think it would be the most popular move for the WTA to go back to China for obvious reasons. But where would you like to see the WTA Finals maybe having a bit more of a long-term home than just sort of being nomadic? It's not going back to Guadalajara. It looks like they're keeping their 1,000 for later in the year. So maybe it'll stay in North America. But is there a permanent home that you would like to see? Maybe you're biased and you're American. You quite like having it in your time zone.
I was actually going to say I'm a little biased, so anything I can think of is probably going to be in North America. But I also, in terms of the discussion about going back to China, I kind of believe the WTA is caught between a rock and a hard place. So I would not be surprised at all if the year-end championships are back in Shenzhen next season, just because I believe for contractual reasons, they have to at least go back there and attempt to finish their contract because they only did one season. And I know that puts them in, like I said, between a rock and a hard place because of the reasons why they basically pulled the entire tour from that region of the world. And it was respectable, but I also feel that somebody in the Women's Tennis Association is going to have more of a business cap on than a humanitarian cap on, unfortunately, because it is an association and they have to keep things in mind for everybody. Although that may sound a little harsh from a humanitarian perspective, and not to sugarcoat it, but we're talking about the disappearance or the whole Peng Shuai situation. But yeah, I didn't love them when they've been overseas. I do believe in Singapore there was a really, really good turnout. And it just, from a fan that watched on television, it looked like the fans really got into it. Terrible time zone wise, but visually it looked great. So I don't know. I know for years a lot of people that have been in tennis for a long time always say, well, back in my day, the WTA finals were in Madison Square Garden, which I think was a lovely place. I just don't know if we are close to like the golden age that was set when the WTA finals were set in Madison Square Garden. I'm not sure about that.
I don't think it was just the WTA. I think it was also the men's event was also there. But not at the same time, but I think that was the home of the year-end championships, or the Masters as they were known for a while. Yeah, I see what you mean. And like, look, every sympathy for, like, if you're stuck in a contract, you're stuck in a contract. And it's going to be expensive to buy out of it, especially when you're dealing with a government. So I wouldn't hold it against the WTA if they had to go back, provided that they didn't extend the contract and they continued and they went back maybe to North America. Because actually, I don't have a problem with it being in North America. It kind of works on a European time zone. Just don't have it too late at night. I think that would be my one request. But I suppose then it's like, where in North America? Because obviously Fort Worth is a bit too remote. Madison Square Garden might be a bit too ambitious. Where's a happy medium? I don't know enough American geography to know the answer to this. Ashley, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, so I have a list here of cities and or geographical places that I would enjoy seeing the WTA finals either like pop up for one appearance, or if they finish out, when they finish out their contract with China, they kind of move over there. I think the nomadic kind of plays against to the WTA. I don't think it really helps them out because the location is different every year. I think having a stationary location to where this is where our season will end will help them beneficial. So I personally, I know the Peng Shuai situation is a very real and a very dangerous situation, but I would personally not be surprised if they did go back and try to go back and be in that area of the world, China, the Asia area of the world. But if they do decide to, maybe not go to that side of the world, I think, or off the top of my head, I'm thinking if we're staying in America around the same time period, you want to go to places that are in the South that are typically warmer than our northern cities. Shout out to the North, but I'm from there, Delaware, born and raised, but it's cold up there. Okay. Like it's going, nobody wants to sit in the cold. Wait outside in the cold just to get inside. Nobody wants to do that. So I was thinking Orlando could be a good spot. A lot of like American tennis players have come from that region of the world. And I think Orlando has a really good tennis following there. I think the headquarters for UTSA is also in Florida off the top of my head. So I think Orlando, somewhere in that Florida region, could be really good. There's a lot of good places where they could hold a WTA event in Orlando.
The WTA, sorry, just a quick note. The WTA headquarters for North America is in St. Petersburg, Florida. So
not too far. It's about an hour and a half away from Orlando. So I like Orlando. I like that place if they decide to stay in America. I also kind of like California. Not too sure where in California, but I like California. I've always liked Europe. For some reason, I think Europe does a really great job at hosting tennis tournaments. I'm not sure where in Europe. London could work. I mean, the ATP ain't in London anymore, so why not just go to London? Why just not go to London right now? But those are like the three that popped up to my head when you were asking me that question. I was like, Orlando, a lot of you have good roots in the as far as tennis in Orlando, in that region of the world. A lot of tennis players on the female side have come from that part of the world, have practiced there. Tennis is pretty popular in that region as well. If they decide to stay in America, California, of course, you have Indian Wells, where you have San Jose. I'm not sure about going back if they do decide to keep San Jose, but we'll see. And then also Europe, because Europe just does a really good job hosting tennis events. But I do want to keep it, if we do in America, keeping it in the South. I also think this is just personal preference, not having the event end on a Monday in the middle of football season would be very beneficial for them in the future, especially if they are planning on continuing to be on this side of the world. I know in Europe, you can kind of get away with that a little bit as far as time zones and stuff like that, like Europe and Asia and that side of the world. But if you're going to be in America, and if you're going to hold an event in America around this time, you got to consider football. And having an event at 8 p.m., which is 2 a.m. in Europe and that place, it's just not smart. On a Monday, it's just not smart. It's just not smart.
Right. Yeah.
First
Let's
ball.
pick this back up because the match is now underway for me. So we've just had 15 love. Garcia serving, and it was missed. It was a backhand error by Sakkari to give her that point. Obviously, we'll kind of sync up. I'm probably going to be a little bit ahead of you both if last stream's going to be anything to go by. Garcia does a second set backhand return from Garcia, then Sakkari, then drop shot Sakkari. Garcia has on the run. Sakkari can't get that ball anywhere near the court, and it's 30 love to Garcia. I'm going to get used to the names. I'm going to get the wrong way around a couple of times. Bear with me. We are in for a marathon stream on Talking Tennis today as we are covering both semi-finals, and I'm doing both of them. So bear with me. You may see a repeat of last time we did a stream where I got progressively more delirious and I started to talk about cats with torches. We have another serve from Garcia, but her 1-2 punch goes in the net, and it's 30-15. So far, obviously, beginning of the match, it's going to be a bit nervy from both players. At the minute, so I'm not expecting them to come out swinging at their peaks. It's going to be all down to unforced errors. So I'm going to talk to the next point, and then I'll come to Miles for his thoughts on the opening match, as Garcia misses the first serve. Garcia dressed all in black, sleeveless outfit, Sakkari black and white as they get into the rally. Garcia's on the attack with forehand. What a winner. Good shot from Garcia. Really nice to see her in full flow. It's 40-15. Garcia is such a nice player to watch when everything's working. I think sort of very powerful but very smooth strokes with the racket. So she's going to serve, and I'll come to Miles after this game. First serve looked like it was in. Yeah, Garcia's celebrating. So we couldn't really get that back. Miles, thoughts on that opening game?
It is wrapping up on my end, just because I'm a smidge behind you, thanks to North American Wi-Fi or coverage, whatever it may be. But Garcia seems like she is doing her thing so far, which I kind of was swaying on earlier in our conversation. Was she going to show signs of fatigue, or would she kind of just pick up where she left off, which I think is about 50-50 sometimes when you play a really what is considered by most people a long match. You played over 2.5 hours just yesterday, so sometimes that can work for you or against you. It seems like so far her intent is going to be to attack anytime that she gets an attackable ball, which for her are most balls. So yeah, I think that'll be the if Sakkari plans to play the match with her game style leading the way, I think it'll just look like that for the remainder of the points.
Yeah. I mean, what do you think of Garcia's game style? Do you enjoy watching her?
Yeah, I think your analysis of what you said about her being smooth is fair and quite frankly pretty accurate. I'm just colored a little bit about Sakkari's play in general, just because I've seen her play some pretty bad tennis as well. And the last 6 months, she's been looking pretty spectacular and intelligent. But I also think she's one of those players where if it's all clicking for her, she looks like a former, shout out to Andy Murray, not former, she looks like a future world number one. She looks like that. But the moment things kind of are in sync or not wired all the way together, she can kind of look a little stiff out there sometimes too. So stiff and stubborn, if that makes any sense. So yeah, beautiful player to watch when it's all clicking. I'll say that for sure.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page with her. As it's 30-love to Maria Sakkari in her service game. At second serve, Garcia gets it back into play. Standard aggressive return. They're into a rally. Sakkari's trying to move her around. Garcia, though, aggressively goes from a cross-court forehand, and Sakkari can't get that back. It's 30-15. Again, really good aggressive play, really well timed. And when Garcia is flowing, she's almost unplayable. I'll say her match against Swiatek in the group stage, I was impressed with how Swiatek came through that, because I thought Garcia was going to do to her what she did in Poland, just keep battering her with the return. And Swiatek just stayed resilient and turned the tables. Sorry to already get the Swiatek propaganda out there, but
I think it was. She's the world #1 player, has won over 60 matches this season. I feel like she's well deserving of a name drop whenever it comes to your brain. It's fine. but on Garcia's return, her return position for the last 6 months has been noticeably different from what I'm used to. And I can imagine as a server, especially if you're a server that's not super confident with your second serve, it's intimidating because she is at least 2 feet into the base, into the forecourt. She just, that's where she wants to be, whether it's working for her or not.
Yeah, exactly. I think definitely, I think she was a bit surprised it stopped working against Iga. So we'll see what happens if they end up playing each other in the final tomorrow. As it's now 40-30 on the Sakkari servers. Again, Sakkari can't deal with the power that's coming her from Garcia when she can really unload, which surprises me a little bit, because Sakkari, I feel like, is someone who's up for a big hitting fight, is up for a scrap. Usually, I feel like, but maybe when it's her kind of, when it's at her level of comfort, I'm not sure. But maybe she's realizing now that she may not be able to quite live with what Garcia can throw her compared to other big hitting players.
I remember the match she played against Serena, 2020 U.S. Open. Sorry if you've listened to me talk about this match before, but a couple of times Serena did what Serena was famous for. It just made sweet connection with the return, and it would just be an outright return winner. And you can tell that is something that can easily shake Maria Sakkari. It would easily shake almost majority of anybody on the WTA Tour, to be honest. But you can tell something similar is trying to happen, or at least that's Caroline Garcia's idea, is to really intimidate her on her second serve. But to combat that, Sakkari is going to have to take advantage of her better than average first serve, but her first serve percentage in this first service game hasn't been great. She ended up holding though, so hey.
Yeah, she did really. She did well to hold that game, because that looked like a game that Garcia could have kicked in the door and broken.
Yep.
So she did a good job. Interesting though, Garcia loses the opening point on the next service game, which wasn't necessarily expecting that. So that could be an interesting point. Let's see how this goes. Garcia goes in the attack with a forehand. That's a winner. Just sort of neutral ball, middle of the court, plenty of space, goes inside out. 15-all. Hasn't Garcia got rid of her coach recently? Because
the week before the WTA Finals started, I'm pretty sure.
It's weird how often players, when they get rid of a coach, have a post-coach bounce. Like, I'm free.
I think it can happen either way, which is kind of the theme I'm picking up in tennis, just because it's so mental. Like, if you have a very arduous breakup with a coach, you can kind of see that reflected in your play, or you can have an arduous breakup with your coach and see that reflected in your play, but in a better way. Like you just said, you feel free. So I think that's what Garcia is doing, or she's playing with a point to prove, like, hey, I don't necessarily need this person in my corner to get the results that I had prior to him. It was me out there swinging, and I think that takes a little bit of ownership in the sport. Like it's me out there. I'm gonna make the calls, and I know that my style of play is gonna get me where I needed to go. So there's a level of confidence in that decision as well.
Yeah, I can see that. Why that would be the case. Player and coach relationships always a talking point in tennis, as Sakkari can't get that return back in play. It's 2-1 with serve, and they change ends with Garcia being the 2-1 up as she is serving first. So let's, as I said, continue the conversation we were having about permanent homes for the WTA Finals. I agree with you, Ashley. It's far better to have a permanent home. The nomadic sense, the nomadicness of the finals, I think, is actually detrimental to the tour because no one knows where it's going to be. Like, I always knew when the ACP finals were in London for like 10 years. I knew when it was going to be. I knew I could get tickets in like February if I really wanted. It was something that I had the option for, and it was nice to know where it was. Even like knowing it's in Turin, or when the WTA finals was in Singapore, you know, having that as an international person, having that option. Orlando, I like it not like because it's also a tourist zone. It's somewhere where non-Americans would recognize and be able to get to, because obviously I think there's something else in Orlando, like, is it Universal World or something like that? I don't think it's Disney.
Disney World.
Disney World.
It's Disney in Orlando.
Yeah, Disney World's in Orlando. Well, technically, it's in Lake Buena Vista, Florida. So, and then
WTA finals at Disney World. How would that go?
That would be kind of fun. Actually,
I can totally see that. Yeah, I can totally see that as like a thing.
Yeah, because they have the Wide World of Sports on the Disney World campus, and they held the NBA Finals during that COVID year there, and I think it was really well done there. And they've also hosted a lot of other sporting events on that campus, and I think it's very well done. And they could do it. They could very well do it at Disney World. There's also Universal Studios.
Automatically have commentary rights then.
Maybe.
I have a point that I think we haven't touched on. It's not lost on me that the year-end finals for both tours are, in my opinion, somewhat dependent on who's at the top of the sport. And I know
you've got a fun point coming up, by the way.
Yeah, for sure. We can table this again because I won't forget it.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to you, Miles. But I'm loving this point. Like, look at this. Like, over the head from Sakkari. Garcia finishes with a smash. Nice bit of entertainment for us as viewers.
Both of them are pretty crafty. I will say, like, they're good up around the nets. Garcia obviously has the silverware and doubles to back that up. Sakkari doesn't get maybe enough credit for her net play. She's not uncomfortable that much.
What a winner return from Garcia right on the edge of the line.
Did Sakkari have a chance to even go for it? Did she move for it?
Not really. No, I think she was just surprised it landed in.
Yeah.
So now it's love 30 on the Sakkari serve. So we could be having our first break of the match in a minute.
And that was
Sakkari serves.
That was the first serve she did that too. So, yeah.
Yeah, that return game is clicking. Maybe have a discussion around that. Sakkari serve, second serve. Garcia comes in a sneak attack by Garcia. Now it's love 40. Sakkari chuntering to herself, clearly annoyed that she's in this position. But I don't think she could be that annoyed because really it's Garcia playing incredibly well. And yeah, I think she forced that error from Sakkari. So break point, come to your analysis of that break in a minute, if it breaks in a minute. So Sakkari first serve. Garcia gets it deep back into play. Sakkari doesn't like it on the attack. Garcia back out on the backhand. They're going backhand to backhand now. Garcia, they're just going cross court in a minute. Sakkari tries to mix up the pace with a slice. They're still going backhand to backhand at the minute. Not really pushing each other around. Sakkari tries to mix up the pace in the direction. Forehand up the line, Garcia. Sakkari still goes to the Garcia backhand, and it's long. Smart play from Sakkari to try and mix it up there. I do think that was probably an unforced error from Garcia to finish that off. I'd probably put it in that category because I think she was getting other similar shots. But nevertheless, well played from both. Garcia managing to deal with more or less what Maria was throwing at her.
Sakkari is just trying to stay in there. She realizes that all of it's not on her racket right now. She's just trying to hang in there and try her best to make the points a little bit more leg worthy.
But that's a great return from Garcia, and Sakkari can't control the forehand off that return, and it's long and it's game to Garcia.
First break of the match.
Yeah, that was almost the perfect return game, right?
Yeah. Her plan is definitely working. She's intimidating Sakkari's serve. Her first serve percentage in the first two service games still isn't high enough, and you can tell she's taking some off of the first serve just to get it in, which also isn't as effective. So Garcia is definitely clicking on the returns.
Who would you say is the best returner on the WTA at the moment? Garcia, Swiatek, or someone else?
At the moment, just based off of the last 4 to 6 months of the season, you just, and I'm a little biased on watching this, but I would say it's Garcia. She has intent. She knows what she wants to do. And it's interesting that she is even more aggressive on return games than you could say that she is on serve games. She realizes that even if she is technically on the defensive end to begin the point, she still wants to be aggressive as she can be.
Ashley, do you have any thoughts on Garcia, that break, her return game? Anything you want to jump on those points?
Yeah, so I talked about Garcia's return game when we had the little technical snafu. I've always been a pretty big fan of her return game because she creates a lot of pressure for the returner. I mean, we just saw she got a return winner off of a first serve. Like, that's unreal returning. And she's, like Miles said, she's always been pretty intentional about what she wants to do on the return, where she wants to go, attacking the serve. And I really do think she's probably the best returner on the tour based on the last 6 months. I agree with that sentiment, Miles. I've always been a fan of the aggressive return position, trying to push your way into these service games and try to make your mark in these service games as the returner.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page. I think Garcia, definitely her aggressive return game is what's been getting her all this success. I do think a lot of Swiatek's success this year has also been based on the return. It's very different. She's aggressive in a very different way, or she's very solid on the return and is able to get it back in play. And certainly has a very high percentage of return games won if you look across the year. But I would agree, sort of in the last 6 months or so, but Garcia's return is very much noticeable part of her game and is noticeably better, whereas Swiatek's had a bit more of a wobble. So yeah, and on that point, having said that, talking of returns and maybe being a bit more passive on service games, it's 15-30 on the Garcia serve. They're going forehand to forehand on a rally at the minute. Garcia just going as deep as she possibly can. Sakkari just living with it, trying to hit it back, and then drops that one long. So it's 30 all. That seems to be a lot of the rallies we're paying attention to, is Sakkari's trying to live with what Garcia is throwing her as best she can, but can't always do that. Yeah. So 30 all. Garcia is about to serve. Let's see what happens on this point. Down the middle, long. So second serve.
That's not funny.
That's something disparaging. Long.
Yes.
Hey, I'm a true tennis fan at heart. I say what I see. And it's wide on a forehand from Garcia, and it's now 30-40. So she might be about to hand this break right back to Sakkari. I think you're quite right what you're saying earlier, Miles, but Sakkari's definitely just needs to get used to the fact his match isn't on her racket. It's very much down to is Garcia playing amazing or a bit flat, and again misses the first serve out wide.
Sakkari does have that ability, though. She just has to hang around, and she can do that. Her game allows her to do that with how much air she can give the ball and how much she can run down points. So she can make this more physical. She's still in with a shot.
That's true. Again, it's a lot more versatile than we think, as showed by that slice there. And Garcia can't live with it, doesn't control the forehand at all. And Sakkari gets the break back, and it's a change of ends. Well, that took an interesting turn.
Is that called a boomerang break? Boomerang break?
Yeah, it's called a boomerang break. Yeah.
Got it.
That's a fun term, boomerang break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ashley, what do you think went wrong for Garcia there?
I just think it was just a poor game from Garcia. That's what went wrong. You know, there are times where you get a very, quick break and, you play a top level on return and then you just have a poor game on serve. And I think that's exactly what happened there.
She's streaky. Garcia's streaky, and sometimes her streaks, even within matches, are very short-lived. In the first 4 games of this match, she looked untouchable. So that's just kind of the style of play she brings to the court. So, if, like I said before, if Sakkari can hang with that and kind of go with the ebbs and flows of what Garcia is bringing, it could definitely be a tight match. The last time we were on together, the first set kind of started off similarly between Jessica Pegula and Sakkari. There were definitely some back-to-back breaks. So interesting.
That's a good point. I would say it's kind of always going the opposite direction because it was Sakkari who was getting the breaks and then Pegula getting him back. There's a question. What do you think is Maria Sakkari's most ultimate comfort zone in a tennis court? Like, how would she most prefer to play a match if it was completely on her racket?
I actually think she wants to be about as aggressive as Caroline Garcia. She's just not as good at it or as committed to it with the highs and lows that can come with that style of play. When you're being outright aggressive and making sure the match and the dictation of points is on your racket, you're going to have a littered up stat sheet. And I do feel like Sakkari isn't as comfortable as she may lead on with being the aggressor in the points. But I do believe if you were to ask her that question, she would say she would be the one, she would like to be the one dictating. But like we've covered, she's comfortable being a scrambler as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. She definitely likes being inside the baseline, absorbing pace and then kind of redirecting that pace and then creating offense and being aggressive for herself. But yeah, I think she prefers having a clean stat sheet or as clean as possible. So she's more than content being behind the baseline. I think she's very comfortable being behind the baseline. Sometimes the more she gets inside the baseline, you just kind of see how uncomfortable she is because she can be aggressive, but she's not as used to being the aggressor. So I think she's comfortable like right at the baseline, kind of behind the baseline, not too far. We're not talking about like in Timbuktu land behind the baseline.
Not Medvedev return position. No,
not back over there and like they're in Fort Worth. She be in Austin. Like we're not that far behind the baseline, but I think she's like that area of the court, like on the baseline to like 3 feet behind the baseline. That's where she kind of wants to be and is most comfortable at being.
Right. Yeah. Well, she's behind in the scoreline, not necessarily behind the baseline. It's love 30 on the Sakkari serve as she puts the first serve into the net. Again, it's another good returning performance from Garcia, almost like trying to get herself back into where she feels she should be. So that could be interesting. It's a second serve, backhand. Again, Garcia's putting herself well inside the baseline. And I'm not sure if she got the ball over, whether it went in the net, but it's now love 40. So yeah, we could be getting another break advantage again. And then we'll see if this ends up being a battle of the breaks, because that could end up making this match a bit more chaotic than we were expecting. Talk us through this break point. Garcia gets ready to return again, right on the baseline, really aggressive. Backhand in play, but it's wide from Sakkari, and so Garcia takes a step forward inside the baseline. Again, really aggressive returning position. Again, attacks it with the backhand, and she gets it in with a winner, and she's a break up 4-2.
3 straight breaks of serve.
Mm-hmm. Now, we think Garcia will hold.
It's so dependent on her first serve. I think out of the two, she has the serve, especially first serve, that she goes for more, which keeps in line with her attacking play. But if she's making first serve and Sakkari isn't getting a read on it, I think she holds.
Mm-hmm. Mike, you're making a point about Swiatek's 22 bagel sets. Is that in relation to our discussion around best returners? Because I think over the course of the year, probably Swiatek, if you're going to go by a 12-month measure, is the best returner on tour. And I would kind of agree with you, because I'm not sure what Garcia's bagel stats are. You'd have to ask someone with a bit more of a finger in the pulse for that kind of thing than me. Someone like J.I. on Twitter.
I have thoughts on Sakkari's return game. I'll wait till the change of ends.
Thoughts on Sakkari's return game?
Excuse me, Swiatek's.
Swiatek. Okay, yeah. Be interested to hear that. As Sakkari,
so many S's in women's tennis.
Yeah, there's a lot. Yeah. Sakkari gets it as. What on earth are we looking at? I don't know what our producer is doing right now, but Botic Van der Sunshot. Like they're showing us.
I was wondering if he was announcing his retirement in like a lake or something.
I mean, what a baller way to like announce retirement.
Like imagine if the caption was like, yeah. Well, I mean, it would kind of be awkward timing because I had no clue who Botic was about a year and some change ago. But hey, stranger things.
Producer, I don't know. I don't mind what you're looking at in your spare time. But can you just it's not but make sure it's kind of relevant to what's going on. But I'm sure some people enjoyed seeing that.
Oh man. Listen, I'm always here for a good vacation shot.
That's what happens in the last 2 months of the year from tennis players. They go on interesting trips, and thanks to social media, they let us in sometimes. And
Instagram comes alive. As personally, I would prefer to. I'm more impressed by Garcia's forehand than Botic Van der Sunshot shirtless. Don't know what that tells you about me, but moving on. It's now 40-15.
She gets such great shape on it and pace at the same time on her forehand. Yeah. Garcia's, yeah.
Like I'm not particularly bothered at looking at someone's body, but you've got some good tennis strokes. Then I got time.
I'm sorry. That just made me laugh.
Backhand to backhand, forehand Garcia, forehand Sakkari cross court. Garcia tries to pick it up right from by her feet, but can't do it. And it's 40-30 on her serve. She's trying to hold and consolidate this break. Again, that she couldn't quite get the forehand firing. It's because of really good placement from Sakkari on that point. I don't know, Miles. Have you frozen?
I'm here.
No, you're still. Good. You were very, very still. I was concerned for a moment.
Which is, I think that's interesting because my face is always doing something, so it's rare that that's still.
You're just riveted by the previous point, or maybe you're just mulling over my nonsense. Second serve from Garcia. Sakkari gets the backhand back into play, and again, right at Garcia's feet, and she can't control the forehand, and it goes into the tram lines, and it's deuce. Interesting tactic by Sakkari to just hit it right back to Garcia to not give her any space to really follow through on the stroke. She has to kind of squash shot it, get off her feet. Risky strategy, but it worked for those last 2 points. As well, good serve from Garcia doesn't really give Sakkari a say on that point. So, advantage Garcia.
If my tennis channel content producers on this side of the pond are correct, they're telling me that Sakkari has 0 winners for this match.
I'm going to check the stats. Let me check the stats.
That was just popped up in my channel feed. And I preface that because sometimes tennis channel can be a little woo.
No, they were correct. 0 winners to 4 unforced errors.
Wow. She's not going to be happy with that.
Yep. It like literally means the match is not on her racket right now at all.
No, really not. Garcia's getting everything. And I mean, only 4 unforced errors is pretty good. She's not playing badly, but she's not executing how she would like. And Sakkari, as we know as a player, gets frustrated when she can't execute how she would want. Interesting, the kind of game style that you were talking about earlier, sort of this high aggression, low, big stats, but low error count. I think only really Serena Williams on the women's tour kind of pulls that off. Maybe Swiatek could get there, but as the game that could get to that, but she's not quite there yet. But I think only Serena really, for me, pulls that off. I don't know if you would agree with that.
With being able to dictate and also keep low numbers of errors?
Yeah.
That's such a difficult balance to hold. I just think that certain players are better with shrugging them off and realizing that the best way for me to go about my brand of tennis is to play this way, and the errors are bound to come. I feel like Sakkari struggles with the errors are bound to come part, and I feel like you can kind of tell it a little bit in her body language. But yeah, I would agree. Serena was at her prime. She was good at that, at keeping winners high and errors moderately low. And even if she was struggling, she realized she had to kind of keep that in mind. I do think Swiatek is pretty good at that too, and that reminds me about her return game.
Yes, her return game. Go for it.
I think that she takes nice, safe cuts on her forehand side, and she doesn't necessarily go for the lines, but she gives you a very hard and heavily rotating forehand. On her backhand, she doesn't do much at all with the take back, so she kind of bunts it back. So on both sides, you're getting a variety of types of returns. Both are aggressive, just in different ways. So I think that's why we see bagels a lot, because her return game is, for the most part, solid. Not as aggressive and risky as Garcia's, but very solid and yet aggressive.
But the beautiful thing about Swiatek's forehand, I find, is she can do so many different things with it. She doesn't have to do a big take back. She can do a short one. And I think her ability to do short take backs and do anything she wants with it is a big reason why her return works so well. It's a big reason why most of her game works so well, in that she can scramble balls back in play and it somehow land in.
We'll see how Sabalenka deals with that later on tonight.
Yeah. It could be interesting. She's getting closer to dealing with it better and better as sort of previous meetings this year have gone. As Sakkari's trying to hold on and extend the set. He's got to 30 love with a nice backhand that Garcia can't get back as she tries to rush to the net. But yeah, we'll talk a bit more about Swiatek and Sabalenka maybe as we get close to the end of this match, or once this match is completed. Yeah, definitely. With, I think Sakkari's just trying to make things a bit positive. That's a good first serve, and that might be her first win of the match on the forehand to take us to 40 love. It's about time, Maria. She's going to be pleased with that.
Nice to see the WTA CEO in front row of the match for sure. In attendance. That's the word I was trying to fall on. Sorry.
Yeah. Let's face it, you've got to support your flagship event, right?
Yeah. Especially if you only announced it a month and some change before it actually happened.
Yeah, fair. But stick to your guns. Stick to your guns. So yeah, second serve for Sakkari, and Garcia just puts that into the net. That was over aggressive almost. Maybe it was kind of like a swing and a miss. I'm 40 love down. I'm serving for it next. I may as well give it a go. Type mentality. I almost like talking about Sakkari's game style of sort of high aggression, low error count. I kind of sympathize with that because that's how I would want to play on a tennis court, is being able to be aggressive. But I just can't pull it off. Speaking as an amateur to maybe some fellow amateurs, yeah, I don't know if you have that struggle of like, I want to play amazing and I'm just not today.
Oh, I do. And that's why one of my favorite players is Petra Kvitova, because she also does that same high risk, high reward kind of play style. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I just go for it. I'm just like, it's more about my footwork than it is about technique sometimes, with most players, I would imagine.
Yeah. Even amateur players, like, my footwork is shocking.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely shocking. I think it's probably the reason I lose most of my matches. So we're going for Garcia's now second.
Looks like some controversy about that first serve.
I think it was a challenge, or like it was electronic, isn't it? Here,
I don't see lines.
Yes,
I think
yeah, so it was a close call.
Yeah.
They're swapping sides. That was another unreturnable serve from Garcia to put her 2 points away from the set. So we'll see how she handles this. Yeah, and then we'll come to you sort of to get your thoughts on the set so far. Garcia serves, tries to go down the middle, but goes into the net. I mean, look, I may sound disparaging when people miss their serves. It's anticlimactic when you're trying to talk my point, but I also have massive sympathy because that happens again to me as an amateur player all the time. So I can't say disparage them too much. As again, aggressive forehand from Garcia, backhand again, backhand to backhand again, pushing each other out as wide as they possibly can. Slice from Sakkari, backhand up the line from Garcia. Sakkari tries to get it with the forehand, but no, she's not picking that up. And Garcia fist pumps with 3 set point opportunities for her, handed to her on a plate.
Interesting stat. I'll save it for if Garcia wins this point.
Yeah, cool. We'll go to you after this, Miles. So bring it up. Here comes Garcia's serve. Down the tee, backhand, forehand play, drop shot Garcia, job done. First set Garcia. Miles, what's the stat?
Interesting stat provided by none other than the Tennis Channel. Sakkari's average forehand topspin speed for the week has been 75, and today she's hitting 77, whereas Sakkari's average forehand topspin speed is somewhere in the high 70s, but today she's mid to high 60s. So mid to high 60s compared to high 70s from Garcia is definitely kind of a microcosm of what's going on in the match right now. Garcia is just taking it to her, and Sakkari's not really having the firepower to hit back at it. So,
yeah, I was going to say, why do you think that is? Because obviously it's a big reduction in firepower. Is it that Sakkari can't live with Garcia's pace, or is it that Sakkari's a bit flat today? I think it's the pace thing.
Yep, I think Sakkari so far in that first set. I mean, the first couple of games, Garcia was 3 feet inside the baseline of return serve. And I feel like as much as you can prepare for that mentally with your coach, it can hit different when you're in the match doing it, especially if you're playing for a spot in the biggest final of your career. So I think Sakkari is just a bit stunned out there, and it took her a little while. We'll see what happens in the second set, but it took her a little while to adjust. And even when she tried to adjust, she couldn't live with the attacking style that Garcia is bringing on the court right now.
Yeah, Ashley, this isn't going how we expected, is it?
Yeah, my prediction is kind of in shambles at the moment. We're I picked Sakkari. I didn't say in 2 this time, which we're good. We're good there. Yeah, I think this match is completely on Garcia's racket. Besides that little yip that she had at the 3-1 game, trying to consolidate the break to go up 4-1. It's been all Garcia. It's been one-way traffic. Sakkari hasn't done too much, or hasn't been able to do too much to adjust, because Garcia is not giving her an inch or anything like that. I'm interested to see if this holds up, because like we've pointed out throughout the stream, Garcia is a streaky player. She relies a lot on momentum, and if that momentum kind of gets taken away from her, things can go sideways for Garcia. So I'm wondering if she still keeps that pedal on her foot on the gas pedal, and kind of backs up this set with another set and gets the win.
I mean, Ashley, is there, again, we're going to talk tactically a little bit here, and maybe I'll come to Miles with the same question after you finished, but what could Sakkari do to maybe disrupt the momentum that Garcia's got at the minute?
I think honestly, she's not playing bad tennis. Her opponent's playing really great tennis. So I think she just has to, lift up her level just a little bit. I think her first serve percentage was around 57-60%. That's not good enough as far as winning. I think her first serve in was like 32 and winning like 57. So she has to raise that up a little bit, and then honestly, just kind of hold her own. And see if this level kind of dips. And if it doesn't dip, she'll have to raise her level to make this competitive. Because this is a very high level from Garcia, but, there are times where that level can dip a little bit. And she has to, stay the course and not get too much in her head about, the stat sheet not maybe looking as pretty as maybe she wants it to be.
Yeah, that's fair. And it's already kind of going against Sakkari a little bit, because it's already 15-30 on her serve. Sakkari
Right.
did get a nice short return that she could put away with the forehand. But let's see how this point goes. I might come to your view on the same question, Miles, after this game. yeah, Sakkari serves, and that's too good. Garcia, even the great return of Garcia, can't do anything with that, and it's 30-all. If Sakkari digs herself out of this game, that could be interesting. That could be a momentum shifter.
I agree.
Yeah. So yeah, Mars, is there anything that, do you agree with Ashley on sort of what Sakkari could do to disrupt Garcia? Is there anything else you might want to add to that?
If she's able to extend the point, I'm not sure how she can do that in Garcia's world that she's living in right now. But if she's able to definitely extend the point, I think that's what her usual plan B is, or which I think she may not be as comfortable with. She's going to have to try to go toe-to-toe and take maybe some more risk on her first serve. Because it's honestly, this match has been a battle of quick points for a player in Sakkari's, in my opinion, that can extend points. She's not being given a chance to. So if she would kind of flip that and maybe make the points maybe 8 to 10 shots, which they really haven't been too often, she might get some more foothold in this match.
Yes, I suppose the risk then is it like if you try and extend around, you could give Garcia a ball that she can do a lot with. As Garcia apologizes, she must have got a let cord on that return to win, to get an early break in the second set.
Sometimes the net favors the brave.
Yeah, definitely. So I suppose, what do you think of that sort of like the risk for Sakkari trying to extend it? Is it risks giving Garcia a ball that she can do a lot more with?
I think you do take a risk. You take a certain risk by putting more air under the ball and trying to extend the point, because if Garcia is treeing, which she has been in certain chunks of this match, then you're kind of out of luck. But Garcia is streaky, so you definitely take a chance of her giving you a couple more unforced errors, because it's not like her unforced error count so far this match has been 0. She has been throwing some in there, here and there, so it's just something she's going to have to roll the dice on if Sakkari wants to make the second set a little bit more competitive.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair, and she's going to have to or wait for a dip from Garcia. We'll have to see how this goes. Although, having said that, judging by that opening point, we may not happen, because that was a really good serve forehand combo from Garcia again. That forehand's rocking today, absolutely rocking. It's been absolutely gorgeous winners off it. Second serve for Garcia though on this point. I'm just interested to see how this game plays out, to see if she can hold and keep the momentum. Forehand from Sakkari, forehand Garcia. Back into play. Sakkari goes backhand. Oh, really tight. But Garcia gets to go back into play, but Garcia puts it away at the net. Sakkari even. So Sakkari's not done yet. Sakkari's keeping on fighting, which is good. One thing in Sakkari's favour is she's a scrapper. And when she refuses to accept defeat, she's incredibly dangerous.
She's always, I wouldn't say always, but usually she's much better from behind in the score than in front. Yeah, it's interesting that it's maybe that's similar to her finals problem, maybe in some ways, which I have a theory on, which I'll come back to maybe in the change events, or maybe in the next game, depending on how things go. But yeah, so Garcia ball toss on there, which is interesting. So we'll see how that turns out. But she gets the serve in, backhand out from Sakkari. So again, really sort of kick serve. Sakkari couldn't really do a lot with the backhand. It was this kick body serve, really nasty to try. Sakkari to try and adjust to it and couldn't really do much with that backhand. It was going to go land long. That was a smart serve from Garcia, which is nice to see a little bit of variety from her. Yeah, Sakkari should be kicking herself. Like that wasn't a bad serve by Garcia, but also makeable. It was in the middle of the box with a bunch of spin. She could have just started the point and kind of started to imply what I'm saying about elongating the point. So she should be kicking herself right there.
Oh, lovely rally. Is like, Sakkari's just trying to push Garcia out of court with a forehand, but Garcia just puts her own running forehand rocket right back at her, and Sakkari just can't do anything. She tries to sort of change, she's scrambling for it, and it goes way long. That was a really good get from Garcia. She is flying right now.
Isn't that her shtick after she wins?
Yeah,
flies?
she kind of flies. That was the thing that she did a lot at the U.S. Open. I thought it was kind of fun.
That running
forgot about
forehand
that.
out of the corner. That running forehand out of the corner reminds me so much of Venus Williams.
What another forehand winner from Garcia. Again, way out of court, but goes up. Oh, wait, it's out. What am I talking about? I'm celebrating that and it's out. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. We've all been there.
Getting way too excited. I always, Chris, oh yeah, that was miles out. What am I on about? I know nothing about tennis. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We won't hold it against you. Or at least Miles won't. I will.
John's going to come back to this later. When he's not busy, and he's going to thanks, producer. John's going to come back to this when he's not busy, and he's going to get a whole flurry of emails calling for the resignation of Nick Carter because he's an incompetent commentator. As Garcia holds for 2-love.
This is so random, but maybe I should save it for when we have a change.
No, say it now. Say it now. We're in a lull. Let's do it.
Sometimes I feel like tennis should have a longer halftime break. Even from when I go to tennis matches sometimes, and I'm like, oh, I can go to concession stand. There's not really that thing in between sets. It's like they get 90 seconds or so, and then boom, the second set kind of starts. I wish there was a harder reset between sets sometimes, but that's, I can see how there'd be some pushback for that too. So
yeah, because I agree. I actually prefer a longer break between sets. If anything, it's a nice opportunity to get up, walk around, get a drink or something like that. I know there's a lot of discussion around too much downtime in tennis. I actually think some sports need downtime. You see it a lot in American sports from what I know of football in America. There's a lot of downtime.
Yes.
A lot of downtime from what I've watched. There's nothing going on about as much as there is something going on.
Yes.
You can definitely get your nachos and cheese in a football game. Once you sit down in a tennis match, you're kind of in there.
Right.
Yeah,
you're kind of in there, unless there's the end of the match, or there's God forbid, I don't want to wish this on anybody, but an injury or something like that, or somebody goes to the bathroom and they gotta go, even though the bathroom breaks have now been shortened because it's timed now, at least on the ATP side, not sure about the WTA side, but yeah, there's definitely longer breaks in football, which I kind of would be a fan of as far as tennis, just kind of see, because 90 seconds is not a lot to kind of reset from a terrible set. I would be interested to see how players adjust when they have maybe 3 minutes to kind of grab some water, stretch out or anything. I would be interested.
It gives the opportunity for change of momentum, right? Gives the opportunity for change of momentum, which is what some tennis matches need to keep it interesting.
Yep.
Speaking of interesting, it's 30-all. Sakkari got that last point with a wonderful backhand passing shot winner. That's gone in the net. So I'll let you answer our producer's question after this point. It's a breakpoint chance for Garcia to go a double break up, which would probably seal the match in her favor.
Yeah, it looks a little bit like Garcia's treeing and Sakkari's unraveling a little bit.
There goes my
definitely double fault. Yeah, we'll have to talk about that in a minute. 30-40. Garcia gets the ball back in and backhand long from Sakkari. It's a double break. It's 3-love. Garcia is in control. This is, it's not massive entertaining in terms of competitiveness, but it's nice to see her in full flow, and we're getting entertainment from that and appreciating good tennis. So, Miles, Ashley, what are your thoughts on soccer?
Ironically enough, to say that I'm not a fan at all in my adult years, I actually wanted to play a lot growing up because it wasn't a really accessible sport, and I had this weird obsession with unaccessible sports growing up. And that's kind of how I fell on tennis, actually. But I don't watch it in my adult life. Like, I don't really keep up with too much of it. I'm aware of certain things and how big it is globally, but it's not necessarily my cup of tea.
Yeah, so I watch soccer. I'm a very casual watcher of soccer, more on the women's side and like the collegiate arena. However, soccer has broken my heart not once but twice this weekend. The Philadelphia Union lost the MLS Cup on penalty kicks yesterday to LAFC, so the LA Football Club. And then today, Alabama soccer, my good old college here in Tuscaloosa, just lost the SEC tournament to South Carolina, which I kind of expected because it's hard to beat a team twice in a season. But it was also like, dang, soccer, a sport that I barely even watched, that broke my heart twice like in the same weekend. But I'm more of a like women's soccer fan.
I was going to ask, this is something I've been wondering, and I have theory about, but I don't know enough about America. So the fact I'm talking to Americans, particularly one who has a casual interest in soccer, particularly women's soccer, is it correct? Is my assumption correct that soccer is seen more as a women's sport in the States?
I don't have that vibe on it, just from somebody that is not even a casual fan. I don't have that vibe about it.
No, I don't think I have that vibe about it either. I think, I mean, a lot of the success in like the U.S. has had in the soccer field, like soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, arena has been on the women's side.
Which is what I'm basing my assumption off.
Yeah, so I do think a lot of men enjoy soccer. I know a lot of the people that I know that watch soccer that have kind of, I won't say gotten me into it, but I like follow it briefly, are men. So I don't get that pulse that it's mainly like a women's thing. Like, I think it's both genders, you know. Okay. I think both genders appreciate the sport.
Is it fair to say, Miles, that Garcia is having another bad game because she's had a couple of bad misses to go love 30 down on her serve?
Pretty fair. I think this is when she must be thinking about, oh, I have one foot into the finals of the biggest tournament of my career. So yeah, she's probably thinking about it. She may be thinking about how close she was in 2017, possibly. So, you know, as much as she's playing well.
Do you know how close she got in 2017? What was the score in that match? I'll look it up if you don't.
I'm pretty sure she made it a 3-set match with her and Venus Williams. I'm going to quickly go back. I'm
Googling it now.
I'm almost there. Let's see.
As it's 30-all, Garcia's rescuing this game at the minute.
She won the first set against Venus in a tiebreak, and then Venus won the second and third set 6-2, 6-3. So,
yeah, that was the year of Venus Williams getting to finals or semi-finals and getting so close and never actually managing to win anything, which I feel in retrospect. I wish he'd won at least one thing.
Oh, he's opening wounds, Miles. He's opening wounds.
Yeah, well, now I'm going to get in trouble with John when he watches this back and finds that I've upset the guests.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll still be your friends afterwards.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
It just stings a little bit. It just stings.
It just stings a little bit, you know. It's okay. We'll still be friends. I'll still annoy you.
All you need to do is bring up Wimbledon 2019 and we're even. There we go. We're done.
Wimbledon 2019 hurts me, so why would I bring that up? That doesn't work for me.
No, I'm not sure. I don't think there's an Iga match that lost that's really hurt me yet. So we'll see how that goes.
Wow, what a flex. Like, Iga hasn't hurt me yet, so I'm just chilling.
I'd love to expound on that, by the way, whenever we get a chance. Maybe not this session, but I'd love to expound on that idea of Swiatek upsetting our book,
upsetting
upsetting her fans and just the arc of her career moving forward, especially after this season here.
That could be an interesting conversation to have. Definitely, I'm up for that. I'm up for that chat. We've definitely. I think there's a chat we had ages ago which Parks said we'd come back to, and then we didn't in the end. As Sakkari can't get that return back into play, which he probably maybe should have. And it's full love to Garcia, who very pleased she's held on to her serve and continued that momentum for sure. No, do you know what? We're at the point in the match where I don't think it really matters too much the outcome of this next game, and we'll just update the viewers on what's happening. So, yeah, Miles, talk to me about the arc of Swiatek.
I think let's hypothetically say that she gets into the final and ends up winning this year-ending championship. I maybe didn't want to always admit it this season because she's beaten some players I wish she hadn't in some ways. But this is a all-time great season as far as world number ones are concerned, and as far as Grand Slam champions are concerned. Definitely a season for the history books, and I'm interested with how it is going to shape the rest of the tour and her her appetite for success and how everyone else kind of steps up to the plate. Because I do think there's an interesting thing that happens when someone separates from the field that way. It affects everybody involved, but I do think it's super interesting to see how it affects the person that actually separated themselves from the pack and the pack itself. So I just hypothetically saying if she wins the WTA Finals, even if she doesn't, it's a really massive year for her, especially at such a young age. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see if she puts herself in positions to kind of have heartbreakers down the line. I'm sure she will. It's just the natural ebb and flow of a sport, but it'll get me interesting.
Everyone breaks my heart eventually.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
Oh, did she make that? Did Garcia make that volley?
She did.
Wow.
She's having another good game. She's having another great return game. I'm interested to see how Iga responds in 2023 as well. I think she will be hungry for success. I think she's still motivated. She's still young enough to still want to keep winning. I think she's got that hunger that maybe Barty has shown that she didn't. But if you want to take the ultimate sort of distinction, as Garcia goes wide on that forehand, trying to finish the points 15-30. I think she'll still go for it. It will be interesting to see how she lives up next year in comparison to this year, because I'm expecting a little bit of a letdown. You see that with everyone. I mean, like you saw that even like, I'm trying not to mention the men's game, but you've seen that with Djokovic after his dominant seasons. Federer had those like 2 or 3 dominant seasons in a row. Those were exceptional. But even in the women's game, like if you look at the greatest player of the last 2 decades, if not ever, Serena Williams, her greatest seasons were usually followed by a dip of some description. I'm trying to think. 2002 was 2003 was okay in comparison, but it wasn't as impressive. And then 2004 was
by her standards, by everyone else's standards. 2003 we would have been lovely.
Yeah, two slams was still pretty good. But that's what I mean. Like by Serena's standards, it was a bit of a dip in comparison. But like even then, like we take a 2 slam. Serena fans would take two slams in the season.
Even the correlation or the I can't think of a word. Maybe the correlation is the best word I can think of at the moment. But the correlation between Justine Henin's 2003 and somewhat 2007 seasons, between Swiatek's 2022 seasons. If you look at the following season of Justine Henin in 2004, I think she won 1 Grand Slam and a gold medal. But comparative to 2003, it was spotty, and especially in 2007, she won 2 majors again. She got to world number 1. 2008, she retired. I don't think Swiatek is in danger of retiring, but it catches up with you to have a season where you win above 60 or 70 matches. It just does.
I would agree to a certain extent. I think what I would say is 2004, I'm pretty sure Henin was injured, because I remember going back through her stats recently. There was big gap after the Australian
She
Open.
was. Yeah, she got sick, I believe, too. Something
so
like that.
it's not a surprise that I didn't quite follow up. So like circumstance works against her. And then 2008, she was retiring, or regretted it, but then couldn't, got injured on the comeback. But yeah, I would say Enan may not have been the best comparison in that situation, but I do know what you mean. And I agree with you.
In Justine Henin's case, I'm thinking about it so vividly because 2006, 7, 8 were like some of my first full seasons I watched on tour. 2008 was so interesting from Justine Henin because I remember specifically she was struggling with players that she would have, for all intents and purposes, wiped the floor with in 2007. She went like over 3 hours or something like that in a match in Dubai against Francesca Schiavone, which, you know, Schiavone is not necessarily a scrub. She's a French Open champion, but in 2007, I would dare to say if you put Schiavone across the net from Justine Henin on a hard court, Justine Henin handles that very easily. But there's something about the weight of what you just accomplished a couple months ago, because tennis kind of feels like an ever-revolving door. Like even the off season is for most players at max 4 weeks. So you really don't get a chance to put your feet up. So it'll be interesting to really see what Swiatek does and who kind of who comes out of nowhere to have her number, similar to when Alizé Cornet came out of nowhere in 2014, following up Serena's 2013 and beat Serena 3 times that season. I venture to say Cornet wouldn't have stand a chance against Serena in 2013. So it's amazing how that happens in tennis for sure.
And I was thinking about those seasons like Serena 13, that clay court run, and that second US Open beating Azarenka in the final, another close one between those two. And then that 2014 was a dip until she won the US Open again. And then 15 was incredible. And then 16 was a dip in comparison, but she still won. She still got to 3 slam finals, even if she only won 1. It's still a good year. They're still good years. They're just not as good as what came before. And I think seemed like letdowns in comparison. So I'm expecting a similar thing for Swiatek next year. I think she'll probably win 1 slam, either the Australian, which I think she's got a good chance of winning, or the French, which I think she's going to be the favourite at for probably the rest of her career, unless someone else shows up to really challenge her. Maybe Gauff gets more comfortable on it.
Or Sakkari gets some confidence and wins a title besides Rabat. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I had some points about Sakkari in finals, which I might come back to in sort of relation to this point. Which I keep teasing and then never actually talking about.
It's like we're keeping one eye on this match because we kind of know who the winner is going to be, but it's also Garcia and anything could happen.
Yeah. So for those of you who maybe you haven't checked, wondering what the score is, it's 6-3, 4-1, 30-15 Garcia. Everything going her way at the minute. Was that forehanded or out from Sakkari? He says, leaning in. I'll adjust old man glasses. It's 30-all. So Sakkari missed Sakkari's forehand landed on the baseline. He says, old man glasses. I am a year younger than Miles, but
my eyesight is pretty terrible. I've been wearing contacts since like 5th grade, so it's okay.
Yeah, so we're in an interesting situation. It's 30-all on the Garcia serve. Definitely Garcia's forehand on fire. I don't know if you're replying to someone, producer, but quote of the day. Have to clip that on YouTube Shorts. Might be better than whatever is out there right now of the bizarre things that come out my mouth on the previous stream. Just come with me, guys. You watch me becoming progressively delirious. The more I have to talk, the later it gets in the UK.
What time is it in the UK?
It's currently 10:47 p.m.
So we're not the delirious state yet. We're inching close though. We're not there yet.
Not there yet. No, you're gonna be looking at 11:30 midnight. So you might have to stick around for the next match for that. there's into a rally. The camera angle's kind of court level now, so it's kind of difficult to kind of see what's going on, but it's a good rally. It's a long one. Sakkari's extending it, trying to take it to Garcia. They're kind of moving each other around the court a bit, and Sakkari's very pleased because Garcia's backhand ended up in the net, and it's deuce. Trying to come back from 4-1 double breakdown in the second set. Seen such things happen before. Could it happen this time? If any of you, or any of you, are you going to dismiss me and say, "Nah, Nick, this isn't happening"?
If we are talking about Sakkari here, you know, I did pick her at the beginning, but you know, this will take a monumental mental and physical effort from Sakkari. So I am not holding my breath when it comes to her. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be a top 8 player that can come back from this.
That is true, and they're all top 8 players, and it's now advantage Sakkari, so she has a chance to get one of the breaks back. Definitely been a few looser games on the Garcia serve. Maybe it's coming down to, again, being the front runner. I would have thought Garcia was okay with that situation, but maybe not in this case. As I said, maybe Miles has suggested maybe the occasion's getting to her. But that's an ace to save break points. So clutch play from Garcia, really clutch play. I do honestly think she probably would have made the US Open final had she played anyone other than Ons Jabeur in the draw, because Ons Jabeur just seems to be a really bad matchup for her.
Yeah, Ons Jabeur can dink and slice and kind of put things in uncomfortable places, whereas Sakkari doesn't do that nearly as well as Ons Jabeur. So, yeah.
No, even when she has mixed up the pace, it's kind of in middle of the court. It's not really. It just sort of makes it trickier to hit, but that's it gives you a slightly different ball to work with. But that's about it. As Sakkari tries to slice a ball, ends up in the middle of the net. So yeah, she has the variety that doesn't necessarily execute it that well, I would say. I mean, is there anything in Sakkari's game that you would say she, other than the mental side, anything in Sakkari's game that you think she needs to work on? Is it improving the sort of a variety of shots? Is it solidify? Is it just working on the back? Well, the backhand's pretty good, but is there anything that she needs to work on game style wise while she also works on the mental?
Yeah, if I want to jump in here real quick.
Go Flash.
For me, it's the variety of the shots. You know, we talked about it earlier. She's not uncomfortable at the net, but she much rather be behind the baseline. And I think if she becomes more comfortable about when to approach the net, what shots to kind of come up with when she's approaching the net, I think that will kind of help her be okay with being aggressive and, you know, maybe dealing with those errors that she'll have. So I think rounding out that net game will actually help her kind of become more aggressive. Does that make sense? But that's like the glaring thing that comes up to my mind is like net game variety will help her out a lot, because pretty much everything is pretty much solid. I think that's the only thing she really needs to work on, in my opinion.
I would agree with that. Miles, you have anything to add on that point?
I feel like the thoughts in my head can almost go in the mental category, but
okay, fair. We'll park.
I will say though, she definitely. What was that serve mile per hour? I can't see it. It was almost in my vision on the screen. If she really could, I think she could definitely beef up her first and second serve. She's not tall, but I think given how she goes about her serve mechanics, I think she can squeeze out just a couple extra miles per hour, and that'll help her. Hopefully that will help her get some more free points, because I think she has it in her. It's just she has to kind of push herself, but she's also I hate to use age, so I'm not going to. So yeah, she could get some more free points on her serve.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Okay, so it's 15-all. we could be 3 points away from the end of the match. Really strong return from Garcia, but that was not a good return on the backhand. I think she realised, I can get ahead of the game and just overhit it. That was a definitely overhit backhand to go into the charm lines from Garcia. Miles has now seen it. Yeah. What do you think? Overhitting that one?
Yeah, just the streakiness showing or rearing its ugly head for a second. I wouldn't be surprised if she breaks to win this match though at all. Oh, and Sakkari's bun is a little disheveled, and I feel like she plays better when her bun looks a little bit more polished. That's
I would agree with that statement.
Something I've observed.
You know what? You bring up. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
Just a question: has her bun become disheveled because she's playing badly, or has her bun? Is her bun going to be a sign of how she's going to play coming on court?
I think it's a mixture of both. I think Garcia has hit some returns directly at her feet and kind of knocked the bun out of place a little bit.
That's the hair watch brings up a funny story that I'll probably save it for after the match. After we do our little
How long's the story? We've got to change of ends.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's okay. All right. So my mother, my dear mother, love her to death. She is a casual tennis watcher, but she only watches when I say casual, she only watches for Serena. And this was Serena against, I think it was Wong at the Australian Open in 2020. And she texted me, and I was not watching the match. I was actually coming home from work or whatever. And she texted me, and she was like, "Tell your girl Serena to fix her hair." And she sends me a picture of the ponytail falling off. And I'm like, "Mom, she got bigger problems than her ponytail hanging on her edge right now. She's getting tossed around this court right now." And it just made me laugh so hard because I was like, of course my mom would be like, "Yeah, if the hair is not doing good, then she ain't gonna play good. Look good, feel good, play good." But that Miles bringing up the bun just made me think of that, because my mom would be probably saying the same thing if she was watching Maria. She was like, "She need to fix her bun." Maybe that will help.
I do think that helps sometimes. I think when you feel good or when you look good, you feel good and you play good. So if she had a mirror or something, I would, if she looked at it, she's like, "Oh, let me fix my bun a little bit." You never know. In tennis, the margins are small, so something like that could help. You never know.
Look good, feel good, play good.
Yeah, it would work if it could work either way. Let's be honest. I don't know. I'm not particularly bothered by how my hair looks when I'm playing, as long as I get my eyes.
Now my hair gotta be. My hair's not long enough to be in my face anymore, but it gotta be up. It's gotta be up, and my little business puff that I got going on right here.
Maybe that's Garcia's thinking, because I remember she used to have longer hair, really long.
Yeah, I didn't have long hair like Garcia used to. It came down. My hair used to come down to here before I decided to chop it all off. Yeah, my mom was not pleased when she saw my hair was chopped off. But yeah, if I'm playing on a tennis court, it's got to be the puff or two braids.
Ooh.
That was a broke backhand from Sakkari that just missed. So it's 15-love to Garcia. Sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
So we're in what we assume is going to be the last game, but you never know. It's Caroline Garcia, as we've been saying the whole stream.
And Sakkari looks. She's talking to herself. She's talking to her coach. She just looks irritated out there, which in a way she should be. She hadn't dropped a set coming into this match, and she gets on the court and none of it is in her control really. So I can see how that's super frustrating.
Yeah. It's standard. Yeah, exactly. It's standard Sakkari for me, really. It's a bit like Andy Murray on the men's tour. Just constant, having that sort of constant outward inner monologue. As it's now 40-love with a forehand winner from Garcia. You can see a photo of her from as she came out to serve for the match. So she's got 3 match points for a place in the WTA Finals in Fort Worth, Texas. Gets ready to serve. First serve, out wide, missed. Unsurprising, she's nervous. Probably. Drops the ball even when about to serve. Ready to go. Here we go. Garcia gets ready, throws the ball up. goes in the middle, really short. Sakkari attacks on the backhand back behind Garcia, really on the back foot on that rally. But Sakkari really kind of took control on the return. It was really short serve from Garcia. So manages to save one match point. Match point number 2. That was a definitely nervous point from Garcia. I don't think I was like, okay, now let's see how she is with the pressure a little bit more on.
I'm sure she's hoping for a good first serve.
I think so too, yeah. Which she doesn't get. She misses it trying to go up the tee. So she's bouncing the ball again, yeah. So she's hoping for a second serve. Looks up. Serves again, sort of middle. And it's in the net for Sakkari. And Garcia celebrates, throws her racket behind her head. Looks like she almost can't believe it, but she played an incredible match. She played an incredible level. Well deserved. As we said, Garcia is someone who plays with momentum. I think the momentum from that win over Kasatkina is probably what carried it over the line today and made more of a difference than Sakkari's momentum, which is what I suspected before the match started. Yeah, I'm going to be a little bit smug for 2 seconds. But
I mean, I think she is. I think her mind is. Oh, go ahead, Nick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I finished my point. I just rambled.
Oh, I think her mind is a little bit blown, as is mine, because I guess for a second I had to go and look at some stats. I know she won the title in Bad Homburg, which is the tournament leading up to Wimbledon. Her ranking at that tournament was 75 in the world. And here she is in the finals of the year-end championships. I think she can't even believe how much her season has changed from June to November. I didn't see it coming. I thought the Bad Homburg title, even the tournament she won in Warsaw, where she had the victory over Iga Swiatek, that was in July, and her ranking was still outside the top 40. I thought, good 250 wins, like good for her confidence. We'll see where that takes her. I didn't see this coming. Even in prediction wise, when I saw her in the group, I didn't necessarily pick her coming out of that group. I don't believe she was in the group with Iga Swiatek, or no?
Yeah, Garcia was in the group with Iga, Coco, and Kasatkina.
Yeah, if you would have asked me, I think maybe more based off of heart than head, I probably would have picked Coco and Iga, because consistently I think they've had a bit more impressive seasons, especially ranking wise. But Garcia, these last 5 months of the season, like if she keeps playing like that, a lot of players are going to struggle with her for sure.
Yeah, and maybe that major title may finally land with her. I think she could pretty much win any of them. She's good on all surfaces. I think even clay, even though maybe you could see it as a weaker surface for her, I actually don't think she's uncomfortable on it.
Yeah.
And also she's got the French crowd behind her. I think she's a doubles champion at Roland Garros.
Twice. Yep.
Twice. So there's no reason why she couldn't win it in singles. Definitely comfortable at Wimbledon. We've seen that before. Loves a hard court. Yeah, she could win any of the 4. I don't think there's any point in picking one that she's more likely to win.
Tennis is so interesting. I'm thinking about earlier today when I watched the men's final over in Paris, the Masters 1000. They kept harping on how Holger Rune was outside the top 100 just barely at the start of the season, and now here he is at number 10 in November. Garcia has, even in a shorter amount of time, she wasn't outside the top 100, but she was outside the top 70. Like, if she wasn't seeded at Wimbledon, she was nowhere close to being seeded, and here she is in the WTA Finals. That's incredible. And I don't know what her ranking is going to do based on if she wins the WTA Finals or not. I'm positive she's not going to be like number 1 in the world, but I'm wondering where she'll fall if she wins the final.
Yeah, for sure. I think, and the final's interesting because from a selfish perspective, as an Iga fan, I was I actually would have preferred this result. I was a little bit worried about Sakkari as a proponent for Iga in the final, which you might be surprised by. Like, really, Sakkari, you're the one who has a terrible record in finals against Iga, who is almost unbeatable in finals. But here's my theory, right? This is the thing I've been teasing all stream. So I went and had a look back at Sakkari's previous finals, and in most of them, that she's been in, she's either been joint favourite or the slight favourite. So if you look back on, well, her last final in Guadalajara, I'd say her and Pegula are probably fairly even in terms of where you would have said who was more likely to win. The final in Italy a few weeks before, she was the heavy favourite against Sharif. Didn't win that. The final she did win in Parma in 2019 was against Jo Konta, who was an established previous top 10 player, Grand Slam semi-finalist, and was doing well on clay at that point. So my thinking is, if knowing what we knew about Konta and Sakkari at that time and not knowing what they would go on to, what would happen in their careers afterwards, Konta was the favourite in that match. And I think that's the one final where Sakkari wasn't the favourite. If she'd gone into the final against Iga, she wouldn't be favourite. The pressure's off, and actually that would have made her a bit more dangerous, and maybe finally breaking that streak, because tennis has a way of sort of stories fitting together like that. Whereas Garcia, I'm still a bit worried about that return performance. She could still unsettle Iga, but on the other hand, Iga has shown from the group stage she was kind of ready for that. This is assuming she gets through Sabalenka later. I could be eating my words, and Sabalenka finally overturns this deficit to Iga that seems to have happened. But that was kind of my thoughts going into it. I don't know whether this is controversial or not.
I think it's super interesting. I quickly looked at Sakkari's unsettling career record in WTA Finals. The very first one she got to, she lost 6-1, 6-love. That has to be somewhere in her head. Even though that was 2018 and tennis players are encouraged to have short-term memories, only winning one game in your first WTA career final. I know she won the next one she was in 2019 against Joanna Konta, but even in that one, she lost the first set 6-2. So I think there's just something about being close to a title that throws her off. But I will say in this particular performance today, a lot of it was more about Garcia than Sakkari. I don't think Sakkari had much of a dog in the fight in this match. It was either Garcia was going to win it or going to lose it the way she was playing.
Oh, we're having a discussion, a parry this discussion in the comments, which our producer is highlighting to us. Peak Barty 2022 or peak Swiatek 2022 on a hard court. Who wins? Go.
We kind of got that in Adelaide. Well, kind of, sort of in Adelaide. And Barty won in comfortably.
Iga wasn't peaked yet. Iga was very close, but not quite there yet. She hadn't unlocked herself.
I think I might pick
Iga
Barty.
unlocked.
I think over the duration of a best of 3-set match, Swiatek probably has gotten better with it, but that Ash Barty slice backhand, when she's really carving it out, I can see how that would cause problems for Swiatek. And Barty's going to get her free points on her serve. So I might edge towards Barty, just by a hair, not by too much, though.
Ashley, do you have any thoughts?
I guess I'm the tiebreaker here because I feel like Nick might go Iga, but I think I'm sticking with Barty. Although they met in Adelaide, you can argue that Iga wasn't really at her peak yet. I do think that the variety that Barty brings could still trouble her, like Miles said, and Ash can pull off a couple more free points on that serve. So I think she can kind of get out of trouble. Should Iga, because her return, she's a very good returner. Should Iga kind of pressure her and put her in an awkward position on serve. So I think it's going to be Ash Barty. I'll go with Ash Barty, not by much, but I'll go with Ash on that one.
It would definitely be close. I think it would be two tight sets. You are absolutely right, Ashley. I'm going for Iga to win this one. I think Barty. I think it depends if they're both playing their best, right? At the same time, and I think Iga does struggle with some of the variety that maybe can get thrown at her that Ash could do. I think she's learned. I think she can also adapt very well. I think if she really targeted the Barty backhand and used that well, I think she could come out on top of a lot of those rallies. I think forehand to forehand could be very interesting. Yeah, I would back. I think I would back Iga to win in a really close fight. I would probably back Iga to win the mental battle a little bit more, maybe. So, yeah. But of course, I'm going to pick Iga. I'm biased. So, but I do really think she's the best tennis player I've seen for a very, very long time.
I can't believe I actually picked Barty because I'm still a little bitter that she retired. Actually, I feel like she shortchanged us like by a lot. Not that I think, I wasn't her number one fan. I wasn't like, the first person in the Barty party, but because I'm so on the tennis needs rivalries bandwagon, for the number one player that was at the time separating herself from the pack to just kind of disassociate herself from the entire sport, I felt shortchanged a little bit. It was like, of all the time.
Oh yeah, I want Iga to have a rival. It's more entertaining. I want that person to stress me out in the same way I had Rafael Nadal to stress me out when I was a Roger Federer fan. Back when I was a teenager, sort of late 2000s. I think you and I discovered tennis around about a similar point, Miles, because as I said, you're a year older than me. So you're talking 2006. I would have been discovering tennis around 2007, 2008. But I was a longer term convert to women's tennis. Now I'm like, that it's the best. It's the WTA over ATP. But it's been a long journey for me. I'm wondering if this is like this question our producers posed of Sakkari and Sabalenka in a women's final AO 2023 on serve 5-5 in the third, with both players dropping serve nearer the finish line. Who wins? It's basically if you strap a piece of buttered toast to a cat and drop it, which way up does it land? Question, right? How does that go? Which one's going to choke first?
Sorry, your question wasn't boring. I just had to get a yawn out.
That's fine. Clearly, my question was nonsensical, Miles. In a women's final of 20, yeah, I would say my answer to that question would be I would back Sabalenka.
Same.
And I think she's got the slightly stronger mentality.
I don't necessarily think her mentality is stronger. I think that she is able to stick with what she knows is going to be likely her winning strategy far more than Sakkari is. And I'll take, even if she ends up losing, I think if you ask me who's going to win in that situation, I'll take the player who backs themselves and their brand of tennis, almost in spite of everything else. And I feel like Sakkari doesn't do that as well as Sabalenka does. And we've kind of seen it. Sabalenka should kind of not even be in the WTA Finals. If you just were to look at different chunks of her season, you would be like, there's no way she's an elite player like in the top 8, but she sticks to her guns, She, even seeing it, I saw her close out. I saw the beginning of her match and her close out her match against Kaya Kanepi in the U.S. Open second or third round, maybe it was second round this year, and she had match points against her, and she did what she does. She swings freely, and I think she kicks herself when she misses, and she backs herself when she is making it. So I take Sabalenka.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, how do you? We didn't really discuss it when you were on, but how do you see the next match going? In talking of Sabalenka Swiatek, I'm backing Swiatek. I do think Sabalenka has opportunity to turn the rivalry because she's been getting closer each time they've played this year. and does have the power to disrupt. But I also just have a lot of confidence in Iga and how she's playing right now, and she is very much playing the superior brand of tennis, and we've seen it this week as we've seen for the rest of the year.
I think it's interesting that the only win Sabalenka has against Swiatek at this level is at the WTA Finals last year. So hopefully she can kind of conjure up some of those same feelings. That was still a tight match. I remember watching it, and I don't know if it was the prettiest tennis in the world, but that's kind of what you get when you enter a Sabalenka match sometimes. But I think Sabalenka has a fighting chance if for some reason Swiatek is not all cylinders go, which is a big if, because she's been pretty much that all season. So we'll see. But I mean, Sabalenka was my pick out of her group to get to the semis. I thought she would really like the indoor conditions. She slipped up a bit. Obviously, she didn't go 3-0, but she put herself in position to get to the semifinals, and she's a big hitter. I don't think that Sabalenka and Iga have played indoors on a hard court. They played indoors on clay in Stuttgart, but again, I think Sabalenka has a fighting chance in almost every match she plays because she can take the ball and the racket out of your hand. It's just are her shots going to be landing in? Is she going to be connecting with her first serve? Is her second serve going to be a liability? Those are things that are kind of going to be what I'm watching out for.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think a lot of that's going to come down to how consistent Sabalenka can be, and like you, I'm not massively confident in that. I don't know what Tennis Channel is showing for you, by the way, but Amazon Prime in the UK has decided that while we're waiting for the next match, which I need to double check what's happening with that, because according to my screen, it's not before 1 a.m. my time, which is later than we thought. We thought it was starting about 11 a.m. right now. But they're showing the 1990 WTA Finals final between Monica Seles and Gabriela Sabatini.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which is old school. That was back in the day.
I wasn't even thought of at that point in life.
Which is interesting because back in the day, which is interesting because this is in the era when they used to play best of 5 sets at the WTA Finals.
Oh, that would kill me. Like I see on one hand how that would be very interesting because we don't see that, but I also, as a fan, oh my gosh, at the end of a long season, after watching best of 5 matches times 4, because it's not like I completely disregard the ATP Tour, best of 5 at the end of the season for the women when they're already pretty tired, but it just would not be it doesn't sound enjoyable, so I wouldn't vote for it.
I have mentioned this on a stream ages ago when discussing this, and I think it's positive in one sense because it does prove that women can do best of 5. But apparently, Vance told me that it's apparently the players hated it.
I can imagine, yeah. Yeah. At the end of a season where I've been playing some of these same women, you got to imagine, like the top 8 played each other, I think, way more regularly back then because the depth was nowhere near what it is now. So they've been playing all season best of 3 with a lot of these peers, and then at the end of the season when we've been all over the globe, you're asking us to do best of 5. I can see why people would hate that. And tennis, especially women's tennis, is nowhere near as attacking as it was in the early 90s. So the points were going to be even longer. It just doesn't sound like a really good equation for high quality tennis right now.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to. I probably won't keep a close eye on the match, but apparently it did go 5 sets. This one in the final. Seles beat Sabatini 6-4, 5-7, 3-6, 6-4, 6-2. There is this was back then it was Graf, Seles, Sabatini, Sanchez Vicario, and Navratilova as being the players to beat at that time. We've got a question up asking is Coco winning a slam in 2023? Miles, what do you think?
I would love to say yes. And a part of me definitely wants to lean into the yes, especially after seeing some of her commentary and comments on the less than ideal week she had in Fort Worth with not winning a match in singles or doubles. She said some interesting things like she's going to remember this feeling because she never wants to feel it again. She knows, admittedly, she's a little tired and it's been a predominantly successful season for her. So maybe that's going to set her up for success to be like, yeah, I never want to feel what it feels like to put in the kind of performances I've put in this week. But I do think there's still a lot of room for improvement in her game. I think athletically, if she stays healthy, she's going to give herself a fighting chance. But I can see her going deep at any of the four. Like she proved she could. She got to the quarters of the U.S. Open, finals of French, fourth round again of Wimbledon. She doesn't really have points to defend at the Australian Open, so she could do some damage there. She has gone to the fourth round there before. So I want to say yes, but realistically, I would not be shocked if she doesn't win one either. Which, again, if by come November of 2023, she's still only going to be 19 years old. So I still think big picture, she's fine, even if she doesn't win one in 2023.
I completely agree. I'm not I'm not concerned for her in terms of her development. And like, she's 18, of course there's room for improvement. There should be. If you've cracked on for the whole, if you've cracked it, if you're there's the delirious setting in now. If you've cracked it that young, like Hingis kind of did, you kind of set yourself up for a bit of a letdown as your career progresses. So it's better not to. I don't see, even though Srihari thinks she might win Australia, which is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah. I'd rather her do it in the next 2 to 3 seasons than 2 to 3 seasons go by and we're looking at like a 22-year-old Coco Gauff that's been on our radar since 16 years old. I'd rather her do it in the next 2 to 3 seasons than not. Because although I love the incremental success she's having, like she didn't just burst on the scene similar to Andreescu, going from somebody that not many people knew about to a Masters 1000 and Grand Slam champion. I think that is, if I had to choose a path for a player, I'd much rather incremental success at a young age, because it kind of keeps you eager, it keeps you hungry, and it keeps you setting realistic goals and keeps putting one foot in front of the other. But I also don't want her and her body to kind of go through season after season after season of the rigorous demands of the tour and not see her ultimate goal come true, which is I'm sure is winning a Grand Slam in singles. So I think she'll be fine, but I hope
she's too good not to be, I would say. I think she will win at least one. I'm not convinced about 2023. I think there's a lot of other players who might have something to say about that. But definitely 2024, I could see that happening. And she'd still be a teenager for most of 2024, right? She'll still win. She'll still win a slam age 19 in 2024.
Yep.
So
really can.
I mean, is there a slam that you're maybe more optimistic about compared to the others? I mean, the obvious ones are the natural surface slams of Roland Garros and Wimbledon, but is there one that favors her more than the other?
I think she likes the vibe at Wimbledon. I think her results at Roland Garros give her the most time to set up points and use her athleticism. But I think she just likes the environment of Wimbledon, and she kind of likes how people gravitate toward her game style at Wimbledon. So I wouldn't be surprised if she finds herself going deep there, because that's kind of where we all got to know her. So I would love to see her lift that trophy, honestly. And again, this is a quote to grab from Mary Carrillo. She's always said that athletes typically win Wimbledon, and I think Coco is one of the top tier athletes on the WTA tour right now. So if she won it next season or in 2024, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Shrihari made a good point about, we've been expecting her since she's 15. It feels like she's been around for a while. It does skew our perspective of these things quite a lot. I think also going back to your point of I think she'd love to lift the trophy at Wimbledon. I think the All England club would love her to lift the trophy at Wimbledon. She's definitely favoured a lot by the schedulers, and the British press has completely thrown themselves behind her. Love the story. Love this 15-year-old beat Venus Williams, got to the 4th round, did the same thing again as a 16-year-old. Kind of underperformed in if we call it 3rd round, an underperformance in 2022, but really not. She wasn't 16 when she came back to them. There was a pandemic. I forget about the pandemic. But still a teenager. She's
what I do think
she's there, but the Aryna Sabalenka match really didn't favor that matchup. Didn't favor her, and that was the big problem this year at Wimbledon. Otherwise, she could have gone a lot further.
A player that can dictate the way Anisimova can dictate on a grass court definitely could pose some problems for her. But you mentioned Martina Hingis, and I do worry a little bit because Martina Hingis was so good when she was young, just broke away from the entire pack. And then injuries came along, and I think that definitely derailed her. I think that happened because your body gets. I'm not like a physical therapist or anything like that, but it makes sense that her injuries affected her in a much different way when she got a little bit older. Not that she was old when she retired. I think she retired for the first time before she was even 25, but she saw so much success as a 16, 17-year-old, and your body, the way it's set up at 16 and 17 years old compared to 24, 25, if you already have had the arduous process of being on an elite professional tour like is expected from these athletes, I can imagine that your body is, while it's growing, sometimes that can hinder the small injuries that you pick up just from being an athlete for so long. Having a body that's still growing can kind of exacerbate some of those problems, So I would hate for that to kind of rear its ugly head, but hopefully she has good people around her that can listen to her when she is listening to her body. So that's one of the things I really hope for when it comes to the next couple of years in women's tennis, that the players that we're all hoping to see carve out great careers stay healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree. I don't think Hingis's career really is the best, most healthiest example, given that she had the bulk of her success so young and retired so young the first time. And it was all a bit of a mess, really. There was other factors that didn't work in her favor.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
The Williams sisters really changed the game. Let's be fair. The game that Martina brought worked very well against most of the rest of her generation and a lot of the previous generation, but the Williams sisters showing up, she could beat them on her day, but it wasn't a matchup that was that favorable for her.
It required them to be a little off for the most part for her to get the win she got.
Yeah, as shown by their dominance through most of the 2000s. I think the early 2000s when Hingis was at her peak. Some people would say the peak of the WTA Tour when it was 10. The top 10 was so close. Although that's a theory. In practice, the Williams sisters still won all the big titles.
I would agree that that's the peak, though. From 2000 to 2005, I definitely feel like that 5-year period is some good WTA tennis to watch for sure. Very good.
Yeah, and there was still some depth to it, right? It wasn't like 4 points; it was 10.
I mean, in that period, you had the rise of the Williams sisters, the Belgians, and the Russians, all in that 5-year period. So that's depth right there. I mean, there's four Russians on top of my head that I can think of. The 2 Williams sisters plus the 2 Belgians. That's a top 10.
And not to forget the other Americans like Barty.
Capriati and Davenport. Yeah.
Davenport was still around. I mean, Selesh was still a factor for a very long time.
Yep.
And don't forget there were 2 French players in the mix as well, Pierce and Mauresmo.
Oh yeah, Pierce and Mauresmo. Yeah, of course. Yeah. So we've literally just made a top 15, almost top 20 just now, and all of those players are either in the Hall of Fame or going to be at one point. So yeah insane.
And it's interesting because most of those are multi-slam champions.
Yep. At least 2. At least 2, yeah.
And you compare that because the current WTA era, if you even maybe pre-Swiatek, we had a close top 20. We have a close top 20, but they're not all multi-slam champions. They're all pretty much at the front end of their careers.
Mm-hmm.
They're still kind of discovering themselves and all vying for that breakthrough. So it's a different dynamic. I quite enjoy it, to be fair. I really enjoy what the WTA offers at the minute. Okay, maybe it's not as exciting as having 10 to 15 slam champions competing, but like multi-slam champions competing but I like the different stories that can come out of this. And I do think the quality is still pretty darn good on its day.
I think the quality is good, but I have to admit, if you were to ask me which era I would rather, I definitely would rather an era that's more similar to that 2000 to 2005 period. I think the WTA is interesting, but I think my lens and perspective on it is colored a little bit differently, because at this point, I am pretty deep into the pool of women's tennis. Like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm a very experienced swimmer, I guess. But I can imagine if I was an experienced swimmer and like the deepest I could go, I'm using a whole bunch of analogies here, but if I was a very casual fan, I can totally see how the WTA would not be piquing my interest, because on every given week, which equals to pretty much all of the 4 Grand Slams, there are different players that can accomplish different things. There might be a situation where somebody can get to world number 1. So it's hard to kind of sell a narrative that's firm, or it's hard to sell a script of where the WTA is if the top 20 are all battling at any given moment to be number 1. You know what I mean? So
I mean, I would argue that element, though, did make US Open 2021 in particular one of the best Grand Slams we've ever had in recent memory. Especially when we got to the 3rd round, because the seeds more or less survived into the 3rd round, which is what makes that eventual final even more incredible. I was
going to say, but look where the cookie crumbled.
Yeah,
I mean, it was amazing. If you take away like Emma Raducanu's story away from where women's tennis is in general, it's amazing. But if you if you don't take it away, it kind of makes sense in the context of where women's tennis is. Like the depth between number 50 in the world to number 1 is nowhere near as different as vast as it was 20 years ago. You know, so I just think we're in the Olympia area, the Olympia era. I think we should call it.
That's fair to say. Why are you calling it Olympia era?
Everything feels to me like things just shifted once Olympia came into the picture for Serena, because I think basically from 2000 to 2017, if Serena was in a tournament, like, and I guess I'm saying this a little bit skewed as a Serena fan, but she was expected to be involved in the later rounds in some capacity, and her exit, whether it was early or late, shifted something. Ever since she gave birth, it's just been a little bit more of a free-for-all. Not to say that there haven't been periods of dominance by certain players, but you can definitely see from the first Grand Slam that she was pregnant to where she retired, there have been some very shocking Grand Slam winners. Like the very first Grand Slam played after she officially announced her pregnancy Ostapenko won on her worst surface, you know. So
I completely agree. I have exactly the same perspective. I like calling it the Olympia era. I didn't have a name for it, but I agree that the Serena Williams pregnancy and her dropping away from the tour for that period and then coming back not quite how we remembered her. It did change a lot about tennis. It changed and it urged in this sort of more unpredictable era that maybe we're starting to come out of. It really depends if the Swiatek rival that we were asking for shows up. It depends on how this new generation of players that have arrived on the WTA Tour adapts, how Raducanu develops, how Fernandez develops, whether Osaka can get her mojo back, Andreescu as well, what the Kvitova sisters could bring. If we go even further in the future, Coco Gauff, we were just talking about.
Yeah.
That we're still in this transition period, and that's possibly down to what's happened a little bit. And then with kind of our big stars of sort of those born in the late 90s, Barty and Osaka, who probably are the best players of their generation.
Mm-hmm.
Barty, we've discussed a bit, didn't have that hunger in the same way to continue competing, even though she was clearly better than pretty much anyone else. And Osaka is, what we know about Osaka, she's and her struggles and for motivation and mental health.
I think her hunger is just set up. Both of Barty and Osaka, their hungers are just set up in such interesting ways. Honestly, Barty's was a little bit like, okay, I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. What do I do now? And Osaka, in some ways, was like that. But I honestly think Osaka got so derailed by outside influences and her expectations to perform well on natural surfaces that haven't shown themselves to be possible yet. So I think there's a couple of different things that are playing in her head as to why we've seen the best of Osaka, but I still think I don't know if I think this. I hope there's better to be shown.
Yeah. So look, I've got another hour for the next match. I'm going to continue for as long as my brain allows me to. But we will see how that goes. We are expecting other guests as well. Vonch is coming on. So Michael agrees with you in the sort of the best era, 97 to 2010 plus, sort of the 2000s, basically the same era, 2000s, right? Which I vaguely remember. I think I came into women's tennis, obviously I came to tennis in the very end of the 2000s. So I was seeing the back end of this rivalry and this group of players. And my view of it was very much up to that. My view was very much skewed because I'd only watched Wimbledon. And if, as a British tennis fan, you only watch Wimbledon, your perspective of the wider world of tennis is very different to what the reality is. So the reality for me was the Williams sisters were winning everything all the time, which they kind of were, but not quite.
Yeah, there was definitely more layers to it besides Serena and Venus win everything. But I can totally see if you were in the Wimbledon only square of things. Yeah, there was a Williams in every women's singles final except 2006.
Yes.
And 2013. From 2000 all the way to 2017 actually. No, 2019. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't think about it. From 2000 to 2019, a Williams sisters was in every Wimbledon singles final except 2006 and 2013. That is mind blowing.
Wow, 20. That's 2 out of 10%. That's 2 out of 20.
Am I missing anything?
Like 2000 was Williams against Davenport. 2001, I think, was Williams
Venus versus NN. 2002 was Williams versus Williams.
2003 Williams versus Williams. 2004 Williams Sharapova. 2005 was Venus against Davenport. 6 was Mauresmo Henan. 7 was Venus Bartley.
Mm-hmm.
8 was all Williams. 9 was all Williams. 10 was Serena Zvonareva.
Mm-hmm.
11.
Oh,
no,
11. 11.
20,
Yeah,
yeah,
11.
Sharapova.
Yeah.
Then you get Serena Radwanska. Then you get Barty Lizicki bizarre final.
Mm-hmm.
I looked 14. 14 didn't have a Williams sister in it.
Oh,
It was
wow.
Kvitova Bouchard.
So 6, 11, 13, and 14. 4 years. Okay.
Yeah. So that's still a lot. And then
still pretty good.
You got 15 was Serena Muguruza, 16 was Serena Kerber, 17 was Venus Muguruza, 18 was Serena Kerber. We don't talk about one. 19 Serena Halep.
Oh man, the Venus Muguruza one probably wouldn't sting as much if it wasn't for that second set bagel. Oh, the second set bagel is hard. So hard.
Oh, it was such an underwhelming end to that match.
Yep.
Because the first set was so good.
Yeah. A bagel in any Grand Slam final is tough. Like really tough.
Mm-hmm. I mean, feel sorry for Elena Dementieva in the 2004 French Open. Well, it wasn't like she got creamed by Messina.
Yeah, she got a game. I don't think she got bagel, but it was probably less than an hour. Probably. You know how I feel really bad for as far as women's Grand Slam finals? Women Grand Slam finals, Daria Kasatkina. She got some pretty bad clunkers. I don't think she won a set or more than 3 or 4 games in any of the sets she played.
Shrihari is asking, what is it about Halep that makes the matchup such a nightmare for Gauff? I have a theory about this. Miles, I don't know if you agree with this. My view on it is that Halep's game is completely based on consistency. And Gauff is such a streaky player that she struggles to maintain the necessary level to hit through Halep, at least at this stage in her career. And so I think that's probably what it is in my mind. What do you think?
What was your theory? Repeat it one more time. I'm sorry.
Gauff struggles with the consistency to hit through Halep because Halep is so solid.
I think if there's one person that can sort of match Gauff's athleticism, it probably is Simona. And like you said, I agree with that. Simona gives you next to nothing. Like her depth when she's playing well is pretty even on forehand and backhand. She gives you an attackable serve, but Coco Gauff hasn't really been able to take advantage of that consistently, in parts to her forehand, I believe. But yeah, she covers all parts of the court better than average. And I think there's not that many players that are in totality great movers, great ball strikers, and just above average in every single margin of the game like Simona Halep is.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. Obviously Halep is an interesting topic at the minute because of her ban. Obviously she's hoping to be back soon. I don't know when the appeal is. She's not going to be on the court on the professional court for a while. She'll probably still be practicing. She's not going to let her fitness go to waste. But
I think she's out for like 2 years. Not that's not from a source. That's just me thinking. I think she's out.
Depending on how this appeal goes. If she fails the appeal, then she's out for a while. Which is, I think, it'll be a shame for tennis. I think she does have that sort of world number one. She's a former #1 doubles Grand Slam champion. Her game brings that sort of variety that we kind of need in tennis across the board. So it's not just all big hitters. That sort of consistent a game based on movement and defense and consistent hitting, which has kind of seen a lot of success come through on the men's side recently. I'm a big fan of having multiple different game styles, as many different game styles as possible in tennis, because I think it makes it interesting to compare. So I'd love to see Halep back and everything else. Just think the best of a person, that it wasn't a deliberate case of doping. I would hope that Halep will be back sooner than that. But if it does take 2 years, I don't see her coming back being the same player as she was.
I slightly disagree. I agree to the point that I do like different game styles in the mix in women's tennis, but I have to be honest. I don't think women's tennis is going to necessarily miss Simona Halep if she is gone for 2 years. Maybe if this would have happened 5 years ago, maybe. But as of now, I think she's a solid player and a solid personality, but I'm not swayed one way or the other. Like in women's tennis, I think we either need strong personalities that are accompanying great games, or vice versa. And I don't know if it falls one way or the other either way. So I personally, I'm not saying this from like a hating perspective, or I'm not saying this because she beat Serena in a Wimbledon final. I
You
just,
sure?
yeah, I'm promise I'm not being bitter. I'm not being bitter. I just don't think that. I don't think the scale of women's tennis is going to move much either way if Simona Halep plays or not, unfortunately. I have respect for her. I have respect for her, though, but and she's accomplished great things, but I also don't think she's accomplished that much to sway the meter one way or the other.
I think Simona Halep is someone who's underperformed in her career. For someone who's been world number one for about a year and won 2 slams, I just have this feeling she could have won more.
She has a lot of first and second round exits in Grand Slams, a lot. For a former world number one that has actually won 2 Grand Slams, like just her record at the Australian Open and US Open alone on hard courts, which is supposed to be her second best surface, she has a lot of first and second round exits. To players, when you look at it on paper, it's kind of like, really? I actually believe Shelby Rogers beat Simona Halep at a Australian Open. Let me fact check that.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, like, she has lost to a few crazy players.
Yeah, but that's like, saying that out loud is like, what? Like, doesn't really.
And I don't think Shelby Rogers is a bad player to have lost to. I actually think Shelby's underperformed a little bit in her career, maybe. But she just can't consistently bring her best tennis. Which is why she's hanging around the back half of the top 40 rather than breaking top 30, top 20.
I just looked it up, and it was 2017. Shelby beat her 6-3, 6-1. She was number 4 seed. That's not a good loss, no matter how you slice it.
That wasn't. Which slam was that again?
Australian Open 2017. She was number 4 seed.
Yeah.
So it wasn't while she was world number one, but she was a top 5 seed, and that is not a great loss on paper. In reality, none of those things. Not a great loss.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. So I know you can say that about a lot of players, is that you get these crazy first round exits, which create a lot of headlines. It means no one recognizes someone. Shahiri's saying, I don't know who you're disagreeing with, Shahiri, being top 10 for nearly 40 consecutive weeks. She's definitely been there or thereabouts, and she's given us some pretty good matches. I remember her first Grand Slam final against Sharapova being really good in 2014. And also, actually, do you know what? That 2018 Australian Open, she gave us 2 or 3 really good matches in that same tournament against Lauren Davis, against Angelique Kerber, and then against Wozniacki in the final. I don't. Yeah, so Halep is someone we can. I have a lot of respect for, and
I want to be clear.
Thereabouts.
I want to be clear. I respect her, especially with the game style she has. I respect her a lot for being able to squeeze what she's to be able to squeeze what she squeezed out of her game.
We've been going for 2.5 hours. It's
she didn't have a kill shot. Her greatest weapon was her legs, and maybe you can say the backhand down the line, but I can still think of more potent backhand down the lines in some ways. And I respect her for that, but I also think that in the Miles universe or some other universe, Halep winning or not winning 2 Grand Slams doesn't change the dynamic of women's tennis that much.
Apart from maybe Serena getting to 24.
Yes. But like, it's interesting because if you take away, there's other 2-time Grand Slam champions that are probably less accomplished than Halep, but I think if you take them away, the dynamic of when they won that slam and how it like overarchingly impacted women's tennis, I do think it would change things. Like Victoria Azarenka is a 2-time Grand Slam champion. You can't just take away her accomplishments. I don't think so. And this is very subjective.
No.
It's not objective. If you take away her accomplishments, you take away a large rivalry that impacted women's tennis, which is Serena versus Vika. And Serena and Vika played. I don't know if I've ever said this publicly, but they played every season from 2008 until 2016. The only seasons that they did not play each other at least once were 17 and 18 because either they were dealing with pregnancy or pregnancy about issues, and then they picked it up again in 2019 and 2020. So from 2008 to 2020, only 2 seasons that they played were played without them having a head-to-head on the score. Something like Kvitova, also Li Na. There's other 2-time Grand Slam champions that I think exist that I wouldn't be able to take away. Like if I took them away from the overarching effect of women's tennis, it would look different.
Yeah. It's true he's also mentioning Muguruza, but I don't think removing her quite has the same impact as you're talking about. I loved the Vika-Serena rivalry. It was my favorite rivalry. They just pushed each other so hard, and those 2 US Open finals were excellent between the 2 of them. I was supporting Vika, I won't lie, because I saw her as the underdog. Because let's face it, even if Serena was ranked 100 or 300 in the world, she was the favorite because she's Serena Williams. We're being warned about a random tweet. Is this another shirtless Botic van der Zandschulp picture?
I mean, it's not too random. It happened today, and it's in tennis, so it's not too random.
Yeah. That's Runa, isn't it? And Novak.
They're showing the points where he was down 2 match points against Stan Wawrinka in his opening round, and that gives me very much so Angelique Kerber vibes. Anytime somebody has a match point and ends up winning the trophy, I think about Angelique Kerber, especially like in their opening round or so.
Do you really want to think about Angelique Kerber though?
Oh, I don't. I really don't. She takes up next to, if it weren't for the people I engage with on the interwebs bringing her up, I probably wouldn't think about her that often. But,
like myself, who actually quite likes Kerber. So
I wouldn't say I quite like Kerber, but again, she's somebody I respect because of how she squeezed out what she squeezed out in her career with her game style.
Yeah, I would say that. I think Kerber again is someone who can make a match interesting. Lina is someone else. Like I remember being I remember my mum really liked Lina when she was playing, and I was always really pleased for her when she won and made that breakthrough, because it was good to have again a new kind of global star and as someone from a different part of the world that didn't necessarily have a tennis background, winning slams. And she had a great personality as well. Really liked her as a person.
If she doesn't win the 2011 French Open, there's no way there's a tournament in Wuhan in 2014. No. There's no way. I wouldn't say no way, but it's unlikely that the WTA year-end finals finds its way closer and closer to China. You know, that just doesn't happen if she doesn't win the French Open and then another Australian Open after that. You know.
Yeah. Are you aware that I don't know if you've heard this? Apparently, Emma Raducanu was a big Lina fan, and she was her favorite player growing up.
Well, Raducanu has Asian roots, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, mother's Chinese.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Her game is, I can see it. I can see
her game is comparable to Lina's. Yeah,
I can totally see it. Like smooth ground strokes, technically sound, like no huge weakness, but if I had to point one out, it might be target the forehand. Just an all-around solid player, especially off the ground when she's playing well, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. So, oh no, Ghost, don't ask that. Don't. We're now going to have a rant.
I can totally answer that. I can totally answer that and not be biased and say it's because she beat Serena or Venus at certain points. For me, I like players that have either break point open or point ending shots in their repertoire. And for me, Kerber didn't really have that. I think she was a wonderful workman-like player. I think she was really, really great at redirecting pace, like that shot where she would her knees would touch the ground and she would still redirect the ball. I think that's incredible, but she wouldn't make like one of my top 5 players that I go back and watch YouTube highlights of, because her point construction consisted of moon balls and, just being consistent. And that's not the kind of play style I personally like the most. But I do appreciate her, and I like the fact that she was a lefty. And one thing I didn't really care for is that she didn't really use the leftiness on her serve. But yeah, she was okay.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I really like Kerber's game style. I quite like counter punches. I think that she can bring with that style some really exciting elements to a match. Really keep up with what's being thrown at her. And Owen from Popcorn Tennis, who has guests on a couple of shows, not live streams, but a couple of shows on Talking Tennis, editor of Popcorn. Check him out at Tennis Nation on Twitter. Won't very rarely get anything more intelligent unless you follow Miles on Twitter. Than Owen, but he is of the view that Kerber versus Sorribes Tormo at Wimbledon was like the best match of the year, and I agree, because I remember catching up with this is amazing. I'm loving how long these rallies are. There's they neither of them really have point ending shots, but they're both pushing themselves. I really enjoy that match, and both Owen and I lament there's only 3-minute highlights of it out there on the official YouTube.
Yeah, that's really pathetic. I think it's interesting that Wimbledon was able to really open up the entirety of their catalog for the most part when the pandemic was kind of at its peak, and then they've done nothing of the sort since then. The best to take advantage of that so far has been the Australian Open and the US Open. Like, they routinely upload full matches, whether it be classics or just recently competed matches. And in today's age, that's perfect. Like, a lot of people don't have the time to literally sit in one location for up to 4 hours, which is what a Grand Slam match can be at any given time, and watch it. But they still want to and care about the results. So uploading matches either in real time or shortly afterwards, or with extended highlights, or the condensed match where there's not a whole lot of faff and sit downs and stuff like that. That's incredible. Wimbledon and the French Open should take a note.
Yeah, I agree, and especially since there's a lot of people out there who want to rewatch matches.
Yep.
We're going to be doing a series on Talking Tennis, rewatching the best matches of the year, which you should check out as and when it all comes round. And it's something occasionally I like to do, would go and find the match. So I haven't seen this match before, so I can finally give my view on it. I rewatched the 2012 Australian Open men's final for a piece for Popcorn, because it was the 10-year anniversary of the Australian Open, and it's a match that I have fond memories of, even though you may not necessarily, because I know you're not the biggest Djokovic fan. But
what match is it?
2012 Australian Open final.
Yeah, outside of the length of it, I would rewatch that for sure.
I broke it into chunks. I couldn't watch it all in one sitting. I don't have the time for that. It's amazing I have time to do 5-hour streams.
Interestingly enough, I don't think I was as I'm trying to think of a better word than annoyed. but for lack of a better word, coming
Hostile?
from, am I hostile against Djokovic? I wasn't as annoyed with Djokovic in 2012 as I am in 2020 moving forward. I wasn't.
Was it after the lines person incident? Or
It
before?
was before that. It was before that. He was squarely the lines person incident. Like the incident itself is something I actually rarely think about unless it comes up. His reaction to it is what I thought was kind of was in poor taste. Like I think he kind of acted as if he didn't do anything wrong when he did one of the most wrong things you can do on a tennis court, which is injure somebody that doesn't even have a stake in the game, literally. So that part kind of turned me off a lot at the time. But like I said, I still respect Djokovic a lot for what he's been able to accomplish a lot.
Yeah. I would interesting take from Shahiri saying that Medvedev reminds him of Kerber. Can kind of see that, but it's very different execution.
I can't see it at all.
Yeah, Kerber doesn't really go that far behind the baseline, and she doesn't really have the reach that Medvedev does.
Who would you think of on the ATP tour that would remind you of Kerber?
I think she's pretty unique. She's very
very, very unique. Very.
Even on the women's tour. Yeah. I mean, Leylah Fernandez is close. I did enjoy that match between the two of them at the US Open, but Fernandez is a bit more explosive and has a lot more attitude. And I've said this before on the stream, like one of my overall favorite players, just behind Swiatek. Hoping she does well in the coming seasons, and that she recovers from this injury that she's dealing with. I mean,
her foot, that's critical. Like if it was maybe something like her elbow or wrist or something or shoulder, I wouldn't feel so iffy about it. But her foot, when she makes her living on her feet and with her feet, that's a tough one. But hopefully she heals it up and it's like it never happened. Hopefully.
Yeah, it'd be great because I think having her at her best is good for tennis.
I would agree.
So Shahiri's plugging the fact that he and Owen are rewatching the 2012 Australian Open final with John. Someone's throwing. Our producer is throwing Davidovich Fokina and her catch at Wimbledon 2022. I don't know why. I don't know what they're referring to. To be fair, our poor producer's been throwing all kinds of topic conversations at us, and we've just been completely ignoring it. So I do apologise to our gremlin. So it wants the full match of Jana Novotná and Steffi Graf in 1993. I thought that was up in full, so I'm surprised it's not, because that's a match that was replayed in full on the BBC, I think, for Wimbledon anniversary year. It's like
match? Let me go back and find it. It is. What match does John want to rewatch?
It would be the Wimbledon 1993 final.
Oh, that's on YouTube somewhere.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if I can look that up on my phone right now, because I'm pretty sure I've watched it, because the Tennis Podcast did a Wimbledon Relive and did a really good segment about Jana Novotná, and somebody uploaded that for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but I don't know. I haven't watched that match, but to me, it feels like the main attraction of that match is kind of the drama of Novotná choking it after outplaying Graf. And the kind of romance of her finally winning it in 1998, because she lost to Hingis the year before that as well.
And she beat Hingis en route to the 1998 title.
No, it was Natalie Toziat.
Oh, no. Oh, she beat Hingis en route. Sorry. She beat Hingis in the semifinals.
Yeah, in the semis, yeah. Shahiri's saying that Medvedev and Kerber are comparable on their counter-punching abilities and defense. Yeah, but Medvedev's got a bigger serve. And I would argue his defense is a lot Is it better than Kirk? They're different. They're just very different in execution of that defense. But maybe. I think of the two, I would rather watch Kerber or Medvedev. Depends on who they're playing.
I think both of them have really quirky shot production, but I'd rather watch Medvedev.
Yeah, for me, it depends on who they're playing. Medvedev Djokovic, always worth a watch, because that just doesn't look like the rise are going to end.
Somebody uploaded the 1995 Wimbledon match between Steffi Graf and Yana Novotná, but
no, that's 1995 is Graf against Sanchez Vicario, which I gather is quite a good match. It's quite a tight 3-setter.
Yeah, but Graf and Novotná did play in the 95 Wimbledon, just not the final.
Okay.
I could have sworn I watched that 93 final. Literally.
It was definitely repeated on the BBC a few years back. I think, I can't remember why. But it was, it's one of the women's finals that they kind of relive. I mean, oh, fantastic! We've got 456 subscribers. Thanks, everyone. Keep.
Hey there, guys.
Yeah, if you've not subscribed yet, subscribe for more content like this. You don't get any tennis coverage like this anywhere. With you know, we've got a professional behind the scenes person. We've got always have 2 commentators usually when we're doing matches, and we've got great sort of podcasts in between that John Silk, channel founder, leads. Getting 50 subscribers in a day, that's great. I think a lot of that's from the Djokovic-Rune match happened, because that we had got a lot of views for that match. But yeah, welcome to you if you're a new subscriber. Hope you are enjoying this. I appreciate I'm not quite as good a commentator as John. John is very welcoming. But stick with us. We've got a very good team here of, you know, John, there's myself, there's Jack, who I honestly think is one of the best commentators I've ever heard. Jethro, and of course Miles, who's recently started joining us. With his wonderful voice, is very popular with a lot of people.
Yeah, small plug. Can I type it in the comments? Maybe I can't.
Yeah, go for it. Plug yourself, Miles.
If you guys would love to keep up with me, my current Twitter handle and Instagram handle and TikTok handle and all of the handles is Missing Point Pod. Or if you want to follow along with some of my content via podcasts, the podcast is called Missing the Point with Miles David. You can type that into wherever you listen to podcasts, and I will pop up. You'll see my face. And I just try to bring a very interesting and different perspective for tennis analysis. And I try to keep with the 3 Ps: passionate conversation, professional tennis, and a little bit of pop culture.
Nice. Like it. Yeah, you are definitely the most professional person on the stream right now. And probably even when Ashley was on the stream. Yes, so go and check Miles out. Occasionally he'll host a Twitter space, which in my experience ends up leading to utter chaos, but none of that is his fault.
Wait, what does it lead to?
Chaos.
Yes. Twitter spaces in general can lead to that. But for whatever reason, I feel like when I'm on them, they can be a little chaotic. You know, that's interesting, because people tell me that I have such a smooth or nice voice, but you would think that might lull people to sleep, but it doesn't on Twitter spaces.
I mean, sometimes my mum has these streams on when she's trying to sleep, because she likes to use this to keep up with the tennis. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure that she's probably asleep now if she's done the same thing tonight. I have no idea, to be honest. But yes, definitely. I think you'd be a nice person to wake up to commentating on the Australian Open. Well, wake up for me, go to sleep for you.
I have some things in the works for sure. 2023 should be a if knock on wood, it should be a very interesting, content-worthy season.
Because you've been on hiatus for a bit, haven't you?
Yes, I have. I haven't done much. I haven't done an official podcast since the French Open. I've been a part of different conversations and everything, but I've been on hiatus since the French Open. We're going to change that very soon. We have some shifts and some things in the works for sure.
Cool. And launching in 2023.
Relaunching. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Relaunching in 2023. We'll look forward to seeing what all that looks like. Hopefully you'll still come and be friends with us.
Of course.
Shahari, no point in asking Ghost what his Twitter handle is. He's not on Twitter. As he'll probably confirm in the chat. But yeah, he is not on Twitter. Our biggest fan does not actually follow any of us on Twitter, even though Twitter is where it's at, guys. That's how we all met each other. I tell my friends like, "Oh, what are you doing?" Or "I'm oh, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm going to commentate on a tennis match." "Oh, who with?" Or like, "I'm going to record. I'm hosting a podcast now," or "I'm in this bizarre tennis group chat." And like, "Oh, who are these people?" "Oh, I met them all on Twitter. I met about 30 people. I met them on Twitter." Like, really, really?
But in a way, that's what we're supposed to be doing. I mean, sometimes Twitter can feel like you're just talking to the Twitter sphere, but I mean, sometimes a lot of good things and good connections come from that. So as far as me and my brand, a lot of good connections have come off of Twitter and Instagram and TikTok and things like that. So
yeah, I'm the same. I got on this because John one day messaged me out the blue going, "Hey, I've seen your Twitter. Do you want to come on the show?" And for some reason, he thinks that I'm one of the better people, but maybe I'm just one of the few people who actually answers his messages. To be fair, actually, he's had some really good guests on the show. Miles did come highly recommended. I recommended him.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for looking past some of my tweets about Djokovic too.
Yeah, let's face it. I can't. Well, let's face it. I don't judge a fan by its cover. Yeah. So Vanch is on his way, which is good to know. I'm going to stay as long as I can because I want to say hi to Vanch. And do you know what? I'm up this late. I may as well see the start of the Swiatek match. Right. I mean, I can't really call myself a fan and go, right, I'm going to go to sleep.
You should at least stick around to see one of Sabalenka's double faults.
First point.
I really hope it doesn't happen like that, but I have a feeling she's going to hit one in the match.
Yeah, but it's going to be good fun. It's going to be good fun. Yeah, do you know what time the final? Thanks, producer. Do you know what time the final starts? Because every time I look at it, it says 2 a.m. UK time, which would be about 6 p.m. your time. Which is later than other matches have been. It doesn't make any sense to me. Kind of goes back to the discussion we were having about why they're having this on a Monday night, which even for a European, like Ashley said, it's more acceptable in Europe, but actually it's not. Doesn't make any sense to a European, especially having it on that late.
It started on a Monday. Why would it end on a Monday? That's not good.
It needs to start on a Sunday. Like, have a week. If you're going to use that, have that week break between Guadalajara and this. Use that week.
I agree. Yeah.
Really poor schedule.
The schedule isn't out yet. I guess because they don't know because there's still 2 more matches to be played: the singles and the doubles. So I guess they haven't released the schedule yet, and it's 6 o'clock Fort Worth time, 6 p.m.
Producer saying should have started on Saturday. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I think I was looking on Wikipedia and they released the date for the year-end finals on September 6th, or they released the location.
Yeah, it was around US Open.
That's not good, especially if
No.
your event starts on October 31st. That's a month and a couple of weeks of promotion. And then the tickets didn't even go on sale until maybe October 6th. So that's only a couple of weeks to actually flush out tickets. So yeah, it could have been. I still give them a little bit of grace and a little bit of wiggle room because it's not like there hasn't been a global pandemic for the past couple of years. I really understand that. And the global pandemic, I'm not blaming anybody for it, but a lot of the global pandemic originated in China, in Wuhan, right? So I mean, I can understand why they have been trying to slowly get back there, and I can just totally see how they've been faced with some challenges. I should say that the ATP has done okay, I think. But again, their year-ending championship tournament wasn't faced in China, and they didn't just sign a contract to do that the year before the pandemic started. So it was it was worse and worse for the WTA for a couple of years there. Hopefully,
And
though.
actually,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was going to say, actually, with the China situation for both the ATP and the WTA, I mean, we were talking earlier about WTA probably having to go back to Shenzhen. Contractually, they may not be able to because China's still very much in lockdown due to COVID. They're still trying to make sure they have zero infections. And that's cancelled a lot of sporting events that were supposed to happen there. I follow Formula One. It's the other sport that's probably on my radar. And they've had a Chinese Grand Prix in the calendar since 2020 that's been cancelled every single year since. And even though they've got one due in 2023 in Shanghai, it's not, no one's really expecting it to actually happen. And I think it's happened like tennis and Formula One are probably comparable as like global sports that hop around the world. So, and in terms of like the big stage, I don't think golf quite has hit China in the same way. So, yeah, for me, I think that's that big question mark as you raised around the pandemic and that the virus that still exists and China's approach to it that just may solve their problem for them of like, we can't go there because they won't let us.
I just, in general, I know this may contradict some of the things I've said prior about like the length of the season and tennis being like a revolving door in some ways with very few breaks. But if you look at the WTA calendar compared to the ATP calendar, the women have far less opportunities for prize money and points than the men do. Like there are a handful of weeks where there's like 2 ATP tournaments, 250 level and above, being competed in different parts of the globe, and there's none on the WTA level. Like that's a little odd to me. I'm not expecting every single week for every single tournament to cohabitate, because I think it would take away from the special vibe that tournaments have when they are co-ed and there are women's draws and men's draws. But there needs to be a touch more opportunity for women to gain points and prize money at the elite level.
Not only that, but fewer tournaments count for women's rankings. It's only 16 best for the WTA compared to 19 for the ATP.
Yeah,
which is a discrepancy I recently found out because I was trying to do some rankings breakdowns and I just couldn't work out why. And then saw 16 was like, well, that explains it. So yeah, I agree. I think it is. The calendars have kind of aligned a little bit more. I mean, now the WTA Finals doesn't end as early as it did in comparison, and season as early as it is in comparison. Now it's the same week as Paris for the ATP, which means that the ATP Finals are slightly longer season, but only by like a week or two. It's not as bad as it was, but I agree about the lack of opportunities out there. Well, I say lack of opportunities, although they have way more. Do you know women have way more 500 events? I feel like they do. There's usually a 500 almost every other week.
I probably can name all the women's 500s, I think. Like the consistent ones. Sometimes some pop up, but Stuttgart, Berlin, Stuttgart, Charleston, Berlin,
You're doing well, Miles. You're doing well.
Stuttgart, Charleston, Berlin. Is there a U.S. Open lead up that's 500? I don't believe so. Not anymore. Sorry, San Jose. San Jose is 500, and then Ostrava is a 500 that's been pretty consistent. St. Petersburg in February is a 500, I believe.
We're not going back to that.
What do you mean?
We're not going back to Russia.
Oh yeah. Did they play it? Yeah, they played it this year, right? Because Sakkari.
The war hadn't started.
Gotcha. So that's what else is a 5? Tokyo or Osaka.
Tokyo
is a 500.
So there's a few. So like off the top of my head, there's 2 in Australia, although one of them's now getting replaced by the United Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's St. Petersburg. They'll probably replace that. Then Dubai and Doha alternate whether they're 500 or 1,000 events every year. So they've done that for about a decade now. Then you've got the clay swings. You've got Charleston, followed by Stuttgart before the clay 1000s. Then you've got Berlin and Eastbourne, 500 on grass.
Mm-hmm. Forgot about Eastbourne.
Yeah. Weirdly, Eastbourne is one of those events that I kind of want to go to, but it's even further away from me than Wimbledon and about the same price, which doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, so and then after that, San Jose, it might be about 500 in between, but I don't think so. Then there's, I want to say there was a 500 in. No, there wasn't. The week before US Open, there wasn't. They're both 250s. And then Ostrava, San Diego. Now, if we're looking at the modern calendar, and Tokyo, as you mentioned, in the old Asian swing. So there's a few. How many was that? I wasn't counting.
I completely lost count, but I think more than 10. I think
2 Australian. There's 11 on the ATP.
I think that what balances it is that the ATP offers a lot more 250s. Like that whole South American swing doesn't really exist on the WTA Tour.
No, you are right. There are a lot fewer WTA 250s. There's a lot of big points in offer, but not a lot throughout the year to kind of bank something consistent.
Yep. I don't necessarily like stop what I'm doing to watch 250s, but I can totally see how they're beneficial in the overarching scheme of like women's tennis. Like
it depends on the 250, right?
Yeah.
Here's a question: if there was a 250 that was local to you, would you go watch it?
I was just about to say the Atlanta Open, the men's 250. If that was either a situation where they hosted it at the same time, like Washington, which is a 500 for the men and a 250 for the women, would totally go. But the fact that it's just men and the fact that Atlanta is very closely related to the calendar in regards to Wimbledon, it typically doesn't get a lot of high-profile players. And I personally am not about to stop what I'm doing to watch John Isner play. But if more American men, like I think Nakashima went deep this season. I like Alex de Minaur, but again, I would just need a little bit, at least a top 15 player that I'm interested in to seal the deal.
Make it worthwhile. Make it worthwhile.
Yeah, make it worthwhile. And then they put on women's exhibition matches, but they don't actually put together a women's draw. So it's interesting to me. But if they did, I definitely would go.
Yeah, that's frustrating. Yeah, I would be in the same position. I went to the 250 this year in Birmingham. So not Birmingham in the States, but Birmingham in the UK. That ends up raining all day. If I hadn't, then I would have seen the semi-final between Simona Halep and Beatrice Haddad-Maia, which would have been quite good. But it was an interesting sort of little venue, and I recommend anyone if you find there's a 250 or even a challenger near that, then go for it.
You just mentioned the name. You mentioned a name that had a really quirky season this year.
Hadad Maya.
Yes, very very interesting to like of where I want to put my expectations of her going forward. You know?
Yeah, because she had a great middle part of the season and tailed off.
She had so much momentum going into Wimbledon and loses first round, and then gets to the hard courts in preparation to the U.S. Open, makes the biggest final of her career in Canada, and then doesn't really take advantage of that either at the U.S. Open. And then we haven't seen her outside of doubles, which she's always been pretty good at. We haven't seen her after the U.S. Open either. So it's kind of like, well, where do we do now with Beatrice Haddad-Maia?
Yeah. By the way, definitely go and watch the just a quick tangent. Go and watch the episode of Talking Tennis on Stan Wawrinka. John talked to Simon Graf, who is a Swiss journalist, about Stan and sort of perspectives on him. And I thought that was a really good chat that they had. So if you haven't seen it, go watch it.
Ghost has a question here that I
yes.
answered. They did.
Yes. They did.
Yes. Ons Jabeur, her birthplace, according to Wikipedia, is Monastir, Tunisia. She was born there in 94, and they had a WTA 250 in the first week of October there. She lost in the quarters to Claire Liu. Elise Mertens ended up winning it. But yeah, that was the first time they hosted that tournament. But I do agree, more hype of the game in less talked about countries would go far, I think, especially in North Africa.
Especially since tennis in North Africa is definitely growing. I mean, Maya Sharif's success is a great sign. There's another North African player whose name I forget, but she was actually interviewed by the BBC. She's outside the top 300 at the minute. So if you, I think this should be a worldwide article. But if you want to go and
there are tournaments in Africa. There's I don't know if Rabat is coming back. The lone tournament that people just throw around that Maria Sakkari has actually won. That was in Rabat, Morocco. And then on the men's tour, there's Marrakesh and Morocco, I believe. So yeah, there's definitely some traction in the right direction, I think.
Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I don't think I'm just trying to find the article. It's annoying it's speed. But yeah, they did a piece interviewing a North African player who was talking about sort of the challenges around that, but more so it was more kind of the experience of being on the lower rungs of the tour and struggling to make a living from it, which is a story as tennis fans we hear a lot, and it's frustrating. But I can't remember the name who it is. But it's nice to see another face potentially out there if she finds success.
There are quite a few WTA 250s that I'm looking up now that have been canceled in 2023. Auckland, which was canceled, which should be back on the schedule in 2023 because it hasn't been hosted since 2020. Auckland, which is a very standard WTA 250.
Yeah, because New Zealand's only just really opening back up.
That's crazy. And then the Shenzhen, although it hosted the year-end finals, it also had a WTA 250 to start off the year the past couple of seasons. That was canceled, obviously. The Hobart tournament in 250 before Australia was canceled. There's a tournament in Thailand after the Australian. That was a WTA 250 that was canceled. There's a tournament in Cologne, Germany in May that was canceled due to organizational issues that was on the schedule. And then there was the tournament in Osaka, Japan that was canceled due to a financial crisis, according to Wikipedia. And then also, interestingly enough, the Linz Open in Austria, the 250 and indoor hards, that was postponed to February of 2023, according to Wikipedia. So that could definitely
That would make a logical sense as a replacement for St. Petersburg, maybe.
Yeah, it would. It would.
Yeah, it's interesting how many of these ones you mentioned are sort of struggling to hold things together, particularly because you don't really hear about that on the men's side so often. Women's, yeah, there's possibly a lot of reasons for that. What do you make of the United Cup? This is a question we haven't really covered or I've heard much discussion around, other than a little bit of fanfare when it was first announced.
I'm happy with it. I'm not mad at it. Anytime that women and men play together in a team event, I'm usually like my ears perk up to see what's going to happen. But I don't really have a harsh opinion on it either way. I just kind of want to see how it plays out. I'm hoping I'm going to appreciate it more than I appreciated the ATP Cup. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I don't really love that it's in 3 different cities amongst Australia, though. I don't really love that, but the idea I'm okay with, more than okay with.
Okay. Actually, Joe, I was going to play this game with some people. Let's say just exercise the mind a little bit, because I think this could be fun. And chat, you can play along too if you want. So let's imagine we're doing a team event. Let's call it the Talking Tennis Cup. Your team captains are Nick Carter and Miles David. You got to pick 6 players, 3 men, 3 women. Format would be similar to Laver Cup. So you'd have maybe sort of 3 to 4 matches each day. Maybe 3 matches per day, make this easy to work out. Like 1 men's singles, 1 women's singles, and 1 mixed doubles, of which you can kind of mix things up a bit. So what you'd need, definitely at least 3 players on each team for different singles matches. And then you could probably throw together a mix of another 2 or 3 to make some doubles teams, which could be entertaining. So maybe like 2 doubles matches per day. Really big up the doubles. So as you're the guest on the show, technically, I will let you have first pick of who you would like. First pick any player, male or female, but you can only have a max of 3 men, 3 women on your team.
Like you said, kind of like Laver Cup. I'm just picking
kind of like Laver Cup, but it doesn't have to be nationality based. It's literally down to the bias of the team captain. And they have to be active. You can't pick retired players.
Darn it.
So no Serena.
Darn it. Coco Gauff.
Okay. Go with Coco Gauff. Well, I'll go with I'll take Iga for my team.
That does not bode well from the person I just mentioned.
Well, there might be a little bit tactical there.
A little bit.
But also, let's face it, I want Iga.
Yeah, I get it. Let me look at the rankings really quickly. Yikes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it 3 men and 3 women, or 3 players, men or women?
3 men and 3 women.
Got it. Okay, cool. I think my second woman is going to be you know what? I'm gonna go on a limb here and pick Samsonova.
Oh, wild card. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm making a note so we don't lose track. Okay, who's my second choice? Who do I think? Because like now I've played my trump. Obviously, I've got Swiatek, and that's like, well, who am I going to get? It's going to get some could play decently well. I can hope to potentially play decently well if they're not too streaky. I think given you've kind of opened that door for me, and I've got the opportunity, I'm going to go for Ons Jabeur.
Of course, you pick the top 2 players, and I pick a top 5
Yeah.
player, and then like a top 20 player. Oh, Osaka. There we go.
Got no Naomi Osaka. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a good choice.
Wait, can I backtrack on Samsonova? I'm so sorry.
I mean, I'm not going to pick her, so that's fine.
I'm
I mean,
sorry.
I don't think she's a bad choice, though. I think she'd
she's
bring
not.
it.
She's not. But what I did was I opened up outside of the top 20, and Samsonova is on fire in a way. But I think I'm going to replace Samsonova with.
I mean, if you want Jabeur, you can have Jabeur.
No. I don't want Jabeur. I'm sticking with Coco, Naomi, and the third person is going to be Andreescu. There we go.
Oh, that's a good team. That's a high risk choice because you need them to be on.
I think all of them would enjoy playing with all of them. Like I think they would all enjoy that.
They'd rub off each other well.
Yeah.
For my final pick, I'm going for a bit of a bias here, but I also think they would really enjoy this kind of atmosphere. Leylah Fernandez.
Yeah, not bad. I'd watch that. I'd watch if that was marketed well and it was those my 3 players against your 3, would definitely watch that for sure.
Yeah. Okay. What about your 3 men? Again, your first pick.
Felix Auger-Aliassime.
Going for Felix.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going to pick this person because I know for a fact you won't. Djokovic.
Okay. Oh man. Okay, let me open up these rankings again.
Let's see if anyone dares to pick Tsitsipas, having this tweet highlighted about the semi-final curse.
I picked Felix Auger-Aliassime, and my second pick is going to go to Jannik Sinner.
Sinner. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. My next pick, Daniel Medvedev.
Good one.
I'm leaving you the door open for someone who could potentially compete with either of my 2 male picks. I mean, both Felix and Sinner can, to be fair.
I said Felix, Jannik Sinner, and because I think he's going to thrive in a team atmosphere, Taylor Fritz.
Okay. You're not picking a Spaniard then?
You can have him. It's okay.
Oh, I'm not picking Rafa.
I know who you meant.
You don't want Carlos.
I'm not down on Carlos. I just, for a team atmosphere, I think the 3 players I mentioned have shown that they can do it in a team environment, I think.
That's fair. I mean, I have to say Carlos.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, so we've got our 6 players. So how would you then? So let's how are we going to do this? We have to do this at the same time. Basically, who would you pick for your? Okay, who are you going to pick for your match 1? Who are you going to pick for your match 2? And who would you pick for match 3? Tell you what, I'll help you out. Swiatek is my match 3 choice because match 3 is going to be worth more. So match 1 is worth 1 point, match 2 is worth 2 points, and match 3 is worth 3 points, like in Labour Cup. It's like in your singles. So I will help you out. Swiatek is going to be my number 3. Like,
so I'm picking based off
of the big points match.
Am I picking based off of like who I want to win the first point, and the first match is 1 point?
Yeah. So if you think, who would you put out there? This match is worth less. Who do you want in your big money match out of your singles players?
Oh my gosh.
Because they can only play 1.
My gut is telling me to do Naomi, Coco, Bianca. In that
In
order.
what order?
In that
So
order.
1, 2, 3.
Yep. Naomi first, Coco second, Bianca third.
Bianca third.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh wait,
so I got that.
is Bianca Swiatek your third?
Yeah.
Yes, Bianca. That's fine.
Oh, Swiatek Andreescu would be a cracker as a finale.
Yep.
I want that to happen in real life. And like Andreescu's.
It happened for a really good set in Rome, didn't it?
Yeah, that was a really excellent match, actually.
Yeah.
I think our producer really wants to talk about men's tennis. I don't know.
It's fine, we can.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, no, it was a really good match.
That was my first time watching. I wasn't rooting for him, but that was my first time watching like a really, really large Djokovic match.
We're allowed to stick to WTA. It's fine. Yeah, Swiatek Andreescu as a finale would be. I would be up for, and like Andreescu is one of those players I wouldn't be mad about beating Swiatek. Like I would be really happy for her. Except of course in a team event where like with the rival team captains, then I'll be mad. But you know what I mean. Okay, yeah, I would pick Fernandez for my number 1 and Jabeur for my number 2. Because I feel like I don't know where Layla's at. So our singles matches would be for the 1 point Fernandez Osaka, the 2 pointer would be Jabeur Gauff. And number 3 would be Swiatek Andreescu.
And all of those players have very interesting head-to-heads. Good job.
Yeah, we've done well. I think we create some entertainment for people.
If all of those players can simultaneously be in the top 10, that would be wonderful.
Oh, I agree. Yes, that would be an epic top 10. Throw in Raducanu as well. Just for a British bias thing. But also I like Raducanu.
Yeah, that's
just because she's British. Sorry, what?
That's completely fine. I'm because that's 6, and then Raducanu 7. 8, 9, and 10. Sabalenka's in there for me. 9 would be Garcia. I'll put Garcia at 9, and then
I'd be up for Garcia being in the top 10. Yeah. I want Samsonova in there.
She can be 11. No. You know what? Just for spice, I'll put Ostapenko in there.
Oh yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yep, that'd be great.
Yeah, so that would be good. Okay, so that's our women's singles 1s, 2s, and 3s. So again, I'll help you out with the men's singles matchups.
Okay.
You know for a fact I'm sending Djokovic out for the big money.
I forgot you picked him. Damn it. Okay.
Yeah. Sending Djokovic. I've got 3 really good players. Like I've picked 3 Grand Slam champions.
You have Djokovic,
Medvedev, and Alcaraz. So I think yeah, I'm sending Medvedev out for my number 1, Carlos out for my number 2, and Novak out for number 3.
Say that one more time.
Medvedev number 1, Alcaraz number 2, and Novak number 3.
Okay, so I'm doing Felix for my number 1, Sinner for my number 2, and Fritz for my number 3.
You're sending Fritz out against Novak.
He can do it.
I would have picked Felix, but okay.
He was very close at one point. I remember that if Djokovic, oh gosh, I'm going to say something controversial. If Djokovic didn't miraculously have an ab tear in that match at the Australian Open, then Taylor Fritz probably would have beat him.
Yeah, that got into Fritz's head, didn't it?
Yeah, and that was Taylor Fritz before the Taylor Fritz of 2022. So
yeah, so that's fair. Yeah, that would be. Yeah, no, my producer's agreeing. Like, I would have put Felix again. If we'd swapped and you were the captain of my team, I would have put Felix at my number 3.
The reason I say Felix for Medvedev is because I really, really enjoyed Felix's level when they played each other at the Australian. Really, really.
But if you didn't know you was going up against Medvedev, would he be your big money player? Or would you still be putting big money on Fritz?
I'd still put big money on Fritz to close out a team atmosphere. Yeah, I would.
Okay. Here's a question. Okay, so obviously we then need to do doubles and it's got to be mixed doubles.
I have that set up already in my head too.
Okay, who are your mixed doubles partners?
They're pretty much either based off of country or racket, I think.
Okay.
So
so I'm assuming Felix Bianca.
Yes, Felix Bianca, Sinner, Coco Sinner, and then
Coco Sinner.
Mm-hmm. And then Naomi Taylor Fritz.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see that. I thought you were going to say an All-American one of Coco Fritz.
I like Coco Sinner better a little for what I think Sinner's calm on the court would definitely help Coco.
Mm-hmm. Fair. Okay. Oh gosh, now I've got to work out who I match all these people up with.
Good luck with Jabeur, because I have no idea who she's matching up with.
Like, who the heck do I pair Jabeur with?
No idea.
And like, who do I pair Iga with? Because I feel like she'd go well with either Daniel or Carlos.
I would put one of them, yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't put her with Novak.
Nope. I would put...
I think Novak and Ons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why are you helping me?
Friendly tennis banter.
Yeah. Friendly tennis banter. Yeah. And then who does Fernandez play well with? No, I think I know who I'd go with. Okay, I'd put Iga and Daniel. And I'd put Layla with Carlos.
Yep, I agree with that.
Okay. And then same thing again. Now I've got to work out who my big money and little money's on. So I would probably put...
Oh, easy question. My favorite umpire in tennis is... why did I just blank on his name? Oh,
Mohamed Layani?
No.
Carlos Ramos?
No, not at all.
No, he's the worst one. Sorry, forgot which match he's
hold on. I feel so bad because I'm being put on the spot and I know his name, and as soon as I see it in writing, I'm going to be like, duh.
Why are we mentioning umpires?
Cater Nooney. There we go.
Oh, yeah, he's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a favorite umpire.
Should I go with my 3 mixed doubles?
Yeah. What's your Well, I'm working mine out. It's not going to affect who I put against it because doubles is such a lottery.
Yeah, I think first up I'd put Coco in center. Second up I'd put Taylor Fritz and Naomi Osaka, and then third I'd put Bianca and Felix. Just because part of me feels like they've been on the same court together already.
You know that means Bianca's going to play twice in one day.
That's fine. She can do it. The Bianca I really want to see in women's tennis can play twice in one day.
That's fair. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Okay. My big money. Okay, so my number one, so 1 point. I'm going to do the other way around. 1 point, Novak Djokovic and Ons Jabeur. So they would end up playing Coco Gauff and Yannick Sinner.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And that's who I think that's who played each other in singles, actually.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and then my number 2 against your number 2. So your number 2 is Osaka and Fritz.
Mm-hmm.
My number 2, Swiatek Medvedev.
Okay.
That could be interesting.
Interesting, very interesting.
And then which means the finale would be Layla and Carlos against Felix and Bianca. So 3 out of 4 Canadians in one match.
3 Canadians and a Spaniard all walking to a bar.
Yeah, having Layla Fernandez and Carlos Alcaraz against Felix Auger-Aliassime and Bianca Andreescu would be so much fun.
Yep. We did good. They should hire us. They really should.
Yeah. Like, get away with this, get rid of this arbitrary geographical teams stuff. And
just pick a captain and let the captains do the picking.
Yeah. Vanch, hello. How are you?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Hey Nick, hey Mark, hey Miles.
Am I going by Mark today, Vance?
Remember the name of your fellow co-commentator, Vansh.
It's okay. I've heard.
I'm sorry, my head is a bit scrambled just coming off of playing some tennis actually. I just played a set with a good friend
Have
of
you
mine.
probably stretched and warmed down?
Did a few stretches and just,
Vance, do you have a one-handed backhand or a two-handed backhand?
I have a two-hander.
Gotcha. And you're a righty, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
How about you? Do you guys play like recreationally?
Well, I haven't played in a couple of months, but I'm a lefty with a two-handed backhand.
Oh, nice.
I'm a righty with a two-handed backhand. I haven't played for a couple of months either.
Well, I guess
it's not
John
really
is
the weather.
asking, did you win your match? Yeah, I didn't actually play we didn't actually play a full match, but we did play one set and I won it 6-3. So
yay.
You playing your old buddy Emilio Nava?
No, I wish. I mean, if he invites me for a training block, I don't think I would
Did you say Emilio Nava?
say no. Yes.
He played Andy Murray at the US Open, didn't he?
Yep. And we commentated that match, me and Nick and someone else.
Gotcha.
I think
cool.
John or Jack.
Yeah, and I think Isabel as well. But
it was a big match. Yeah, there was a lot of us. But yeah, we commentated, and Vanch has played Nava before.
I did, yes. I played him at a local tournament in San Diego in 2015. And he was the number 1 seed. And I just won a match before that. And yeah, that was some experience for sure.
I think Tennis Channel right now is doing their top 10 points of the week in Paris. And the last two definitely just had jaw-dropping moments. I fell asleep during the Tommy Paul and Rafa Nadal match, but I did not see Tommy Paul. I couldn't even contemplate Tommy Paul would hit a one-handed backhand down the line winner. Doesn't even sound like something I would think he would do, but he did.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you missed the commentary. Yeah, Rafa did kind of go off the boil in that match. You missed you probably wouldn't have fallen asleep to the excellent commentary that myself, Shahiri, and Isabel were providing to that match, which is still on the archive if you want to go and listen to that. Given there's about 10 minutes to go until this match starts, let's turn away from fantasy tennis. Vanch, I don't know if you were noticing, but we were doing like our own version of like a team event where Miles and I were picking players. Yeah, so it would be my team of Iga Swiatek, Ons Jabeur, Leylah Fernandez, Novak Djokovic, Daniel Medvedev, and Carlos Alcaraz against Miles's team of Coco Gauff, Bianca Andreescu, Naomi Osaka, Felix Auger-Aliassime, Yannick Sinner, and Taylor Fritz.
Wow, these are some really strong teams. Is there what are the criteria? How many men? How many women?
3 men, 3 women, anyone we want to.
Okay, it's like all active players?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only active.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's what we came up with. And very similar format to Labour Cup.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Jane, is my voice not soothing to you, Jane? Darn it.
You and I have some advice. Our producer would want Gasquet on their team, which is understandable. Yeah, so there's room for some fun. There's some room for some fun mixing up of team
just for a
matches.
I think Gasquet
might do you good.
He might be calling it a season in 2023. I wouldn't be surprised if he or Gael Monfils kind of go out in similar paths.
Producer, sure you put Gasquet and Rafa on the same team? Like neither of us picked Rafa.
Oh. Yeah, I would probably. I'd want to have Ostapenko there just for fun. Just to get some good content out there.
She'd be pelting people, men and women, just left and right.
Yeah, she'd just show no mercy and just.
Yeah, did Ostapenko cross your mind as an option, Miles?
No, she didn't, but I did hypothetically put her in my top 10. I did.
True. We did when we built our top 10s. Well, anyway, back to the match because it looks like we're building up for this now. I hadn't realised that the head-to-head was so heavily in favour of Swiatek. I knew it swung in her favour, but I thought it was 4-2 and not 4-1. But I think it's because I remember the drubbing that Sabalenka dealt Swiatek. I think it was the WTA Finals. Really, and was kind of seen as a match that kind of showed that Iga was struggling with power players. I know that all 4 Iga's wins against Aryna have come this season, and have all been fairly comprehensive, apart from the final. There you go. Yeah, I was right. WTA Finals last year. So 1 year on Sabalenka, but I think conditions may have suited Sabalenka a bit better than Swiatek. And Swiatek really wasn't herself that tournament. I think Sabalenka came close to pushing Iga, and maybe she did push Iga in the US Open semi-final, but Iga kind of asserted herself again. I'm expecting that this time. I'm still giving Sabalenka a decent chance of maybe causing an upset. Well, upset. It's a top 8. Vance, what are your thoughts going into this match?
Yeah, I watched pretty much their entire US Open semifinal match, and definitely Sabalenka, has the tools and has the power and serve and can rush Iga's forehand, especially in the but US Open courts were playing, definitely a lot quicker, and these courts here, I definitely think this will be Iga's toughest test of the matches she's played so far. Like, before the tournament, if you had asked me, I would have said probably Garcia and Sabalenka have the best chance in terms of upsetting Swiatek. And I could see just Sabalenka, with being the streaky type of player that she is, have like one set where she just hits a purple patch and things are just sort of going her way for 4 or 5 or 6 games at once. And, maybe Swiatek is struggling a little bit with getting her rhythm. I could see it being very tight, but I expect Swiatek to figure it out in the end. So I definitely could see this going 3 sets. I'm not confident enough to pick Sabalenka for the upset, but I definitely would give her a decent chance at making this extremely close.
Okay. Yeah, you and I are on the same page then, Vansh. Miles, we talked a bit about this earlier, but this was a few hours back, so there probably might not be people here who remember that or were there then. Or we're awake. So do you want to give your perspective again on how you see this one going?
I think all of the momentum is with Swiatek, but I do think as far as the conditions, I can totally see a matchup where the conditions help Sabalenka's game, especially when it comes to consistency with her ball toss and just clarity of mind around her serve with no conditions to affect it. But it'll really be a balance of how aggressive Sabalenka can be without giving away too many free points to Swiatek. I think Swiatek does a really good job when she's typically the aggressive player. She doesn't necessarily have to be the most aggressive on the court when she's playing against Sabalenka, because Sabalenka will ultimately give her a couple free points here, more than a couple free points. So if Sabalenka plays the level that she's been playing at, I give most of the eggs to Swiatek. It would take a really impressive performance, either really impressive performance by Sabalenka or a subpar performance by Swiatek for Sabalenka to get the win.
Okay. And a subpar performance by Swiatek isn't likely, judging by how she's been playing so far this week. So it depends on whether Sabalenka's got enough momentum or enough to build off to play impressively. I don't know if that's a fair assessment there. What have you thought about Vanch? What have you thought about Sabalenka's route through the groups? Because she She lost to Sakkari, but she beat Ons and she beat Pegula.
Yeah, I was impressed by her match against Jabeur. Like coming back from a set down, and she was down a break in the third as well, and saved break points for a double break for Jabeur. So once I really felt like she was able to get the upper hand, and some of those baseline exchanges and On's variety wasn't troubling Aryna as much as I had thought when it came to the big moments. It was actually Jabeur whose forehand kind of let her down in some spots, and Sabalenka was able to take so much time away, like with those big swings that she has, especially off her backhand and serve. I think Miles brought up a good point about the ball toss, because I haven't seen her struggling nearly as much with her serve this tournament, and particularly the second half of the year, as we did in January when she was racking up 20 plus double faults, and her confidence was all over the place. So I really admired her resilience in that match to come through. And it was one of those tight matches that I feel like 6 or 7 months ago, Sabalenka might have lost. And then the match against Pegula, I definitely think Pegula wasn't playing her best. She had lost her first 2 matches and just seemed very tired and out of steam, particularly, singles and doubles and so many matches on the year. But I thought Sabalenka did a really good job of like asserting herself, and she didn't have as many dips as she did in the Jabeur match. So that definitely helped her keep the momentum for longer. And then the Sakkari match, that was probably not one of her best matches, but given that she's now in the semis, it probably doesn't matter as much, I would say. Very different type of opponent in Iga today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're kind of on the same page with that a little bit. Yeah, I have to say with you, I think the thing I mainly picked up on that was the comment about Pegula. She definitely ran out of steam this tournament. Yeah. It was almost like Guadalajara last week maybe took a lot out of her, but also the having to play doubles as well wasn't going to help. Probably similar thing happened to Coco. I would say we've only really had one match that's been really competitive, and that was Garcia Kasatkina last night, which was super fun.
That was really a compelling watch, particularly the third set tie break. I thought was really exciting, especially the match point 32 shot rally. And, Garcia was extremely pumped to win it. And so tired, she didn't do her normal celebration either.
Yeah, no, she didn't do the flying thing, did she? She just looked kind of relieved it was over.
Yeah, because it was like a must-win for her to get through to the semis.
For both of them. Kasatkina played well. Like, Kasatkina really brought it and played a match I think made a lot of people really respect her who probably didn't like her up to that point. So, yeah. Is there of the field that are currently in playing Fort Worth right now, is there anyone that you're kind of not expecting, because we know what happened after WTA Finals, like most of them don't make the following year, but are any of them that like you would think be the most likely to push off into a good 2023? We'll take Iga out of it because we're kind of expecting that for her. I think it's kind of a given.
Yeah, I'm looking at someone like Jabeur because, you look at her season and I feel like she has some immediate points to gain and get closer to Swiatek. I mean, I know the gap is like immense right now, and probably Swiatek will keep that #1 ranking for many, many weeks. But in terms of building on her year, I think she can go into 2023 still feeling pretty overall decent about the year that she's had this year and kind of build on that, especially because she didn't play the Australian Open last year. So those are definitely like some points that she can gain. And she also lost in the first round of the French. So she can definitely make up some ground there. And then no points at Wimbledon either. So I think she seems really motivated to like push for the #1 ranking. And I also think having lost like not having a super busy schedule post US Open, and just kind of realizing that she's like good enough to win one now, having made two finals. Especially, obviously, you have to get through Iga, which is a big hurdle. But if something happens and Iga is upset earlier in the tournament, or wherever that might be, she's definitely one that can take advantage of that. And she's proven herself now on all surfaces. So I look at her, I think, to possibly try and get on the board next year to win a major.
Yeah.
And same with Pagula as well, because she's been so consistent and losing to like eventual champions. I don't think like her going 0-3 is really a big downer considering the year that she'd had and just having won Guadalajara in the fashion that she did, right? Beating 4 Grand Slam champions, and saving and Sakkari in the final. So now she's proven that she can win a big title. So I look at her trying to make that next step now, and maybe believing she can go all the way. But likelihood is we'll probably get a major champion who's not in this top 8 player field next year as well at some point.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair enough. I think, like, let's face it, it's the WTA. We've got to open it up for next year. Is going to be someone's first slam, right? I definitely think there'll be more on the table. I don't expect Iga to win 2 next year. She'll probably win 1, but I think we were chatting earlier, and we think, like, if you think about how many kind of big seasons have been followed by a letdown in comparison, even though they've still won a slam. I think Roger Federer is the only exception on the men's side that we really see. Not really on the women's side either. Maybe Serena in 02 to 03. But yeah, I think after this year, I think Iga's got a lot to live up to, much as that pains me to say it. I don't see her winning more than one slam next year. She'll probably win the French or the Australian, but that leaves a lot on the table. That leaves at least 3 slams on the table for other people to pick up. And Ons could well benefit from it, particularly at Wimbledon. I think that's a big opportunity for her to kind of make up for missing out on this year to Rybakina, who that wasn't Ons' fault, that final loss either. That was Rybakina really playing well in the last couple of sets.
And then I'm also interested to see the progressions that Coco Gauff makes next year. Obviously, building on this year, getting to a French Open final, US Open quarters, making it in the top 5 at 18 in singles and doubles is obviously still a pretty big achievement. But I definitely think she has some work to do on her forehand. She wants to make that next step. Because as we've seen in this tournament, I mean, especially when you're tired and you're, let's just say you're weary or you're, under some pressure or stress in a match. If you don't have like reliable, repeatable technique on that wing, it's just more susceptible to break down against, many different types of opponents, especially when they're really targeting that wing and going after it. And, that's definitely the one thing I would say. Because apart from that, I really like her overall game as a whole, her personality, she's got one of the best first serves in the game. She's got a really nice backhand, moves as well as anyone. Obviously plays a lot of doubles, so she's improved her forecourt play. So it's really the forehand for me right now.
Yeah. Sure. I think a lot of people have pointed out Coco's fine. It's just not consistent enough. It's just way too susceptible to breaking down.
I noticed she was hitting a lot more loopy forehand, sort of down the middle or down the line, to try to give herself some backhands, but they were either landing way too short, or they were just, a lot of them she was falling backwards or on the side as she was hitting them. So it really gave her opponent a lot more time to like set up and just crush the next ball. And obviously she has an extreme grip as well, so that makes it a little bit harder. I mean, Swiatek has an extreme grip as well, but if you notice, you watch her hit forehand, she's always moving forward as she's hitting them. So she's always applying that forward pressure, but Gauff is kind of more tailing away and hitting on her back foot. So, I mean, I'm not a technical expert, but that's just kind of what I see from the outside.
Yeah, well, that would make sense from what I see. You're right. Swiatek is very much front foot forehand. yeah, I didn't notice the Gauff back foot thing, and I haven't watched as many of her matches in comparison. But certainly, if you listen to any good coach, they'll tell you that's not a great way of hitting your forehand. And we both know from experience, right? You need to be on the front foot with the forehand. Like, if you're moving backwards while hitting a shot, you're not in control.
Yeah, kind of catching it too late, I would say, for her at times.
Yeah. Even though I'm not going to put my actual playing knowledge on your level, Vansh. I mean, you're
so far removed from that level, Nick. So it's I would.
I didn't say you were pro, but I'd say you were definitely better than me. You would destroy me. I probably would struggle to win points against you. If you've played at juniors against people who have gone on to be pros, I never even got close to that level. Talking of levels, Andy Roddick thinks Swiatek is at a different level and will need to have an off day for Sabalenka to have a chance. Probably agree with that.
Probably agree with that as well. Yeah, yeah. All those things I was saying about her sort of having a chance is like more relative to the other players, but it's kind of true as well. Like, she definitely needs to have an off day.
Okay. Well, the players are currently warming up. Welcome, Christoph. Glad you're subscribed. If you're from Poland, hopefully you will enjoy this match. I'm here representing the Iga Swiatek fandom. This is the first time I've commentated on one of her matches. I refused to do the US Open final because I would have found that way too stressful, and no one would have wanted to commentate with me on that day. I would have been absolutely unbearable. Trust me. But here it's fairly low stakes. So
yeah, I think you can kind of chill out now with the season that she's
like. Yeah, at some point, like, it's nice that when she wins, because obviously I want her to win. But I think when you get past a certain point of winning, you can sort of take the losses when they happen. Although, imagine being a Federer fan in the mid-2000s when he was like losing 4 or 5 matches a year, and like whenever he lost, everyone was like, "Oh, he lost, did he?" That was weird.
Yeah. Oh. The standards that she's setting though this year are like seriously are up there with like Justine Henin and like some
Serena.
of the best players who've won like multi-slams. It's one of the best non-Serena Williams seasons I've witnessed. So it's cool to see.
For sure. Yeah. Absolutely, for sure. So, well, they're just warming up now, and I think I'm probably a little bit ahead of both of you Americans. When Miles comes back, don't think Miles and Ashley don't generally mind when I'm ahead. Like to know what they're ready for. But I think they're just finishing the warm up now and preparing for the opening game. Iga Swiatek in her all blue outfit, which I really like that color scheme. Actually, I like the dark blue. Thought it looked good on the last year's US Open as well, and last year's WTA.
I have a question for you, Nick.
Yeah.
Do you think that since she's had such a stellar season, that any other apparel brand would be kind of vying for her to be a brand ambassador or anything like that? Or do you think ASICS does all that they can to keep her and gives her like, I don't know if she's much of a designer of outfits or anything like that. I haven't heard anything like that, but do you think they kind of give her unique line to kind of separate her from the pack a little bit?
I think the two can't be mutually exclusive, right? I think she's going to have brands knocking on the door saying, "When's your ASICS contract up?" At the same time, ASICS are going to be wanting to pay her a load of money to come on board. I think let's face it, she's going to be all over every tennis publicity, so any brand would want her. So or at least in the news anyway, like Iga Swiatek wins another thing. So I don't know. I think it's literally going to come down to money. I'm not entirely sure if Iga's particularly bothered about designing her own stuff.
Yeah, I don't get
That
that
doesn't
vibe
seem to
either.
be what she's interested in. She's not a Naomi, or even I don't know if I think could see Coco being interested in that, but or an Ostapenko. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. The shade is going to be subtle today. Friend of the show, Pam Shriver, says Swiatek heavy favourite. All the experts will take it, Pam. And hopefully Pam will be back at some point on the show. I really enjoyed when she came on with John before. And if you haven't watched that episode, go back and watch it. It's another good one. As the players are now beginning, and Aryna Sabalenka is serving first. She's missed the first serve on my side. So the opening point at the semi-final.
The theory
And it's
still
in the
stands, Nick.
Yeah, it's in the it's a double fault. Right, that's it. I'm going.
Wait, is it really double fault?
It's a double fault.
Oh my goodness! Did you guys make a bet or something before?
Yeah, I spoke that into existence. I told Nick that he couldn't leave until Sabalenka hits a double fault, and she hits a double fault in the opening point.
Oh
For
my
context, it is 1:15 in the morning my time, and I have to be at work in 7 hours and 15 minutes.
Yep.
Fortunately,
so
I can work
to
from home.
here at Talking Tennis to provide.
Oh
this
man,
first
I really jinxed Sabalenka. Yikes! Sorry, Sabs. Sorry.
This is a good start for if you're an Iga fan, maybe not so much if you're a Sabalenka fan. I'm just plugging in my device to avoid me dying on this stream. Otherwise, it'll be a sudden handing of the baton over to you guys. If I can work out where to plug this in. There we go. Should do it.
Oh, backhand.
Let's hoping that now his device is charging. Okay.
Vance, what's your score, by the way, from what you're watching on television?
I'm at love 30 right now.
Okay.
I'm at 15:30.
Same. 15:30. Sabalenka's about to serve at 15:30.
But that.
Oh no.
Oh, we lost Nick.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. We got lost. We lost ourselves there for a moment, but we're back, which is good to know. As I'm just booting my device. Yeah, and is that another double fault?
I'm looking at her second serve at 30-15. Let me make sure my feed
It's a second serve. Okay, cool. Yeah. Welcome, Marius. Hope you enjoy. That's again Polishish name. Maybe you are Polish. Yeah, that's definitely double fault now.
She hit a let on the second the second serve first attempt.
Yeah, second serve let. You're about to see her miss the second attempt at a second serve.
Yikes. It's just so interesting because I don't remember Sabalenka. Maybe, yeah, that was a very distinct double. Sorry, I'm a little behind, but I don't remember. And she already looks pretty frustrated.
Well, wouldn't you be?
Yeah. It's not a good
In
start.
my first game, if I had gotten all the way to the WTA Finals, hitting as many double faults as she has hit, I probably wouldn't show that much frustration. I mean, she has. There's a blueprint of somebody that she wants to watch. I'd give her the blueprint of Elena Dementieva's career. She made it to the WTA Finals pretty consistently with the serve that she had, so it's not impossible.
And she won Olympic gold, right? She did all right for herself.
Yeah,
and played Serena Williams in one of the best women's matches of the last couple of decades in that Wimbledon semi.
Her serve incrementally got better, but when she came onto the tour, it was a liable weakness. And I was trying to say this earlier. I don't remember when Sabalenka came onto the scene that her serve was such a liability. So it's interesting that it goes from.
It's only really become a liability this year, I would say.
Yeah,
like people.
Yeah, I would say the first time that I noticed it with her was last year at this event. That was the first time where I kind of took notice, and I was like, "Oh, those ball tosses are all over the place, but inconsistent."
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it might have even been the match against Iga, even though she had won it. That's when I noticed it maybe for the first time.
Tell you what, Sabalenka's rescuing the situation pretty well now after those double faults that got her 15-40 down. She's now serving for at game point, giving herself some good serving. To be fair, I think Iga missed an opportunity to break. She was in the rally at 15-40 and just overhit on a forehand. Puts that smash away, though, to save the game point and keeps herself in this. Iga definitely seeing the opportunity to get on the front foot, and we know what Iga's like, trying to get on the front foot early in the match and just be the front runner. That is definitely where she's most comfortable.
Early on, though, it's looking like just from facial expressions and, analyzing body posture and everything, you would almost think that Sabalenka is the one with the pressure, and she should be playing with no pressure at all, like none at all. Or nothing to lose, rather.
As Iga puts that forehand into the net, putting Sabalenka another game point. I know what you mean. I mean, Sabalenka maybe is the type who puts a lot of pressure on herself. Maybe she wants to get a bit more of a foothold in this rivalry with Iga. Saying, look, she knows, maybe she thinks that she can beat her and she's frustrated that she's not. But yeah, overall, I mean, Iga's a very good starter to matches, and Sabalenka isn't as strong in that department. But like, Iga's one of the best sort of match starters I can think of. Is just good enough out the blocks compared to others. I mean, already this is giving me vibes of the Stuttgart final that they played. I would say, vaguely, if I remember that match right, like that was competitive for a bit, and then Iga took control. But she was definitely in it from the start.
Yeah, 2 double faults in this game, but 3 clutch serves after that. So if she can just hold here, she'll feel a lot better about herself.
Decent opening. So yeah, they're coming out of swapping ends after game 1. Iga's preparing to get her opening serve. She looks motivated, ready to go, finding a place to put her towel. Take her time a little bit. But Iga's one of those people with timing where she knows exactly how much time to take for each point. She's not consistent in how much time she wastes. Sometimes she's on it and sometimes she'll take her time. She very much keeps the pace to whatever she needs it to be at a particular moment.
I think that's
she
smart.
misses the first.
I think that's smart because every point matters numerically as one. The pressure and the importance of it is always different. So I think that's a very good thing that I haven't noticed about her, but I'm glad you brought up.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like Nadal who takes his time on every single point, right? Or her great hero, so comparisons are always going to come up, but like that's the kind of like, what you're going to get with the Nadal preparation, slowing everything down. Iga doesn't need to do that. She'll keep the pace up unless she feels she needs to make her opponent nervous, and then she'll slow it down. Very good match player overall. She's love 15 down though. She's getting into a forehand rally with Sabalenka, and just moving Sabalenka all over the place. Finishes with a forehand, mid-court, job done, fist pump. Here we go.
It's a match.
Yeah. Sorry, was that a little bit too enthusiastic there?
No, I enjoyed it.
Like it.
I should probably do that when I'm a bit more neutral in the match.
I think she's really good at taking balls out of the air too. She doesn't get enough credit for that. Swiatek.
Out wide on the forehand, but the Sabalenka return was really good, and Swiatek could not control that forehand. It was right at her and sort of almost too quick. And that was 15-30. That's getting interesting. Yeah, I mean, obviously, as we've said before with Garcia, Iga's very vulnerable to big returners, right? Her serve's good. It's consistent. It's solid. She's one of the best servers on tour right now, as we discussed. last time we were on a stream, you and I, Miles. But it is definitely vulnerable to being attacked sometimes, as it's Iga's turn to double fault. It is Iga's turn to double fault, and it's 15-40.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's odd. Wasn't expecting that. Maybe she was still a bit rattled from that Sabalenka return.
Yeah, and that's the
Point
return
before.
that Sabalenka. That's the return that Sabalenka will really want to hit in this match.
Just so interesting how players go about their second serve return placement and stances, I should say, because Sabalenka can hit a deep one, but she doesn't have to rush the same way Garcia did in the last match.
Yeah, so break points saved as Sabalenka put a backhand into the low part of the net. Our producer thinks that Sabalenka should have won that semi in New York. I don't think so, but agree to disagree on that one. She did play well, though, for a lot of it, as, Iga on the attack with the forehand, but she misses the smash. She completely miscues the smash to finish it. She just got herself she was in the completely wrong position to hit it, rushed it, and not even anywhere near the court. And it's a break for Sabalenka.
Interesting development so far.
Yeah. I guess this is turning out to be closer to their U.S. Open semifinal match.
Oh, she made a complete mess of that. It was a volley / smash /
She was just not in the right position for it. She rushed it. She didn't get herself she didn't move to get herself in position to hit it.
Yeah.
She could have done, but she panicked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's usually very good at making those small adjustment steps and split stepping and getting herself in the right position to put away shots, especially like swing volleys. So that was an uncharacteristic miss. Don't normally see that from her.
Yeah.
Let's see if Sabalenka can capitalize, though. She's up an early break. The last couple of feeds I've been on have been a little bit of a break fast or breakfast. So we'll see if this one turns into one of those.
I mean, it's almost getting to the time where I should be having breakfast. I have a plate of toast next to me that I barely touched. That was meant to keep me going through this stream. As Sabalenka double faulted again, then follows up with an ace, 15-all.
Interesting. So she's hit 3 double faults so far in this match.
In 2 games.
That's to be expected, right?
Yeah, in her last 3 matches, she hit a combined 18 double faults. So I would say this is probably a bit more than she wants, but hey, she's up a break, so.
Sabalenka's found a way to win despite double faults. A lot like Coco Gauff.
I've enjoyed her humor about it as well, after matches and just kind of being self-deprecating about it. I think that wins fans over.
I think in Australia you said something like, guys, I only hit 10 double faults.
Yeah, it was funny.
Oh, what a return from Iga Swiatek. Cracked that forehand cross court. And she just walked with purpose the other side, saying, right, point over. What you got for the next one?
I love how you're describing these points, and then I have to wait for a good 1 minute to see them.
Yeah.
I wish my stream was not as far behind as it is, but
welcome to British internet connection.
I was going to say, and then you're also watching on Amazon Prime. We're watching on Tennis Channel, unfortunately.
Yeah. I'm making the most of Amazon Prime whilst I've still got it for the next 12 months.
And you would think that since this is being streamed in North America, our fees would be a little quicker, but obviously not.
Another double fault for Sabalenka.
Wow.
So we've had the first 4 points of this game have been double fault, ace, return winner, double fault.
I think the head-to-head is getting in her head already. I think she walked onto the court knowing that she has barely she's either barely put a dent in their matchup, and the last time they played, she had her opportunities and didn't take advantage of them. So she's definitely in her own head. Her body language early on is just like, I can't afford to be in this double fault. And I think she's thinking about that at the line.
Forehand winner from Sabalenka that was just too good. Iga, she served for it. Iga got a decent return back, but then Sabalenka went back behind with the forehand, and it was just too much on it for anyone to get. Goes long with the serve down the tee, the second break point down. So let's see what happens next. Could be anything. Flip of a coin.
Could be
Whether the serve goes in or not. It doesn't. It's a double fault, and Iga breaks back.
Oh, wow. That's
Wow.
3 in this game, huh?
5
So-
altogether, I believe, right?
3 double faults, and then losing to Iga on a forehand return winner.
Mm.
Yeah, that's got to be, because again, it's very similar to Stuttgart. When Sabalenka gets the rally on her racket, she's winning it.
Not the flashiest of starts ever.
No,
No.
for either player, to be fair.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much to go off of so far, besides that one return winner that Swiatek hit, and then a swinging volley that Swiatek hit. Those have been the best overall points.
Yeah.
Vanch, I'd be interested to hear your perspective. Sabalenka, how well do you think her game matches up to other aggressive hitters? I'm not going to call Iga a big hitter, but I'll call her an aggressive hitter.
As in, like, players who prefer first strike tennis, or players who are more counterpunchers,
first strike.
or
Yeah.
which ones? Oh, okay, yeah, first strike tennis. I mean, I watched her play a few times against Pliskova, and that's definitely kind of, I would say, more suitable to her game, because it's more, she doesn't have to think as much. It's very much, the game plan is very much clear in her mind, which is just sort of bang bang tennis, like first strike, and that's when she's sort of at her best, in those conditions where there's just less that she has to think about and less that can go wrong, because or even if she's playing at, let's say, high altitude, like her last big title was in Madrid, if I recall correctly, and she just sort of played with this freedom and purpose, which was like, just serve big, follow it up with a forehand, come forward, next point, boom, big serve, and it feels like very repeatable for her against big servers, whereas against players like Iga, who kind of do a little bit of both, it's just a bit harder for her to find that rhythm. But I also think she didn't have those mental hurdles with her serve like she's had this season, so it's a little bit harder to evaluate.
Yeah,
I would say.
Are we talking about
fair
the
enough.
1-2 punch in tennis?
Sorry, Miles, what's the question?
Are we talking about the best 1-2 punch in tennis?
From Sabalenka?
In women's tennis? Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think she does have one of the best 1-2 punches in tennis when she's playing well. I think her game is built around that. First serve, first or second shot winner.
And that's one of the reasons why she's here, I guess, because even with all of her serving woes, she can still count on that. I mean, she obviously has a great serve. You don't get to world number 2 without having a good serve. So,
Sabalenka's been to 2 in the world.
Yeah,
last year
she was behind Barty at one point. Number 2 to Barty at one point.
I missed that part.
That was actually a
Iga was-
fascinating rivalry last year. Sabalenka and Barty. I mean, they had some very good matches.
I forgot that she got to 2. Her last trophy lift actually was Madrid in 2021. So it's been a little while since she's lifted some championship silverware.
Iga's love 30 down again. She's not played. She's played 2 poor points. Forehand bouncing off the top of the net and way into the tram lines.
Her timing looks a bit off, and you can tell that she notices it and realizes it. So, going to be interesting to see how she, balances that, or if it gets better.
Her levels definitely dropped since the group stages. But then she did have a bit of a slow start against Coco as well in the last match, and
against Garcia as well. She was down an early break.
That is true. Backhand winner up the line from Swiatek. Much more positive play there. 15-30.
Really the one match where I felt like she was never in a spot to bother from start to finish was against Kasatkina. She just matches up perfectly against her. Yeah.
Kasatkina's like the dream matchup for Iga because you can just boss her around. Are there any other matchups for Sabalenka that really I've talked about any other head-to-heads that Sabalenka's way down in that we know of?
There is the Anisimova one. which
Okay.
does not kind of doesn't surprise me as much, given Anisimovan's got one of the better backhands on tour, and she's got really good ground stroke pace, and her shots are going to hold up well against Sabalenka's because she absorbs power really well. So that's definitely one matchup.
Iga's double faulted again.
I was just about to say, Nick, the first serve percentage from both of these women has to be pretty low so far, and that was a wild double fault. Yeah,
I would check it, but the thing I use for my app for my stats is what I'm using to talk to you on now. So
don't worry, I'm on it.
Thanks, Miles. We need a stat guy. And it's 4-1.
Oh yeah. Swiatek's first serve percentage is at 50, and surprisingly, Sabalenka's is a little bit better at 56. So
Iga has to almost jump backwards to get out of a way of a ball that's wildly long from Sabalenka, almost hit her on the baseline. Not deliberate. It's not a Tsitsipas situation. It's more of a. It was just more of Sabalenka could control it, so you could just sort of lean back to get out of the way, and it's 30-40, so one break point saved. Iga really doesn't want to go down the break again right now. So let's see how it goes. She aborts the ball toss. She's still trying to get a little bit of control of her timing again, as Miles pointed out. And body serve, cracked return from Sabalenka. Iga can't do anything about it, and it's game 3-1. So that was just
I'm a point behind, but was that did Swiatek make her first serve on that break point, or was
I think it was a first serve, but it was sort of a safe first serve, so it was attackable, but it's still very good return from Sabalenka.
Yeah, I think Swiatek is just a little rattled at the moment because she's not getting any rhythm from the other side of the court. It's either really erratic serving, or she's having to work so hard to get first serves in play. So it's
because in the rally, when Swiatek can get into full flow, generally she's all right. Other than that point in that first game, where she could have broken Sabalenka, and maybe the fact that she could have broken Sabalenka in that first game and then didn't is bothering her a bit. And she's frustrated. As Sabalenka has an unreturnable serve followed by an ace to go 30 love up in this service game. So it's the best start to a service game she's had this match so far. Would be typical, wouldn't it, if I commentated on Iga Swiatek match and that was the match that she ended up losing. But that's a beautiful backhand return winner from Swiatek. Good serve from Sabalenka, but just slightly steps back and swings through. Again, it's that short take back that benefits us so much, so well.
Yep, I love her backhand take back. It's compact. She does she rotates very well, and she still accelerates through the ball.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's see. Sabalenka's missed the first serve. Maybe she's still rattled by that return. And then we know what happened. We know she might be nervous about a second serve, which does go in, and Iga attacks it on the backhand. It is another backhand winner.
Wow.
On the return. 2 backhand return winners.
I mean, does Swiatek have the best backhand inside in return on the tour? Probably.
I've not paid that much attention. I'll take your word for it.
She's turned around quite a bit of matches with those returns. I mean, she is one of the best returners, period. So I guess.
Yeah. Oh, she is. And she's been probably the best returner over the whole year so far.
Yeah. Breaking over 50% of the time. So
it's what a lot of her dominance is based off is how able she's able to attack her opponent's serves.
Yeah.
I love the thing about Swiatek's game a lot is that her attacking is with good margin, either over the net or in between the lines. Like the 2 backhand return winners she hit, they weren't even painting the lines, but her opponent couldn't get to them. So she does a really good job of making sure she has margin for error while still being aggressive.
Swiatek is frustrated because she feels that was a makeable return, and she's right. It was kind of in her strike zone, but just didn't quite connect properly. And it's now game point Sabalenka, which she seals with an ace, and it's 4-1.
Wow.
So yeah, a lot of thinking to do for Swiatek. I don't see her as being out of this by any means. If their US Open clash is anything to go by, or whenever else their WTA Finals clash, because does Sabalenka win the first set in that one?
No, it was. I think it was 2-6, 6-2, 7-5.
Yep,
that was the first
she
one.
came back.
But even that third set was competitive.
Yeah, for sure. I think Iga actually ended that tournament on a somewhat positive note, because I remember her winning the dead rubber against Spinoza.
Mm.
And then, yeah, I guess the rest is history.
Yeah, it's like, right, no, bad end of the year, but built well. Because when did you hire Tomasz Wojciechowski? That was the beginning of the year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Pretty much instant impact. I know, right at the end of last year for the off season.
Yeah. It
seemed like it was pretty much almost instant impact.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the biggest match for her this year has to be that Australian Open comeback against Kaya Kanepi from a set down, because that was a really sort of hard-fought, gritty win. Neither player playing that well at the same time, but it was one of those matches where, for the first time, I was really impressed with her composure, like in the biggest moments, like to come back from a set down, playing as poorly as she did. I guess then she knew that she could win when she's not at her best, because obviously in 2021 we saw when she was at her best what she could do. But
yeah, I agree with you. I think that was the first time I really saw her win despite not playing her best against someone like Kanepi. That was pretty significant. It was a messy match,
sure.
But
and I would say she's improved so much since that match and the Collins defeat in the next round as well. Like, she's a completely improved player in all aspects.
Yeah, I think once you realize, I can win and I don't have to be at my best, it must be quite reassuring.
Yeah, and I think she's won like at least half of her matches this year. When half of the matches when she's down a set, she's come back and won. So that's a really big.
Yeah, I think I remember during her streak, like I think the first match of her streak was the first time she lost a second set, and then she didn't lose another one until she lost the one to that Dutch girl at Wimbledon.
Oh yeah, that was long. It was 37.
But she doesn't often lose second sets. Return winner from Sabalenka after two really positive winners at the beginning of the game for Swiatek, so it's 30-15. For those who are wondering what is happening in the match, so Swiatek serving to try and keep the gap to Sabalenka, keep Sabalenka nervous on serve, because if Sabalenka goes a double break up, she's going to relax.
Yeah, so far I think one of the biggest reasons Sabalenka's up in this match is she's winning more of the quick points, like under 5 shots. Tennis Channel just put up a graphic, and I think it's 16-5 for Sabalenka, points under 5 shots. Anytime they get into a neutral baseline rally, Swiatek currently right now has, an edge, but it's like 5-4. So
although we say that, like Swiatek's just conceded one with a backhand going quite long to make it 30-all. That exact scenario you're talking about.
Sabalenka hit it twice. Look at that.
So yeah, critical point. And Swiatek is positive about that. That was an unreturnable first serve. 40-30 body serve.
Sabalenka using the slice there a little bit at that point.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, she's they're doing well. So it's a 7 Swiatek, backhand in play, forehand Sabalenka, Swiatek on the run. Sabalenka's got Swiatek on the run though, and Swiatek hits her leg with her racket, she's frustrated at putting that in the net. But frankly, I mean, that would have been a difficult get for her. Anyway, Shriri's good. Shriri's excited to see Vanch. I'm always excited to see Vanch.
Oh, I appreciate that. Hello there, Shrihari.
Shriri, what are you doing? It's like nearly 5 a.m. where you are.
It's 5.
He's supporting women's tennis like everyone should
Guy
be.
is a nocturnal animal. I will tell you that.
Supporting women's tennis.
And that's an unreturnable first serve from Swiatek. Good job. Crowd getting into it. I think the crowd want this to be competitive. So, yeah, this should be...
when she's made the first serve so far, has been pretty effective. I think winning 10 out of 13 points. That's a good percentage. Swiatek struggling a little bit there. She's 4 for 10 right now when she makes the first serve. Which is
a bit of a short first serve from Swiatek, which was very attackable by Sabalenka, and gave her the up and gave her the advantage in the rally, winning it with a backhand cross-court winner that Swiatek couldn't even get near. Shrihari, you're not a night owl, you're an insomniac. And I say this as your podcast co-host, like, you and I should probably sleep at some point. As Sabalenka tries to go inside out on the backhand and goes wide into the tram lines, it's another game point for Swiatek. Sabalenka's annoyed with herself because that, yeah, if she'd made that, that would have been a winner. Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys to see that point, but
yeah. She had it lined up pretty good too. Just a little
unreturnable first serve from Swiatek to make it 4-2. And she always looked like she was going to swap ends and then realized what the score was.
Bookmark that game. She kind of fought her way out of it a little bit to hold serve. So,
yeah. Sorry, I talked over you, Miles. What were you saying when I talked over you before?
Me or Vanch?
Miles. I don't think Vanch has tried to say anything that I've noticed.
Oh, I just said bookmark that game. Sorry. So she struggled. Can you guys still hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Yeah, I just said bookmark that game. I think she struggled a little bit to hold, and holds have not been coming as easily as they probably have a lot of the times this season. So we'll see what happens in the Sabalenka service game for sure.
So there we go. Sabalenka's average first serve speed has gone up by 10 miles an hour today compared to previous rounds in the tournament. Something about Swiatek's making her serve bigger. Probably because she's fearful of the Swiatek return. It makes sense to me.
It seems to have found her timing more on the serve after the first 2 service games.
It's a positive backhand to backhand rally for Swiatek, is forcing the error from Sakkari on the run to make it 15-all. Definitely a bit more into this match. This feels a bit more competitive compared to the last one, which just felt like all on Garcia's racket.
Yep.
Garcia really sabering those returns.
She really was.
Sneak attack by Garcia?
Sure.
Does that have the same ring to it as sneak attack by Federer? Or Roger, excuse me, Saber. Would that be considered a Sabga?
Saber sounds cooler coming from a Roger Federer fan.
Yeah, it does. It really does. Sabalenka's going to continue to take her cuts. I really applaud that about her. Like 5 double faults in only a handful of service games, and she's still taking her cuts, and she's still walking up to the line, knowing that she can still dictate these points. She's not, taking too much off of it.
I think she knows. Yeah, she knows when it works well, and I don't think she knows how else to serve really.
Yeah. It's her game.
She really
Yeah.
sticks to her identity on the court. I feel like
Yep.
when things aren't working, she definitely trusts herself to at least
I
turn
think
it around and give herself a chance.
I think the tattoo on her
Dominance.
forearm helps.
Oh yeah,
Dominant service game, 5-2, change of ends. Swiatek serving to stay in the set already, and we're what, just
35
over half
minutes
an
in.
hour into it.
Yeah.
That went quicker than I expected. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it does have to be said. I think Iga's been a little bit off in her service games.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely unusually slow start for her.
She does look a little bit more nervous than I thought she would be. I mean, maybe she's thinking about, well, if I win this, I cap off a really good season. And she's already said that she's not participating in the Billie Jean King Cup finals, is she? She's not doing that?
yeah,
right,
she's
yeah.
not doing that. I think she just wants to finish this on a really
I mean,
high
look,
note and just.
if I'm playing the Billie Jean, if I was a player, I'd be annoyed that like I'd have to potentially play the final on a Monday night in Fort Worth, Texas, to be back in the UK on Tuesday morning. That's just not going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. I think amongst the 8 players in this field, the only 2 that are playing it is Gauff and Pegula. No one else is playing that Billie Jean King Cup next week.
I don't even know why Gauff's trying, to be honest.
I think she should just shut down her season, to be honest. But I think also one of the things is that she wants to play the Olympics, I believe, and you have to play a few ties in the Billie Jean King Cup. I think a minimum of 3 in order to.
Is that a US rule?
I think that's
it's just
an ITF rule,
qualification.
actually.
It's an ITF rule,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they just feel like they can, win it for the team because they're so good in doubles. But it just feels like, yeah, I mean, Coco's just played so many matches this year. I mean, this is her first year since the age eligibility rule is no longer a factor. So she's definitely making the most of that. But
I admire Billie Jean King, but I'm not a fan of the timing of it at all. I don't think I've ever been a fan of the timing of Fed Cups or Billie Jean King Cups, to be honest.
No, for sure.
They always feel poorly timed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so it's Davis Cup on the ATP, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. I've always personally just thought, the last week of October should be the final week of the year, personally. I think the players deserve November and December.
And technically, December is all about preparing and getting to Australia. So, the 25th of December is Christmas for the people that celebrate, but maybe 4 days after that is usually when Brisbane or something starts, So.
I mean, the United Cup is starting December 29th.
Right.
I mean, of course, you still have exhibitions and stuff going on.
Yep.
So,
Tennis in a revolving door.
Yeah.
I would say, just going back to the match, nothing's going Iga's way at the minute. She was in control of the rally, and then a dead let cord from Sabalenka gets her the point to make it 15-all. Swiatek first serve out, and then very short second serve attack by Sabalenka, and Iga puts the backhand into the low part of the net.
2 points away from the set.
She does seem a bit disheartened right now.
Yeah.
Nothing that she hasn't been through before and she can't fix. But we do now need to start consider the possibility of it being a Sabalenka versus Garcia final, which I don't think any of us would have called.
Technically, I remember putting a little bit of stock in Sabalenka and realizing that she's a pretty darn good indoor player. So I think I said on record I wouldn't be surprised if she finds her way into the final.
Yeah. For me, I did a podcast with Andre, one of the co-hosts for Tennis and Bagels. He said that he asked me, if you think if you were to take Swiatek out of it, who would you pick to win this thing? And I picked Sabalenka. He picked Garcia. So if we actually get that match, we would have a potential face-off there. But it's definitely interesting, though.
Yeah. There was a bit of interference. So, like, Andre thinks that that could have been how it went. Oh, as Iga puts a forehand into the net, like that was a rushed forehand, and it's set point Sabalenka. So this is critical, obviously.
I think Swiatek really wants to get into these backhand-to-backhand rallies because when she's actually getting into them.
Her forehand doesn't seem to be fun. Well, her forehand's fine for the most part, but it's just not quite. It's just not quite firing in some aspects. I think, when the forehand goes, everything else goes. Backhand is looped over the baseline and it's set to Sabalenka.
Yay! Never mind. That's being biased. Sorry.
So we were talking about like wanting to get into the backhand rallies, and then the backhand's what eventually loses at the set.
Yeah, and I mean her backhand. I mean, just from set memory, her backhand actually shined through a little bit more than her forehand with those backhand return winners. So interesting. She does look a little more than a little perturbed, actually, from what I've seen all season.
Iga's going off to take a bathroom break as Amazon Prime is promoting the doubles match to follow between Mertens and Kudermetova against Kravchik and whoever her partner is. They haven't flashed up yet.
I need someone to explain to me how Kudermetova got to 9 in the world, like just last week or so. When I saw that, I was like, yeah.
Kudermetova, yeah.
Sheer consistency. She regularly wins matches on tour. She doesn't win tournaments, but she regularly wins matches.
She's at her peak. Like her peak has been 9, October 24th. It's just for whatever reason, I've always saw her as like a in the mix type of player, not a top 10 player. So to see her at number 9 and kind of solidly in the mix, was kind of like, wow. But she has had a fairly solid season. A lot of semifinals, a lot of quarterfinals. She's been right there.
Yeah, sure.
I'm going to let you two talk.
I know that
between these sets. I just take a quick break just because I've been talking for 5 hours and I actually haven't had a drink. So I'm going to sort that out.
Sure
thing.
So do you think, Vanch, that Swiatek is playing with the pressure of trying to close out a near perfect season? You think that's why she's a little bit more perturbed than normal?
Yeah, I think she just looks perturbed a little bit by the way that she's playing overall. I just think the level has not been up to her expectations. Some of that is obviously Sabalenka rushing her, her not serving as well as she has definitely throughout this tournament and throughout this year. And of course, I think she just knows it's just 2 more days, and then I can take a bit of a break. I'm not playing the Asian King Cup. I can go back to reading my books or the stuff that she likes to do in her free time, which she definitely has a lot of other hobbies as well. So I think she's just a bit tired, a bit worn down.
Yeah, if she loses this match, ultimately, I don't think it takes anything away from her season. But I think she's going to try to at least give it, one last push to see what Sabalenka can really bring, and maybe keep up her level. Because I don't think this has been a high level or high quality match so far by any stretch of the imagination. But Sabalenka, ironically, is the one keeping the ball in court just that much bit more. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and we'll see if Swiatek is able to reset here, taking a bit of a bathroom break and just kind of gathering her thoughts. See if that changes things up.
How do you feel about tennis having more of a traditional American halftime? Because we were talking about that in the last semifinal. It just feels like if no one goes to the bathroom or no one has an injury timeout, the break between sets is like 90 seconds. And if you're in a space of like really wanting a momentum shift, how do you reset in 90 seconds realistically? It sounds so hard. But I also don't think that we should. I also don't want to promote like tennis taking longer because there's already arguments that tennis is on the longer end of the spectrum as far as watchability and things like that. So it's interesting. And Sabalenka right now keeping warm, doing some serve.
Something I notice when I go to tennis events is like not letting the spectators in, having to wait till like the next changeover, or having to basically wait 3 games into the match to let everyone in. And I just think, obviously, the players are accustomed to like, playing in a quiet type environment where, there's not like talking in between points is not really something we usually do in tennis. But if we could just let more people come in, as points are going on, I feel like it would be just a bit easier to just get some access, and players and spectators will be more free to leave at any point, go and get a drink, come back.
And the one tournament that happens the most at in New York, I've been fortunate enough to go the past 2 editions. It seems like everyone is annoyed by that, when I'm just like, the US Open crowd has been the US Open crowd for years. Like it's part of what makes that tournament unique, but it always feels like anything outside of, I shouldn't say always, it often feels like anything outside of the traditional norms in tennis in terms of it being quiet or more subdued is kind of shunned upon by the players themselves. And I'm always like, how do you let 2 people walking back to the stands with a hot dog and popcorn deter you at this level? Like, if this were a different level or college or something like that, I would be like, okay, well, maybe. But you've played so many matches just to even get to professional level. So how do you not have the ability to focus past someone walking in with their pretzel?
Yeah, I know, especially when they're it's not like they're chanting or making loud noises.
They're
just going and going about their business. So it's I definitely
and some players make it a bigger deal than others, but the players that make it a thing, you're like, well, they point to the umpire, like, how are you not policing these people? Like, what is the umpire who's also on the same court as you looking at the balls? How are they supposed to
someone that is also finding a way to displace the anger, right? Because if they're losing in the match, or they're that's definitely one way to let it
feels like that for sure.
Wow.
Definitely have to. You have to be a little bit more open to those kind of changes in tennis. I definitely agree with you.
Iga came out swinging on that opening point of the second set. You'll see it in a second, but she's just come out max attack. Forehand winner. But an unreturnable serve from Sabalenka. So it's all going to come down to how well Sabalenka serves, I think. He continues to. And then how solid Iga can stay. Because at the minute, if you're Sabalenka, you're probably feeling pretty confident right now, even if you've been made weight by Iga.
I still think the head-to-head, especially since a lot of the matches have happened in the past 6 months or so, is in her head. You can kind of tell that, like, at least from what I'm viewing on the screen, she's happy that she won that first set, but she by no means thinks the match is over, or that she's content.
Yeah,
maybe that's a good thing, having experienced it already at the US Open. Knowing that I can't let my foot down even for a split second, because if I do, Swiatek is the type of player that can just run away with the momentum.
A little window here at 15:30. Swiatek has a little window to break, which will go a long way in stopping some of the momentum for sure.
And she really attacked with that backhand as well, and Sabalenka couldn't do anything with that. And she couldn't deal with the backhand return. It's 15-40. And this isn't about Sabalenka double faulting. This is about Iga going for it.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens on this this break point. Can Swiatek get herself on the front foot in this second set? She was 15-40. She had 15-40 the opening game of the set first and couldn't capitalize, and Sabalenka saved it with an unreturnable first serve. Iga's trying to slow the pace down a bit. Sabalenka puts his first serve into the net. High tension. I don't know how warm it is over there, but it's freezing cold in the UK. 2 a.m. Forehand. Winner from Iga. Inside out. On the line. Standard Iga Swiatek somehow spins it into on the line. She goes and takes some nutrition gel and gets ready to serve a break up in the second set. And that must feel pretty good for her right now.
Yeah.
She'd have to be feeling really good about it, the way she started opening up her shoulders and swinging in that game, especially off some of those returns and the forehand inside and out. This is a perfect start for her, actually.
They're just showing the stats on the screen, and I think the biggest, clearest difference is first serves won. Iga 45% compared to like 82% for Sabalenka. It's definitely been Iga's serve being much more vulnerable in comparison. As Sabalenka goes long on the backhand as they were trading up the middle.
I think the more that she's able to work these points and sort of get into cross-court rallies, the better it will be for her.
That's a good point. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So you talk about Swiatek.
Yeah, in terms of getting back and evening this matchup.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, because you don't really want to give Sabalenka anything too neutral she can tack on.
Yeah.
Anyway, out wide, Iga keeps running forehand Sabalenka. No. Yeah, that was getting Iga on the back foot off the return and just moving around the court, and then forehand winner. Because I see what you mean. Like, you do want to try and. I think it's whoever's going on the front foot in the rally and just getting the other player on the disadvantage at the minute.
Yeah. I do like indoor conditions for Sabalenka. Just simplifies her game.
I agree. I think she's won Linz and Ostrava and maybe something else indoors. I don't know what else, but those two stand out.
Only Annette Kontaveit has can rule indoors more than Sabalenka.
I single-handedly, well, I shouldn't say single-handedly, but a lot of people laughed at me when I said Annette Kontaveit would be in the top 10 soon, and I said that in like September of 2021, and it happened.
Yeah, that was quite a good streak. I mean,
yeah, and then I mean she had an all right season, to be fair. It's just tailed off a bit after.
Mm-hmm.
I think long COVID really made a dent in whatever confidence she had, because she had a good start in February and March.
And then realistically, very few people are able to, when the season comes back around to when you had your best part of the season, very few people are able to kind of recreate that at that particular point. So that's kind of the weird thing about tennis that I've always thought is interesting. You can play well, but when it gets back to that very specific week that you played well the year before, can you defend your points? A lot of people, that's hard to do. Easier said than done, for sure.
Depending on how much you absolutely love that tournament, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of depends on the context and what's playing on, like grass.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an established grass court player, you're always going to get big points at Wimbledon, usually, unless you've had a bad year.
I was going to say, if your name is Venus Williams, you're pretty much waiting for that moment all season, so or
that's true.
Or Rafa Nadal at Roland Garros, like once you get your feet on a certain surface or a certain time of the year, you're expecting the best from yourself, and it usually measures up.
I just loved that rally that got played at the opening game point of Sabalenka's service game. I won't describe it too much. I'll let you enjoy it.
It's really good so far.
Unless you're not an Iga fan, in which case, sorry.
Probably the best one of the match so far. Yeah. Ended up winning by Iga. Yeah.
Both super aggressive. It was great to watch. I'll let Vance enjoy it.
I'm currently watching it. Yeah, it's pretty good so far.
Sabalenka celebrating on the second point as forehand to forehand exchange ends with Iga just going a bit long, miscuing it. Couldn't quite handle the power that was coming at it. It's 15-all. Hopefully, those of you who are still awake and trying to listen to us to drift off the soothed tones of myself and Miles will be enough to send you to sleep, unless you think this match is interesting enough to stay up for, which I hope it is. For those of you in America, and you're probably wondering, why am I going to sleep? It's it's not. It's only like 9 o'clock, and yeah, that's fair. But you never know. You might want an early night. But not for this though. I think we're looking at a Swiatek come back. It's a 15:30 second serve. Sabalenka get another the 15:30, the point before being another positive point for Swiatek. And double fault from Sabalenka, 15:40. I mean, I'll probably ask this question after this point. Actually, just yeah, that's very off balance. Yeah, Sabalenka gets that first serve in though. It's unreturnable, 30-40. So I tell you what, she's doing well with the clutch serving when she needs to. I'm just facing some weird angle. I don't know why I'm doing that. Casually leaning to the left.
Swiatek's really trying to break open this second set.
Yeah, I don't blame her. I would if I could.
Yeah.
Got to be ruthless, right, Vanch?
Absolutely. That's kind of what she does. That's what happened at the US Open. That second set just completely sailed away from Sabalenka.
It seems to be repeating itself as a double break, 3-love. Really aggressive return from Swiatek, putting Sabalenka on the back foot, and Swiatek finishing it mid-court with a forehand in the air. 17 minutes in, 3 games played, all to Swiatek. Back on track for the pole, maybe?
Definitely looks like she's going to win this set.
What was the question I was going to ask before? Oh, well. I'm sure he'll come back to me.
She just looks a lot more imposing and playing a lot more on the front foot, taking balls earlier. Yeah, it just looks to be overall much more in command and really asserting herself well in this match.
Do you think the first set would have gone very differently if Swiatek had broken in that opening game?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I think not getting that first game actually put a little bit of a dent in her belief towards the middle of the set.
It stuck with her for sure.
I would agree. I think that seems to be the attitude of I didn't get that first game, and then she just sort of let it slip because they had a little bit more pressure on her opening serve. Because in my mind, yeah, if that had gone differently, based on the first part of the set, she kind of let it get away from her.
Yeah, for sure.
Polish fans of Iga following her wherever she goes.
Yeah.
There's always some Polish
fans. Quite a few of them in San Diego. It was pretty packed with Polish fans. It was definitely more than I thought. But they follow her all around the world. It's definitely
maybe there's a bigger Polish community in San Diego than we realize.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think there's a bigger Polish community in America than I thought there was, maybe.
Yeah.
And where do they even find these flags from? I guess, does Amazon sell them?
You can probably make them, right, fairly easily. Lovely serve +1 from Iga to open the service game. Another great serve by a backhand cross court. It's shot, and she's just bossing these points at the minute now, Iga. By the way, if any of us have hung in with us for the last 5 hours and 17 minutes, we salute you. Thank you for being loyal subscribers. It's been a journey. We weren't expecting it to be this long. This is normally when we're commentating for this long, it's probably like a 5-hour marathon between Djokovic and Nadal or something. But no, it's just the schedulers lied to us about the finals, about the semi-finals. Told us the second match. Sorry, what?
Off topic, but do you guys think Novak and Nadal have a meeting on the cards in 2023?
They've got an annual meeting booked in Paris, right?
I was going to say, when was the last season? When was the last full season they went without meeting each other?
They've actually played every single year since 2006.
Even in
I did think they had, but you're the man with the stat who can confirm it.
When did they play in 2017?
They played in Madrid in the semis there, and Rafa won that.
But they played every single year on tour since 2006?
Yeah.
Even the years that were lighter for either or the other because of injury?
Yep.
Wow.
Pretty much every single year, at least once. I mean, they played the most matches of anyone.
Hot take, they don't play each other in 2023. Hot take.
Yeah, that's a good hot take, actually.
The streak ends.
That
will be interesting.
I don't know how hot a take that is, but I think that's very possible. I still think we'll see them have another clay court battle, personally.
Yeah, I just think given how good they are, particularly at like Rome and Roland Garros, at like getting to the second week, it just seems likely, but you never know.
Going back to women's tennis, Iga seems to be having a little bit of trouble closing out this game. Went a bit wide on the wide and wild on her forehand to make it 40-30 when she had 40-15. And the first serve fortunately lands in as a let, but it was way off the top of the net, kind of practically a dead ball. So I'm pretty sure that was a let. So she's having another go at it, but she's a little tight as she goes up the middle, and Sabalenka can't return it. So that's the game. 4-love. I have to say the simultaneous. I'm going to tell a story from my rubbish tennis days. I would have been about, how old would I have been? 17 or 18. I was playing with the adults in a club night. Not that there were many of those at the club where I basically played at a tennis club at a tiny English village. The court was right next to a river. So you can imagine you didn't want to hit anything too high in the air. And I ended up hitting a serve that I ended up being an ace, but only because it only just landed in front of the net and had no pace on it, so barely bounced. It was the worst ace you will ever see. It was a doubles match. It's one of the few points I won.
Oh, that's.
I secretly hate doubles. Secretly. It's not really a secret anymore. Playing, I should say, just to clarify. Playing.
Yeah, playing. Yeah, I know what you mean, because I prefer different things. I prefer serving in doubles.
Yes,
but
same.
But I don't like the net play.
I like the serving and the net play. Everything else I don't like. I feel like I feel like I'm always thinking about where the other person is, and I have so much less space for my ground strokes to do their thing in doubles.
Bagel incoming, possibly. It's love 30. Now you've mentioned it, we'll probably jinx it.
No, I think it's very likely, actually.
Yeah, this would be her 23rd of the year.
Yep. Okay. I think if it's not in this second set, it'll be the third set.
Big backhand return from Iga. Bigger forehand from Sabalenka up the line. 15-30. Let's see what happens. Get the bakery memes ready just in case.
Isn't there a Twitter account that specifically asks, did Iga Swiatek bagel or breadstick her opponent today?
Yep.
Yeah. It's 30 all now. Oh, the blink out, I missed it. I just heard my phone vibrate. Looked up. It was 30 all. Don't know what happened. Presume it was an ace. Or something.
It was an unreturned serve. Swiatek tried to chip it back, but it went way long.
Fair. Okay. Well, Sabalenka's got a second serve at 30 all. So let's see how she handled it. She gets it in court. Iga destroys it with her forehand. Like destroys it, I say, is probably an over exaggeration. She just places it perfectly mid court as wide as she could without actually hitting the line. And Sabalenka couldn't even move, didn't even bother trying to move for it because she knew there was just no way she could run that down. And it's 30-40.
Is Swiatek's forehand the biggest weapon right now in women's tennis?
Yep.
When it works, yes.
I think Cliff Drysdale would agree. I think Cliff Drysdale did a bunch of breaking down of her forehand in this past U.S. Open, so he would agree with that.
For me, the biggest thing is just how heavy she hits it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the combination of the speed and the spin. It's like...
And her accuracy and variety with where she places it.
Yeah, the placement is really top notch.
Because that's the standard Iga Swiatek forehand is heavy and has a lot of spin. But the beautiful thing about that forehand is she can do that with almost any swing.
Yeah.
And she could almost, and like she doesn't even have to hit a forehand like that. She could hit any forehand she wants, pretty much. She could flatten it if she decided it would work.
Mm-hmm. But that is one thing she's improved so much on the hard courts this year. I would say, like flattening out that forehand. She didn't used to do that last year on the hard courts.
Yeah, that's true.
More of a belief thing, I would say.
She's definitely she's always been a very good match player, but she's definitely got even better this year and knowing what shot she needs. Sabalenka now has game point. Iga went a little bit long on a forehand. So she's serving to avoid a bagel. Puts the first serve in the net. So see kind of what happens next, I suppose. Sabalenka serves. Iga return. Whoa. Just way wide, very wide, off the top of the net and out. Iga walks back to the chair, 4-1. Iga was in control of that point, but just hit the forehand, so it bounced off the top of the net and ended up over the baseline.
Bagel avoided. Mission accomplished.
She kind of rushed it a bit. I'm sure Sabalenka probably would have got the game anyway, but reduces the pressure on her and keeps the break to where it's still 2 breaks to Iga in this set. But yeah, bagel avoided, which is good for Sabalenka.
A lot of people seem to be cheering for her. She's definitely the heavy underdog, and I think Americans love that storyline. So people are definitely cheering for her.
Is there a crowd that doesn't like an underdog?
I mean, unless it's like Roger.
Okay, playing Roger. Yeah, there are some people who have their favorites.
Yeah,
crowds definitely have their favorites,
I mean,
especially Roger.
In New York, that's definitely a thing I associate with New York crowds. Like,
I actually associate it with Wimbledon.
Interesting, yeah.
The underdog thing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, it is a very British thing.
As much as I think Wimbledon applauds the champions and repeat champions, I do think especially the matches that get placed on the bigger courts, center court or court number 1, anytime somebody that you just didn't expect to even win a set ends up winning a set, I feel like there's always this monumental roar. I don't know if it's because of the lack of music or something in the stadium, but I just feel like the crowd's reaction always hits a little different.
Yeah. I think it's probably because the crowds are probably a bit different to the organizers, right? In a lot of case, especially in Wimbledon's case. But who knows? Yeah, Owen commenting about resetting from Swiatek. He's spot on there. Like, really impressive.
You might want to play Miley Cyrus while you're saying that, but yeah.
What was that about Miley Cyrus?
Wrecking Ball.
Oh,
But yeah, Owen is spot on there for sure.
yeah.
Oh, he also says Sabalenka is the most jiffable version of any player. She's definitely up there when it comes to her reactions. I think that title would probably go to Ostapenko, but yeah.
Yeah, same.
Oh, yeah. For sure. She's probably a meme in Latvia. But she's a meme everywhere, but you know what I mean. Not a great start to the service game for Iga. Love 15 down as a second serve.
She actually went a little bit too close to the lines there on that backhand.
Mhm.
Should have been better off.
And she's double faulted.
Wow.
Sometimes when you get out of a tough game like that, the way Sabalenka did previously, and you're able to hold, it just frees your mind up so much to where you could just play a lot more.
Yeah, so it's lovely to see.
Oh man. Sorry, just gonna have to plug my laptop in before this dies.
Go for it. I'll see you in a bit, Panch. As Iga goes long on the forehand over the baseline, it's love 40.
Wow.
Loose game from Iga, which you do get sometimes. People forget how, even though we talk about her being dominant, she just play loose games and sets sometimes. But still, yeah, not the best situation for her right now. First serve into the net. And Sabalenka looking very much ready for anything. Second serve, very good, very deep. They get into a rally now. Iga attacks with the forehand, scoops around, hits the inside forehand, winner, 15-40. Iga using all of her movement, like basically her movement and her forehand. I mean, let's face it, she's great at pretty much everything she tries, apart from her second serve isn't consistently great.
Her forehand is something to watch. Man.
Yeah. This is the, yeah. It's what Iga in full flow is just awesome to watch. Iga smash to make it 10-40.
I just saw a shirt that says Wonga. I always thought that was funny. You know, like when they replaced the one for the I, Wonga.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that definitely seems to be the thing. I wonder if that will still be a thing when she stops being world number one.
Yeah, because Tuga doesn't have the same ring to it.
Sounds like Toga, which conjures up very different ideas.
Maybe Sakkari would like that.
In terms of time, not this much first.
I don't think there should have been a break between the semifinals, honestly.
I don't understand what that was. Maybe TV, but it didn't make sense to me because it wasn't really advertised. As Iga saves another break point with a forehand that Sabalenka can't get over the net. So that's 3 breakpoint saves, and she's celebrating. I mean, the best breakpoint saves I ever see her did was against Jabeur in Rome in the final, because it did look like Jabeur was coming back at her a bit. I can't remember whether it was 15-40 or love 40, but there were some epic rallies that Iga just took control of and played some high risk stuff. A bit like how she ends up clinching the US, just coming through the US Open final. Fair enough. Anyway, it's advantage Swiatek. Very similar situation again. Sabalenka not getting a backhander back over the net. And she gets ready to serve at game point. Backhand in place, Sabalenka. Backhand Swiatek. Backhand Sabalenka. Backhand up the line, Swiatek. Really deep. Sabalenka just lifted up, but but I think that was out. And it's back to deuce, and Swiatek raises her arms like, how was that out? Miles, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The whole thing where you were really still again, I wasn't sure if you were frozen. So yeah, Iga's going to be annoyed that she didn't clinch that point, but
another bookmarkable game here. They've been deuce ad for a little bit, so whoever squeaks out this game should have some confidence going forward, especially if it's Swiatek that she holds.
For sure, yeah, absolutely for sure. It's double fault. It's a double fault from Swiatek to set up break point again.
You guys, that was some good work to get from love 40 to deuce, but now it looks like she's in a pickle here.
Yeah, Iga had an opportunity. I think she's annoyed with herself for missing a backhand, and she's double faulted again. So let's see how this point plays out.
Has Iga ever thrown her racket? I can't remember her smashing a racket, but has she ever thrown it before?
She probably has. I don't know if I've ever seen footage of it, but maybe not recently, but certainly I could imagine her being the type who would have in her younger days.
Not seen her smash one before.
Sorry, smash one, throw one.
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen it, but maybe I'm just...
Sabalenka misses an inside-out forehand going for the winner to take it back to deuce. So that was a break opportunity sitting right there on a plate and overcooked it. To mix my metaphors a little bit there. Can't break an omelette without overcooking some eggs. Welcome to Tennis and Mixed Metaphors. Good first serve from Iga, but that's an even better return from Sabalenka on the backhand. Do we think the winner of this match wins the final?
If it's Swiatek, I want to say yes. If it's Sabalenka, probably not.
Okay.
The final is tomorrow, right? Yeah. Something about the way excuse me. Something about the way Garcia played today leads me to believe that epic she played against Kasatkina has her riding super high, that she can kind of she feels a little bit invincible out there. So I wouldn't be surprised if she's holding the trophy.
Yeah, neither would I. As Iga misses a forehand to concede the break, and she's annoyed with herself because she feels like she should have made that. It was very close.
Yeah. Caro is a very, very momentum and confidence player, so her winning 3 matches on the trot isn't going to surprise me too much.
No, I think Garcia winning that epic is a thing. She definitely has the momentum. I think whoever wins this final may equal that momentum depending on how the third set goes. If there is a third set, Sabalenka could charge back.
Sabalenka getting that break back has to have her feeling really good if this goes to a third. Because
that is true. Although she just hit a very wild backhand cross court that's missed by quite some margin.
Yeah.
To concede the first point.
I was actually impressed by a little bit by both in that last game. I was impressed by Swiatek to get from love 40 to deuce. She had like some really good footwork in between to set up her forehands, and she was just really quick and proactive to get to deuce, and then kind of a double fault. Sabalenka missed an inside-out forehand, then they kind of just went back and forth until Sabalenka finally broke. Which Iga got annoyed because nailed this forehand.
Wild forehand. Wild forehand from Sabalenka to make it love 30. Sorry, Vanch, I think I was a bit delayed.
She could use a racket smash.
Sabalenka.
She could. Sabalenka could use a racket smash, especially if she drops this second set. Her level is dipped, and she hasn't taken advantage of the fact that Swiatek level has gotten better, but Swiatek isn't necessarily hitting her off the court. So I think she'd probably be frustrated by that.
Mm.
Am I lagging a little bit? Can you guys hear me okay? Because I think my mic might be... Okay, let me just...
I can hear you.
Okay.
I've got you
I
fine.
thought it was for a second. That's fine.
I think I lagged a bit at one point.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's 15:30. Iga misses a forehand return that she feels she should have made. Gets a nice awkward return in play. And Sabalenka misses with the forehand and shrugs her shoulders. It's 15:40. So after working hard to get that break, she's made 3 unforced errors to set up breakpoint opportunities for Swiatek. They're definitely unforced errors. They were quite wild shots to concede this, but she's not conceded it yet. Good first serve. Swiatek gets herself back into position to run that backhand down, but the backhand from Sabalenka was long. Break again for Swiatek, 5-2, and Swiatek will serve for the set.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Sabalenka
can keep
able to
going
be
to the end of
so
the match,
streaky.
depending on how it goes. What was that, Vansh?
Sabalenka has this mix of like streakiness and consistency,
Mm-hmm.
which is just so confounding. It's like I play tennis, but it's just a little bit tough to pinpoint how exactly Sabalenka is able to just weather these storms in these matches.
John's asking if we had more breaks than holds. Game 1 was a hold. Game 2 was a break. Game 3 and 4 were a break. In the first set, it was a hold.
They've each broken 4 times so far.
They've each broken 4 times and they've played 15 games. So it's about 8-7. So if Iga can hold, it's 8-8.
Yeah.
Which, if that ratio holds, then this final set could be chaotic.
Miles,
Has
are you
anyone-
on East Coast time right now, or are you on the West Coast?
Say that one more time, Vanch.
Are you on East Coast time right now, or
East Coast. I'm in Atlanta, East Coast time.
Gotcha. Yeah, I am. It's like 6:30 where I'm at, so I'm Pacific.
Yeah.
I envy you guys' time zone during the Australian Open. Wait, do I?
Yeah, for the day session.
Yes.
Vanches.
Yes.
For the day session, yes. Unless you're at work, that's kind of unfortunate.
Wait, how is it for you, Nick, for Australian Open? Is it terrible?
So
Or is
I have to sleep through the day. Night session starts 8:30 a.m. my time. Day session starts midnight my time.
the day session starts at midnight your time?
Yeah,
So you wake up to the remainder of the day session or night session?
pretty much. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't mind waking up to tennis, but it does mean I've missed most of it. It doesn't matter so much near the end of the tournament, but beginning of it's quite fun when I wake up and said, so, like when I woke up in 2017, I was like, so Novak Djokovic lost. I was like, what?
Mine's pretty cool. I get to go to sleep and wake up to it because the night session usually starts around 7 or 8, and from 8 to about midnight or so is when you can usually keep me. And then the night session usually starts at like 2 a.m. So depending on how long the night session is or how backed up the day session is, I can wake up early sometimes at like 6 and still see tennis.
Yeah, depending on how. Although I am of the opinion that they should stop putting 2 matches on a night session because it just causes chaos for the players and they go on way too late.
And if they do, it definitely should be women before men, for sure.
Yeah.
Just off the strength of Like a women's match is a women's best of 3 is just typically never going to be longer than a men's best of 5.
They got that
Not
horribly
always.
wrong this year at the French Open, the night sessions.
They did it. You think they got it right or got it wrong, Bond?
They got it horribly wrong.
Yeah, because I
Well,
don't
they
think
started it way too late. 9 p.m. was a ridiculous time to start.
and none of them were like really. I mean, that's not necessarily the tournament's fault. It's just how the way the draw shaked out, I guess, maybe to a certain extent. But none of the night matches I remember being particularly like, oh, I should stay up for this. You know?
Yeah. And I think they didn't put a single women's match, or maybe just one in like 10 days.
I think it was the Ostapenko Cornet match that they did, which is also like okay.
Like I don't think Iga ever played at night during the French Open.
No, took a while before they put on night at the US as well. Anyway, set point my side, 40-15. Iga's played a very positive service game to serve the second set out. So let's see how this goes, whether she can get one of these next 2 set points and even everything up in terms of sets and games, because it will be 8 games all.
This is kind of the exact reverse of the first 2 sets they played at the World Tour Finals last year, which is the match.
Does this mean it's going to be a 7-5 decider?
I think a 6-4 decider is gonna call it.
Yeah, 6-4 sounds about right. Let's see, but we'll see.
Iga's on a second serve. First serve went, but in terms of body serve, went long. So she serves short up the middle, slice in play, backhand on the baseline. Iga fist pumps and takes the second set. We are even. We're going the distance. And then Sabalenka looks like she's going to take her break. Iga's just looking at Sabalenka like, yeah, you take your break? Cool, whatever. You do that.
Definitely 2 fighters on the court. Definitely 2 fighters for sure. Giving the crowd what they paid for.
Yep. This is what you want to see, 2 sets split into the same fashion, and then hopefully an epic third.
Only one. Only second time we've gone 3 sets this tournament.
Yep. I can't actually think of many compelling matches in this tournament besides the Sakkari and Garcia.
No.
I mean, Garcia.
We had this last year as well, didn't we?
Yeah. Maybe Jabor and Sabalenka the first day, but that had some moments in there, but
it's a little scratchy.
Quite as memorable. The quality wasn't as good.
I mean, it was a close 2-setter between Sakkari and Pegula, which Miles and I commented on.
Yeah. 2 tiebreaks.
But it was, but it didn't feel like anything other than a Sakkari win, right? Like that seemed inevitable throughout the match.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're into our.
Oh, go ahead.
Right. Yeah. If anyone needs to take a break, by the way, because I appreciate we've been going for a while, then that's fine.
I'm going to find something to nourish my body.
That's probably good. We don't want Miles starving to death live on stream.
My good friend Juan. Up on the screen.
Yes, JI. Love his stats as I love yours.
Yeah, he does quite a good job, especially with women's tennis stats. He's quite good.
Trying to get him on the Popcorn Tennis podcast. See if he's willing to do that. I don't think he's done a podcast before, but I think he'd be up for it.
I'll definitely check that one out.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are like, what does he sound like? Who is he? Yeah. Mind you, I mean, like, people probably thought the same about you before they heard Tennis and Bagels.
Probably, except I wasn't very big on Twitter before Tennis and Bagel started. Like I maybe had 50 followers or so. Like I was very
Okay.
recent. So in some ways it was really good to start Twitter and the podcast at the same time. So I could kind of grow both.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen, it feels like Tennis and Bagels has been a bit quiet of late.
Yeah, we're trying to we're it's kind of difficult because like Andre works for Tennis Canada. And
Yeah.
he has a very different schedule, and like Owen is in college and I'm 3 hours behind them. So it's a little bit hard to sometimes coordinate, but stay tuned. We have a really good guest coming this week. And actually we're
cool.
going to cover the WTA finals for it. So
Perfect. Yeah.
and it's a friend of this show as well. She's a commentator.
Oh, she's a commentator.
Yes, I'm not going to give any more hints.
Well, it's only one of two. It can only be one of two people. Well, one of three people. Because I think we've only had 3 female commentators on the show. Unless you've got Pam Shriver, but no spoilers.
Ding, ding. It's Pam.
You got Pam. Nice. I don't think she'd be the type to do independent podcasts, but I'm very pleased that she is.
Yeah, I thought it would be good to have her on just because she has a group also named after her in the doubles. She's been very active in commentary this week. I've liked what I've heard from her. And yeah, she's been pretty good at using her platform, I'd say, for like important topics in tennis as of late. So
Sure.
yeah, it would be really nice to have her on. And
Yeah,
of course, yeah,
she's-
Martina's doubles partner, so we can't really.
I mean, she knows what she's talking about as well. I think she's just still playing in the window where her tennis knowledge would still be relevant.
For sure. No, I think she definitely comes in well prepared and looks like she's, kind of on it week to week rather than just the majors. So that's good.
Yeah. Sabalenka opens the third set with a double fault. Surprise, surprise.
Kind of how she started. That was the first point of the match. So we go back full circle.
Yeah, feels like a reset. So your serve resets as well, right? But that's an almost unreturnable serve. It would be, except you got a racket on it. Sabalenka still managed to finish the point in the net, though. So it's 15-all. Not quite coming out firing in the same way Iga had in that second set, but
I think Iga likes to return first in a set. So this is, if she actually gets this break, I think it'll really free her up versus if she served first. I think she got broken in the first game of the third set at the US Open, and then she trailed from there. And then managed to get the break back, but then got broken again. And then she won 16 of her last 20 points. From 2-4 down. So that was definitely not... I mean, she was really good in those last few games. She just went into lockdown mode. But we'll see if Sabalenka is able to hold this time.
Well, we've had a couple of unreturnables from Sabalenka. So it's 40-15. So despite that poor start, she's got herself off. She's starting to set off positively for her, which suggests this set could be closer.
For sure.
Another ace game, Sabalenka. Boom.
Wow. That was an emphatic hold, actually.
That was, yeah. What's the score for you at the minute?
I am at 30-15.
Yeah. The next 2 points go very quick.
Okay, good. I wish I was not this far behind.
Yeah.
But actually, when I
Sabalenka
put it in, it just showed up a bunch of ads, and I had to. Yeah, I think that kind of slowed it down a bit more. But oh well.
Yeah, looking at they've just got the stats up, and Iga hit 12 winners to Sabalenka's 4, which is incredible.
Yeah,
I think that's the big disparity.
It definitely felt like Iga was the one dominating and bossing exchanges. So.
For sure. Iga overhits her forehand though and puts in the tram lines for love 15 on her serve. So, yeah, I think the last thing she needs is a repeat of the first set.
Yeah.
Because otherwise that's going to run away with them.
first set was tough for her. She had those break points, and Sabalenka
Yeah.
found a way to hold. But this was more of a straightforward hold, so maybe that would make things a little easier. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. There was an unreturnable serve to make it 15 all anyway, so makes things a bit more positive for Iga. See what happens next as I draw out the tension. The first serve goes long. So Iga bounces the ball. Still some empty seats in the background. Maybe people not quite back yet, but it's fuller than it has been recently.
The
Second
last
serve is
couple
in
of
play.
days, I've seen more spectators in the crowd. It's definitely an improvement from the start of the week.
Yeah. It's 15:30 on the Swiatek serve. This is very reminiscent of set one. Very reminiscent of set one. Unreturnable serve again, 30 all. She's serving well into the ad court, but she's struggling a little bit into the deuce court. Sabalenka just sort of not sure how to handle that, but yeah, definitely in.
Yeah, John is asking, wasn't Sabalenka up a break in the third set? Yes, she was. She went up an early break. She was up a break twice, actually, in the third set in New York.
Yeah. So she's up twice. She should up break twice in New York.
In the third set, yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
It was 2-0 to 2-all, and then 2-2 to 4-2, and then 2-4 to 6-4.
Yeah, she was pretty close. As wild return from Sabalenka, way wide, 40-30.
Tried to do way too much with that.
Yeah, she really did. So let's see how it goes. So, ace from Iga to finish game 1-all.
That
Game
was
on.
no good for Iga. Is that her first ace of the match, or maybe she hit one before?
No, she's had a few aces already.
Okay, that's good, definitely.
For those who may be wondering, I feel like I should clarify this. People can't probably have seen me do stream before going, why is he streaming right next to a door? Why is he filming himself?
I was wondering that as well. I was actually going to ask you this at some point in the second set, but
yeah, it's so I live on my own. I own my own place, but so there's no risk of anyone coming through this door. But it's also right next to where my router is. So, or router, if I want to use the American pronunciation. This is and given this is the room where my TV is in as well, it just makes sense for me to set up. So I got an eye line for the TV, so I'm not looking up into the side whilst I'm also trying to talk to you guys. So I feel like the random door in the background is the small price to pay for that. But yes, this is my door to my living room.
yeah.
I think if you go to the UK, you'll find that some British houses are designed very differently to American houses, particularly ones of a certain age like mine.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that when I went to London this year.
A lot of terraced houses, right?
Very different. Yeah.
Yeah. When do you think you'll be back in London? Do you think it'll be a while?
I think it could be a while. I'm not sure about Wimbledon this year, but I certainly hope to be back there. Maybe next year, or 2024 is what I'm planning to go back to.
Who knows? Tell you what, if I win a lot of money at something, some of it's probably going to get spent on a ticket to Indian Wells at some point.
Yes, you should definitely come. Jack is making his way over here for Indian Wells. I think
There's a crew going to Indian Wells. I'm impressed. You're going to have to set something up on site.
Yeah, I believe John is going as well. So
Cool.
The crew here, and we'll see if some of us will get credentialed, or even if we don't, we can just even going without a credential is, and meeting some of the media people is definitely cool as well.
That'd be cool to see, though. Iga was in control of that rally, but not sure about that shot selection. Just that weird sort of inside-out slice forehand chopped had too much side spin on it. Unreturnable from Sabalenka, and holds for 2-1. So going with serve in this third set, definitely competitive. 14 minutes for 3 games. If it's about, I'm looking at the time now, it's about 10 to 3 in the morning, my time.
Wow.
I've done this before. This is the last time I have to do. Well, was it the last time? No, I'm not sure about the final tomorrow, because I think it starts 2 a.m. my time.
Oh yeah, that's quite brutal.
Yeah,
it's quite weird this time that they're doing this on a Monday, the final. I think if they'd started it on a Sunday, this wouldn't have happened. But
I know, like they did a final on a Monday in Guadalajara last year as well. Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't benefit anyone.
And the crowd, I mean, a lot of them are going to be coming for work, or it just doesn't make much sense. But
yeah, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. But hey, it's the last time I have. So yeah, this is the last time I have to do this for a while, because I don't think I need to worry about American time zones until we get to Indian Wells. Like Acapulco is always in the completely wrong time zones for me. They always start super late my time.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, I never get to watch Acapulco. But Indian Wells is a challenge because of the time zone anyway. We can just about catch some of it. So yeah, I won't have to worry. I probably won't have to worry much about those matches till March. So I can probably sleep.
Yay.
Whereas your troubles are just beginning.
Yes. Australia is going to be a bit of a challenge for me, actually, because where I'm working at a company in financial services recently. I just started a new job, and they have a busy season, which basically goes from January till March. And you're required to work a good 50 to 60 hours a week.
Wow.
And for me, that would be 9 a.m. in the morning to about 8 p.m. or something. I believe Australia would start at 4 p.m. my time during the day, and then the night session is past midnight for me. So will be kind of difficult, but we'll have to squeeze some tennis, of course, because we make it a priority.
That's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly.
Iga's not had the best start to this service game. She's hit a double fault and she's having to do a second serve. So she's a bit on the back foot. They're kind of going backhand to backhand, although Sabalenka decided to kind of chop that. I wouldn't even call it a slice, it was a chop. And it just balloons over the baseline, 15-all. Shouting at her box because she feels like, I don't know, maybe she should have made that, or maybe she's wondering why she made that shot selection. To be fair, I'm wondering why she made that shot selection. Once you can give me your opinion once you get to it in about a minute.
For sure, yes. I'm at the 15-second serve for Iga.
Okay. Yeah, it's a let on the following point to start with.
Sabalenka is just upset. She misses a backhand long.
Yeah, that was not the right shot selection on the backhand, really.
Yeah.
Iga can't pick up the forehand, though. It was a really flat, low shot from Sabalenka, middle of the court, and it's 15-30. She looks at and Iga's just, again, frustrated, trying to... Swiatek's frustrated, trying to make sure that she... feels like she... like that. Well, I don't know. Maybe she felt like she could have picked that up, which is possibly true, but it was a very difficult pickup shot from Sabalenka. First serve, unreturnable. Sabalenka puts it wide. Sabalenka looks annoyed with herself, but that was a very good serve from Swiatek. So I don't think she should be too annoyed, but it's 30-all. Clutch serve at a critical moment from Iga.
That was an uncharacteristic forehand from her at 15-all for sure.
Yeah. I think it was a difficult pickup, right?
Yeah. I just kind of got really low on her as well. Tough to scoop that down.
Inside out forehand winner from Iga to set up 40-30. Vanch, what do you make of this tweet? Swiatek Sabalenka, the rivalry we've been waiting for?
I think if they keep playing more matches like the US Open, WTA Finals, and they keep meeting like this, and maybe Sabalenka picks up a win every now and then, I think that we have ourselves a decent rivalry, especially because both are fairly good at making semis and quarters. Sabalenka maybe certain times of the year more so than others, but there's a good chance they'll probably play a few more times next year. So I'm not sure it's a rivalry that fans been all been waiting for, but it's definitely Sabalenka definitely had a good rivalry going with Barty, so she's capable of it.
I agree, it's got potential. By the way, for those watching, it's Deuce. Iga put forehand into the net, and now she's put first serve into the net. I think I agree with Matt, the tweeter, that there's a good contrast of styles here, and they've got the personalities to make it a pleasant rivalry. They're in a rally, and Sabalenka nets a backhand. Going backhand to backhand, Sabalenka puts it in the net. But I agree with you. I think the main thing for me is Sabalenka needs to get a win in the rivalry for it to be a rivalry.
Right.
Otherwise, it's going to be a rival.
4-0 for Iga. She's won the last four.
Yeah, she won the last four. Yeah.
So and some of those matches in the beginning of the year were very one-sided. Like there's Stuttgart final, the Rome semis, the Doha quarterfinal.
Yeah, for sure. Now Iga's kind of putting some height on the ball. Backhand up the line, Sabalenka winner. One of those backhands that just when she's on fire, like no one can get. So it's back to Deuce. Crowd loving it, absolutely loving it. It was a good winner, good backhand winner. I think going back to the rivalry, otherwise if it becomes if it's just continues to be Iga winning pretty much all their matches, then it's a rivalry in the same way that Serena and Sharapova are a rivalry, right?
Yeah, that was very extreme, I guess. Her winning 19 times in a row, and I think Sharapova won 2 of their first 3.
And then Serena won every time after that.
19 straight. It's it was very much the unrivaled rivalry.
That was it. Yeah, they had a rivalry in 2004. That's it.
Yeah.
But you know how tennis media is in terms of commentators are.
I mean, we do need more rivalries in the women's game, so it's that's probably the one thing that we're missing a little bit.
Yeah, but we've been talking about that for a while because no one really challenged Serena other than Venus and Enan back in the 2000s.
Mm-hmm. I was really hoping at the end of 2019 we could get a really good rivalries between Osaka and Barty and Swiatek and Andreescu. That was kind of my hope, but obviously that hasn't happened for different reasons.
Yeah, very different reasons. Probably similar for Andreescu and Osaka, although probably a lot more fitness related for Andreescu. Lots of different reasons, issues for her. But by the way, for those wondering, it's back to deuce. Swiatek double faulted at game point.
Yes. But it's good that we have like players like Fernandez and Coco and Raducanu and
That is true. Yes, I'm
Shinwen
excited
Zhang.
about that
I
generation.
think watch out for Shinwen Zhang next year because she
Yeah, that match
she
against
looks
Iga
like
French put her on the map. By the way, I don't know if you've seen this, but huge forehand return from Sabalenka. Absolutely huge to set up breakpoint. Iga's possibly let her back into this game, which is going to be a point of frustration for the Pole if she ends up going a breakdown. She's going to have to go full US Open mode, but it's an unreturnable serve. Sabalenka's almost on the ground after that.
around the net post for Aryna.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a great return on that one. Yeah, Sabalenka's really producing some good stuff today.
For sure.
Like now she's got the nerves out the way. Like she's producing some really good stuff.
Yeah, and I think towards the end of the second set, or especially that 4-1 game where she got one of the breaks back, I think that definitely helped her, even though she got broken right away. But that was an unreturnable here from Swiatek, so we're back at deuce. I guess you're way ahead of me, but yeah.
Yeah, we're just in the middle of a rally on deuce point. Forehand, they're going forehand to forehand at the minute. Swiatek tries to go really big on a forehand, but misses wildly. Break point, Sabalenka again. Yeah, going forehand to forehand, each one trying to go bigger than the last. And at the end of the day, it was Swiatek who lacked the control, shouting at herself afterwards. So we have another breakpoint chance for Sabalenka to go 3-1 up in this set. Cause probably an upset, maybe. Forehand.
Yeah, definitely.
Forehand Sabalenka, forehand Swiatek on the back foot, loops up over the baseline, and it's a break to Sabalenka. 3-1.
This one is a little different from the US Open because, I mean, obviously, if she keeps on holding here, it'll be a gap of 3 games, given that she served first.
That is true.
But we'll see if she can consolidate here.
Yeah, well, we've
was
seen
that forehand at deuce that Swiatek missed. That was a little surprising.
She wasn't able to the first time she went to break up in the first set.
Yeah.
Must have been a let because that looked inside the service line from Sabalenka.
She's winning more of these forehand to forehand exchanges, particularly the ones where she's able to stretch Iga out wide on her forehand wing and maybe just rush her ever so little. Seems
and that's the key. That's the key for Swiatek is it's easier to rush her on the forehand than it is on the backhand.
Yeah, like her backhand I feel like is very solid and dependable to where it's very hard to rush her because the stroke is so compact, right? The forehand is, like it's still the best forehand in the world when it's on, and when she has a lot of time. But
yeah,
if you can just,
if you give her time on the forehand, you're just gonna lose. Rush the forehand, and she's gonna get frustrated. And as we see on the serve to go 15 love, like Swiatek just tries to go way too big on a return, and she's definitely. I think she's in this position from a little bit of overhitting at the minute.
Yeah,
struggling
to find the control right now, which we saw a lot of that in the first set. But but in the first set, I also think her serve was letting her down quite a lot, which doesn't seem to be the case as much anymore in this match. So we'll see if she can get an easy hold if Sabalenka is able to hold here, put the pressure on back.
Swiatek took control of the point and then came into the net to finish with a backhand volley to make it 15-all. So probably the most positive point she's played for a bit.
For sure. anytime Iga moves forward and looks to finish points, that usually means that she's getting some of her confidence back.
Yeah, that's. I don't think she's lost confidence. I just think she's frustrated that she's not played some points better.
For sure.
Which would, I think she'd probably be right, to be fair. So Sabalenka is still trying to serve 15-all. She's had a let, and now she's missed her first serve. When was the last double fault from Sabalenka? It must have been the opening point of the set. Puts the second serve in the middle of the court, and Iga puts the return in the net. So it's 30-15. That was a makeable return for Iga.
The second serve, right?
Yeah, the second serve.
It
was like it bounced in the middle of the surface box, and Iga just put it in the net.
Yeah, I tell you what, if Sabalenka holds here, she will be really close.
Uphill battle for Iga.
Yeah.
I mean, in this latter part of the year, you've definitely starting the cracks. Well, it's double fault Sabalenka for 30-all. But I think, I think a few cracks have started to show a little bit in sort of the sheen of Swiatek that she built up towards maybe the end of the year.
Indoor tennis is always going to be a little bit more favorable to bigger hitters and players who love first strike tennis. And players who can kind of take the racket out of your hands, right? You look at players like Kvitova, for example, or like, Kvitova, Rybakina, like Pliskova, like Sabalenka. I mean, those are some of the ones that immediately come to my mind. But then also like the craftier players, like Krejcikova, or like, I guess Barty. She's not playing anymore, but
it just
for sure, a little bit less natural for Iga. But she's she still made the Ostrava final. She was still very close to winning that match as well.
Yeah, that was a close one. I can't find any highlights of. Well, I can't find the full match anyway because I haven't, which is frustrating. But definitely, from what I can gather, the match of the year.
One of those matches where I wouldn't say Iga played bad. It was very much Krejcikova playing like some of her best stuff.
Sabalenka holds. It's 4-1. Iga at 30-all. Thought she did a return.
That was she was fist pumping. She thought she did that beforehand. Caught the line.
Thought but it was just out, and then Sabalenka hit an ace or unreturnable pretty much to seal the game 4-1. Which is frustrating because if Iga had made that ball, we'd still be in the game, right? Because I suspect Sabalenka probably would have still served that ace.
Yeah.
This is not
just Sabalenka. She's forcing Iga to go bigger on these shots and sometimes overhit in this match on her forehand, and that's.
It's definitely not over for Iga. It's 4-1. It's one break. But if she,
oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
I was going to say if she doesn't get herself together, it could get away from her very quickly.
Yeah, this is a must-win game for Iga coming up. Must-win service game.
What was your point before I started talking?
Actually didn't have one, so you're good.
Okay. We're all good. We're fine. Sweaty, these change events are getting quicker. They're already back on court.
Well,
what a
match. I think
Sabalenka
does not want to let go of any of the momentum she has right now. She just wants to stamp up this match and get to another final. I mean, she hasn't been to a big final in quite a long time, since Madrid last year. So it's been over a year and a half for her.
Yeah, it's that Madrid final we keep mentioning, where she
that was vintage. That was vintage Sabalenka, that whole tournament. I mean, barely got broken, barely losing games, Bagel Barty in the final.
Mm.
Yeah, that was the best level that I've seen from her the last 2 years. But it was also very favorable conditions in altitude, Madrid.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, we're in the rally opening point. Sabalenka is long on the forehand in the rally. Off a very deep ball from Swiatek, so it's 15-love to the pole, world number 1. The player of 2022. Let's be honest, 2022 has been all about Iga Swiatek. And the question of, and the question of, well, who can beat her? Which it's not, as I've made the comparison before, it's not been peak Federer or Serena level from the 2000s or the 2010s, but it's been close.
Mm-hmm. She has so many points on the year, like almost 11,000. And that's more than double of what Jabor at number 2 has. Like it's like a 6,000 point difference. So whatever happens this tournament, it's been an incredible year.
Yeah, regardless, yeah. Yeah, definitely been an impressive year, regardless of how it all works out. And there will be people who like her, or people who like the neatness of a story that may wish she won a few more things. But that will come in retrospect, maybe. As a return winner on the backhand from Sabalenka sets up 15-30. Return winner on a second serve. And she's really cracked it. And yeah, Iga couldn't move for it. As we said, though, yeah, these conditions should favour Sabalenka, right? That's
yeah.
And I think maybe, as I said this, I thought Iga was the favourite going into this match, as it's 30 all, Iga unreturnable serve, but I was looking at the head-to-head and the form from the groups more than anything else.
Yeah. I would say the thing is, I mean, 2 of those matches were on clay, and this one is, I guess Stuttgart was indoor clay, but these are different conditions entirely. I mean,
yeah,
this is more of an outlier on tour, I would say, these type of courts. So,
as Iga puts a backhand into the net, and it's 30-40. It was sort of a very limp backhand, unusually for her. Daria, her psychological coach, just sort of makes a face, sort of grimaces. I think virtual match point here, probably. Don't even Swiatek, probably unlikely to come from 5-1 double breakdown, but you never know. Tick something off the list to add to the legend. She serves, but to let. So she has to reset, start again. But yeah, no, I should have taken into account the conditions. I did say that I thought the way after that US Open semi-final went, I thought Sabalenka was getting close to beating her again. As wild forehand from Swiatek puts it in the tram lines, and it's game 5-1 Sabalenka. So there was a little bit of my gut that was telling me something was about to shift, but I couldn't put my finger on why. And yeah, talking to you tonight, it's definitely been. We probably should have I should have probably paid more attention to the conditions rather than the matchup.
Yeah, I mean, definitely though, Andy Roddick was still correct in his assessment that Iga has to be a little bit off. But that's kind of how upsets work, right? Like it's usually one player has to be a little off and the other has to be totally on it. But this has been very kind of a tipsy-topsy, like momentum swinging. First couple of sets, it doesn't look like easy 6-2, 2-6. And then you sort of had these close games in the third where Sabalenka just about had the advantage. And then since she held for 4-1, she looks in command. But we'll see. This isn't over completely.
We had a very competitive rally just then that ended with Iga putting a backhand up the line long. Sabalenka standing tall at 15 love, looking very confident. But the ball comes off the top of the net and Iga comes in to finish with a backhand. So it's 15 all. Yeah, I would agree with you, Vansh. Yeah, Iga has been off, apart from in the second set where she was dominant. I think she was definitely rattled after not breaking in the first game, and that got to her for whatever reason. And I mean, it usually does, like when she's not able to get on the front foot like she expects herself to. It can play out very differently, as a very, very solid backhand from Swiatek up the line, and Sabalenka basically frames it and puts it down onto her side of the court before it even bounces into the net. 15-30. Sabalenka is in a little bit of trouble here, but well, challenging that because she thought she served an ace, but it's a close call apparently. So she wants to see it to see where it landed. She thought she'd served an ace, but second serve, not what she wanted. So Iga attacks on the return. Forehand Sabalenka, forehand Iga into the net. High, sort of mid-high part of the net. 30 all. Yeah, there's no doubt she's been a bit off. And the first set, definitely off because she couldn't break early and got frustrated. This set, she's been just going for it a little bit too much. It's kind of like almost the old Iga in a way of the old Swiatek, where she would go for too much and get frustrated that it wasn't working. It's almost like she's trying to hit with Sabalenka, which is not normally how she beats her. It's ace from Sabalenka to set that match point. And, there's Occo. Sabalenka's team is celebrating. Is this where we make the rivalry 4-2 and make it the rivalry that our Twitter friend was hoping for? Sabalenka serves up the middle, it's in, and Swiatek can't get it back, and Sabalenka does a Rafa-style celebration.
Wow, really big moment for her in her career.
Yeah.
24 years of age to go for another big title. One step closer to a really
for sure.
good push next year to try to get a major.
Yeah.
Yep, she's been the better player.
Possible.
Definitely in this third set, it's been more of a serving masterclass from her.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Massively impressive job from Sabalenka. Regardless of how Iga being a little bit off, she, by the end, Sabalenka was imperious. So the final of the WTA Finals 2022 is not going to involve Iga Swiatek, much to everyone's surprise, much to my surprise. We knew there were dangerous players. Sabalenka was one of them. Garcia another. I think the Garcia victory made me think, maybe. But the final is Caroline Garcia against Aryna Sabalenka. The undefeated group champions are out. in the semi-finals.
And
So-
the winner will have the bonus of being a top 4 player in the world ending the season.
Oh wow!
So, but
Who
that's
would have
just a
thought that?
bonus. Yeah. Who would have
Who
thought
would have
that in
thought?
January when Sabalenka was really having a nightmare with her toss and her serve?
Who would have thought that about Garcia, who was way off?
Outside the top 70,
Yeah.
not even a contender in anyone's mind remotely. I mean, she was far off from her 2017 level.
Everyone had just ruled out that end of 2017 as a flash in the pan, but she's back. Yeah, that could be a very interesting match. It's going to be big hitting. It's going to be about first strike tennis. I'll be interested to see if Garcia's standard return tactics work against Sabalenka.
Yes, that will be an interesting.
But yeah, well, I think we'll wrap it up there. We've been going for 6.5 hours.
Definitely should get some sleep. And
what is this sleep of which you speak?
it is vital for your
Yes,
functioning tomorrow at work.
Feel like my boss is going to kill me, but it's all right. She doesn't know what I do. But yeah, it's been great fun. So thank you so much to Miles and to Ashley for their company. This sort of before with the previous match and with the beginning of this one. Thank you so much, Vanch, for coming on and supporting with the Swiatek Sabalenka match. It's been fun. I probably will never commentate on an Iga Swiatek match again, but we'll. I've decided that that's clearly no. It'd be fine. Like just put me on when she's playing Kasatkina. Be fine. But yeah, well, Teswell, thanks for stopping by. Hopefully see you soon. And John will be back with some more great content over the next few weeks. So see you all soon.
Cheers.